Chapter 2990. What a terrifying flame. This Jiang Qin is indeed capable. Xuanhuan couldn't help raising his evaluation of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin protected the few of them within the 5 elemental trigram fire formation. Every time the snow domain demon spirits attacked, they would be heavily injured by the 5 elemental trigram fire formation. Jiang Qin fought against 100 snow domain demon spirits alone. Over 300 snow domain demon spirits surrounded Jiang Qin, but none of them could get close to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin controlled the 5 elemental trigram fire formation calmly. Xuanhuan was secretly impressed. If it was him, he would have been defeated long ago. However, Jiang Qin was also under a lot of pressure. After all, there were so many late Divine King Realm experts charging at the 5 elemental trigram fire formation. The 5 elemental trigram fire formation was heavily damaged. Jiang Qin was also under a lot of pressure to maintain the formation. However, at least he managed to stabilize the situation. "Brother Jiang, how much longer can you last?" Xuanhuan asked. "It won't be a problem for a short period of time," Jiang Qin said. "All right. The 3 of us will go and support Teacher Yang and Teacher Qi. The 2 teachers are also in a difficult situation," Xuanhuan said as he exchanged a glance with Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin controlled the 5 elemental trigram fire formation. Pillars of flame soared into the sky. Nearly a third of the snow domain demon spirits were killed. Jiang Qin was panting heavily. The consumption of the 5 elemental trigram fire formation was too great. After all, he was facing the attack of hundreds of snow domain demon spirits. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to hold on for so long. Jiang Qin charged left and right. Finally, he created a space for Xuanhuan and the other 2 to break through. The 3 of them instantly flew up to support the 2 teachers. Jiang Qin had less than 300 snow domain demon spirits left on his stomach. A bunch of stubborn fellows. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes slightly. He did not use all of his strength just now. He only used one of the 5 elemental divine fire. However, it was enough to shock Xuanhuan and the others. This time Jiang Qin used all 5 types of divine fire. The terrifying flame energy swept across the sky. The divine fire descended upon the snowy region and the demonic beasts were all annihilated without any chance to fight back. Jiang Qin's 5 elemental divine fire played a crucial role in this battle. If it wasn't for the demonic beasts from the polar region, Jiang Qin might not be able to unleash such a powerful might. "Master Qi, Teacher Yang, we're here to help you." Although Xuanhuan and the other 2 teachers might not be able to play a decisive role, they helped Qi Haifei and Yang Xiquan relieve a huge pressure. Both of them were overjoyed. However, they did not see Jiang Qin. However, when they turned around to look for Jiang Qin, they realized that Jiang Qin was standing on top of hundreds of snow domain demon spirits' corpses. The last snow domain demon spirit under his feet had completely fallen. The hierarch realm snow domain demon spirits did not have much change after Xuanhuan and the other 2 teachers came to help. However, they were even more furious now. "All of you must die." The snow domain demon spirits continued to charge forward. Yang Xiquan and Qi Haifei managed to stabilize the situation with the help of the 3 teachers. The hierarch realm snow domain demon spirits were advancing step by step, unable to cause any damage to them. On the other side, Jiang Qin had already killed more than 300 snow domain demon spirits and stood proudly. This is impossible." The leader of the snow domain demon spirits trembled. However, the truth was right in front of them. Jiang Qin had indeed killed all of their clansmen. "Retreat." The snow domain demon spirit shouted angrily and sounded the retreat signal. Qi Haifei and Yang Xiquan heaved a sigh of relief. The 2 of them were undoubtedly strong. However, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Previously, they were greatly restricted and could not display their true strength. In the end, they could not help but look at Jiang Qin in shock. More than 300 snow domain demon spirits were all killed by Jiang Qin. They were speechless. Even Xuanhuan had to admit his defeat. Outer Mansions number 1. He's well deserved. I finally know why he's so confident in going against you, Zhangji. Sheng Bing's face was solemn as he secretly said. Although his strength is at the peak Divine King realm, it won't be easy for me to defeat him in a battle of life and death. Xuanhuan also said in a low voice. He was full of admiration for Jiang Qin. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin's help, Li Chuang would have been dead by now. Now that he had a new lease on life, the 2 mentors were incomparably gratified. This time, it was all thanks to Jiang Qin that they could successfully repel the snow domain demon spirits. "We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's hurry up and leave," Qi Haifei said. Although they've managed to repel the snow domain demon spirits, it's hard to guarantee that they wouldn't come back and make a comeback. If they were to appear again, it would be an even more terrifying pursuit. Alright, but I'm not sure if the third elder will come after us after we crush the jade token. Xingbing said worriedly. We need to find a safe place to hide from the snow domain demon spirits. Otherwise, we won't be able to care so much when our enemies are right in front of us. Yang Shiquan said as he shook his head. There's no need to go. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. Why? Shen Kuan asked. If I'm not wrong, the entrance to the great emperor's tomb should be here. Jiang Qin said as he pointed at a hill not far away. It can't be? Didn't the third elder say, 3 mountains as the symbol, 5 elements as the supreme, 7 stars chasing the moon, 9 dragons emerging from the water? That's not just 3 mountains. It's 9 mountains. Qi Haifei said doubtfully. 3 mountains as the symbol refers to the life gate of the great emperor's tomb. This is the 9 dragons absorbing water, which is the death gate of the great emperor's tomb. Both the life gate and the death gate can be entered, but the paths are different. Jiang Qin said. Death gate? Could it be that there's a death crisis left behind by the great emperor? Li Chuang said in a low voice with a worried expression. The death gate isn't referring to this. If we exit from here, it'll be the death gate. However, if we enter, it'll be the same as the life gate. Furthermore, I'm guessing that this great emperor's tomb doesn't just have 1 or 2 gates. There might be 9 gates, Jiang Qin said with a serious expression. 9 gates? The great emperor's tomb naturally doesn't want outsiders to disturb it. Why would there be so many gates? Yang Shiquan obviously did not agree with Jiang Qin. Just like what I said, it's a place where dragons gather, but it's also a place of great danger. However, since the entrance to the great emperor's tomb is here, why do we have to go further? Jiang Qin said. You're right. It doesn't matter if the third elder isn't here, but if he is, he'll be able to find this place. Qi Haifei pondered for a moment and said. Lead the way. I'd like to see how the gate of death is weaker than the gate of life. I don't believe that the martial emperor wouldn't be able to tell that this is a place of great danger and bury his grave in this place. Yang Shiquan said with a smile. Chapter 2991. This great emperor must be a terrifying existence. Not only did it gather the dragon chi of the dragon vein, it also gathered the life chi of the creatures in the extreme north. No wonder in the entire extreme north, aside from the snow domain demon spirit, there were no other demon beasts. The valley was completely blocked by the snowstorm. There was no entrance or exit. Jiang Qin relied on his observation of the terrain to discover this strange place. Jiang Qin also didn't know why the great emperor's tomb would have such a layout. A place of gathering dragons and a place of great danger. The two strange terrains intertwined with each other, giving off a confusing feeling. This made Jiang Qin unable to determine what was so strange about this great emperor's tomb. Jiang Qin extended his hand and pointed. A fiery light soared into the sky. At this moment, the fiery light fell down. The snowstorm within 10 miles was completely evaporated. Under the rising mist, what Jiang Qin and the rest saw was a huge cave. Snow water slowly flowed into the cave. The water flow was rapid, and in an instant, the cave devoured all the snow water within 10 miles. It's there. Jiang Qin pointed at the pitch-black cave in front of him and said in a deep voice. The pitch-black cave entrance was like a black hole that could devour everything. No one knew what was hidden under the black hole. Everyone's expression turned cold, including Yang Shiquan and Qi Haifei. They subconsciously felt that the pitch-black cave entrance was unusual. I'll take the lead, Yang Shiquan said. As a teacher, if he were to retreat at this moment, he would be looked down upon. Furthermore, he didn't agree with Jiang Qin's opinion. This was clearly the place of gathering dragons that the third elder mentioned, the place where the great emperor's tomb was located. How could it be a place of great danger? Yang Shiquan held a night-luminescent pearl in his hand and walked at the very front. The entrance of the cave was very wide, more than 20 meters wide. The traces left by the water seemed to have washed the cave again, making it abnormally fresh and clean. After Jiang Qin and the others entered the cave, they walked for a few thousand meters but did not discover anything strange. However, the group of 6 had already entered the underground. The extreme cold was frightening. Even Li Chuang felt an enormous pressure. My blood feels like it's going to freeze. It's way too cold. It's at least 1,000 degrees below zero. I'm a half-step hierarch expert, am I going to freeze to death here? Li Chuang's face was pale as he said in a low voice. Why are you fine? Brother Jiang. Li Chuang was curious. Brother Jiang has the protection of the divine fire. Otherwise, how could you have killed over 300 snow domain's demonic spirits? Why can't you? Xuanhuan's words made Li Chuang's face turn red. Indeed, his question was too childish. Jiang Chen was not even afraid of hundreds of snow domain's demonic spirits. Why would he be afraid of this extreme cold? His strength was unfathomable and could not be measured with common sense. He was only a peak divine king, yet he was able to make a hierarch realm expert stop. This was his true strength. I also feel so cold. Brother, I can't take it anymore. This place is too scary. The temperature is so low that even my soul is going to be frozen. Sheng Bing was shivering from the cold and his face looked terrible. At this moment they finally reached the end. There were a few rows of ancient and obscure hieroglyphs on the door. What are those words? Sheng Kuan asked. I don't know either. Yang Shiquan and Qi Haifei looked at each other and said with a bitter smile. It's just a place where some great emperors passed away. Trespassers will die. Li Chuang's body was shivering as he said. I have been an emperor for 3 years and defeated the ancient emperor of the northern Liang. I have suffered a lot and was sealed here. Heaven is not the way and I am not the way. Jiang Qin said in a low voice as he read out the words. Even he did not expect those words to be the ancient words of the 9 regions immortal world. No wonder they did not know about it. Could it be that this was an ancient great emperor from the 9 regions immortal world? Jiang Chen's heart was filled with doubts. However, no one knew about the hieroglyphs as it was a unique language of the 9 regions immortal world. Most importantly, what made Jiang Chen and the others excited was that this must be an extremely terrifying great emperor of the wildlands. The sentence, I have been an emperor for 3 years and defeated the ancient emperor of the northern Liang, was enough to make people sigh. What kind of terrifying great emperor could have such a peerless style? And the last sentence, heaven is not the way and I am not the way, was also enough to make people's imagination run wild. What kind of existence was this great emperor of the ancient era? It had to be said that the second mansion master and the third mansion master, and even the third elder himself, didn't expect that the incomplete map of the great emperor's tomb that they had inadvertently obtained would actually lead to such a terrifying existence. There were many ancient great emperors, but the ones that were truly terrifying and memorable could be counted on one's fingers. Teachers, do you know which great emperors of the northern Liang divine region are the most terrifying existences in the world? Jiang Qin said solemnly. Yang Shiquan shook his head and said, the primordial great emperors were born billions of years ago. There are many existences that we don't know about. According to what I know, after the primordial war, the divine world was on the verge of collapse. Even the last pure land of the divine world was on the verge of collapse. Everyone in the divine world was in danger. After the primordial war, it seemed like all the god emperors in the world had disappeared. The spiritual energy in the world was very thin. Compared to the primordial war, it is as difficult as ascending the heavens to become a great emperor. The number of great emperors in the divine world can be counted on one's fingers. That period of history is a secret that is hard to find out for us after the divine world reincarnated and expanded its territory billions of years later. Therefore, the existence that defeated the ancient emperor of the northern Liang is most likely a great emperor of the immemorial era. And great emperor of the ancient era billions of years ago. How long do we have to go back? Jiang Chen said. It was a very, very long time ago. At the very least, it's hard for us to imagine. I once heard people say that millions upon millions of years ago, there were many god emperors in the god world. Countless people fought over cultivation resources in an attempt to take control of the entire god world. Countless powers fought as equals, but after the Great War, almost all of them disappeared. Almost none of them managed to survive. After billions of years, the divine world is very different from the past. A force like the Tongxian Mansion is almost not on the list. Only the super forces in the central region divine land might have the existence of a god emperor. Yang Shiquan said in a deep voice. He was extremely nervous as he said this. He didn't know when he would be able to become such an expert. However, in the current divine world, it was almost impossible to break through to the emperor realm. For millions of years, he had never heard of an expert who managed to break through to the emperor realm. It's been far, far too long. It's impossible for us to know anything at all. It's already not easy for us to know some bits and pieces of information left behind from the primordial age. If we can witness the ruins of this primordial emperor, it would be the best gift for us. Yang Shiquan's eyes shone brighter and brighter. Every one of them was filled with curiosity towards the ancient great emperors. If they could obtain even a tiny bit of the great emperor's inheritance, they would definitely benefit from it for the rest of their lives. If they could peek into the profound mysteries of the great Emperor realm and become an Emperor realm expert of the post-ancient era, their names would go down in the annals of history, forever suppressing the divine world. Only a god emperor could stand at the peak of the divine world. At this moment they had to enter as soon as possible. Looks like we won't get the answer if we don't go in. Jiang Qin murmured. Let's go. I can't wait to see how powerful this great emperor of the barbarian land who defeated the ancient emperor of the northern Liang dynasty is. Qi Haifei's eyes were also full of excitement. Even as a mentor of the Tongxin mansion, he was also very curious about the great emperor of the ancient era. Most importantly, if there was a great opportunity, it was very likely that their strength would go further and reach the next level. Currently their strength had reached a bottleneck. If there was no particularly great opportunity, it would be almost impossible to break through in a million years. Yeah, let's go in and have a look. Maybe it'll be better inside. I'm about to freeze to death. Xing Bing's face was pale because the temperature was too low. If it wasn't for the divine origin qi that kept blocking the cold air from entering their bodies, a dignified half-step ultimate god like them might really freeze to death. Chapter 2992. The door opened itself, inviting the enemy to enter the trap. Everyone's expression changed slightly. However, they had no choice but to be cautious after witnessing everything that had just happened. Jiang Chen's expression also became serious. It seemed like his guess was right. The gate of life and the gate of death complemented each other. The gate of death was like a huge mouth that could devour everything. The door opened itself and his heart started to beat like a drum. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring and had to be released. If they turned back, they might face a calamity that was 1,000 times more dangerous than this. The snow domain demon spirit might already be waiting for them. Those fellows would definitely not let it go. After so many of their kind were killed, they would definitely make a comeback. If they took a step forward, they would be in danger. If they took a step back, there would be nothing left but a bottomless abyss. If they took a step back, they might not necessarily die. The gate of death was dead, but people were alive. It's impossible to go back now. Let's go. As for what we'll encounter next, it's still unknown. Yang Shiquan sighed. As a teacher, his mental fortitude was naturally stronger than Xing Bing and Xing Kuan. After all, his strength was still there, so he still had some confidence. That's right. If we turn back now, the snow domain demon spirit might already be waiting for us. However, we don't know how the third elder is doing. Did he receive the signal? Qi Haifei said with a serious expression. No matter what, we have to go in and see what's going on. The newborn calf was not afraid of the tiger. Sheng Kuan's eyes were filled with excitement and hope. Just like Jiang Qin, he was not afraid. On the contrary, he wanted to find out more about the origin of the ancient emperor from millions or even billions of years ago. Who knows, he might be able to leave behind some divine treasures that could give them a chance to soar to the sky. Not everyone had the chance to fight for the inheritance of an emperor realm expert. They came here with the attitude of searching for treasures. As for what they could obtain in the end, it would depend on their own luck. Life and death are decided by a single thought. If we really die here, we won't have lived in vain after witnessing the glory of the ancient emperor. Li Chuang gritted his teeth and said. At the same time he was like an ice sculpture, his entire body was cold. Even the divine origin qi couldn't completely resist this terrifying chill. You're right. Death is like an extinguished lamp. I might as well live freely and happily. Aha, I'm not even afraid of death. Why would I be afraid of the gate of life and death? Xing Bing and Li Chuang on the other hand hit it off well. Both of them had the feeling of facing death with equanimity. At this time, it was their actions that shocked Jiang Qin. Indeed, if they were afraid of the slightest thing, it would be difficult for them to achieve great things. Their imposing manner was quite admirable. The group of 6 quickly entered the door. They held night pearls in their hands to illuminate their way forward. The surroundings were like an underground palace, crisscrossing with each other. It was like an underground palace. Everything was made of stone and ancient wood. It was obvious that the wood was from ancient times and was comparable to metal and stone. The surroundings were covered in pitch-black chains that were more than 3,000 zhang wide. The entire underground world was like a purgatory, filled with a dark and terrifying aura. A chilling aura rose from the ground. The chilling aura was so intense that one could not see the end of the underground world. It's too cold. Big brother, I can't stand it anymore. Xing Bing fell down with a plop. His face was pale and bloodless. Li Chuang was the same. Facing such a terrifying cold air, even Sheng Kuan found it hard to protect himself. Get up. Sheng Kuan shouted angrily. If he wasn't a hierarch expert, Even he wouldn't be able to endure the cold air here. This cold air wasn't just pure coldness. It was a cold air that erupted from the depths of one's heart and went straight to the depths of one's soul. Let's go. Yang Shiquan and Chi Haifei each pulled one of them. Only then did their expressions start to ease up. Everyone be careful. I keep feeling that something is wrong. Jiang Chen couldn't tell what was wrong, but he felt a special pressure in his heart. Li Chuang was supported by Chi Haifei as they walked step by step across the iron chain bridge. However, he really couldn't hold on anymore. Both of his hands touched the iron chains on the iron chain bridge. His arms were instantly frozen by ice crystals. The blood flow in his body also became very slow. My hands, Li Chuang's face was filled with fear. The curiosity kept moving from his palms to his wrists until his arms were slowly covered by a layer of ice crystals. Jiang Chen's countenance fell. He quickly pulled Li Chuang to the side and used the 5 elemental divine fire to expel the cold qi from Li Chuang's body. However, even Jiang Chen's 5 elemental divine fire was having a hard time. Although he managed to save Li Chuang's life, both of Li Chuang's arms had already been frozen. The scariest thing was that both of his arms had already been frozen into popsicles. Everyone was shocked and no one dared to touch the chains on the iron chain bridge anymore. Being able to stay alive is already the best I can do. Jiang Chen shook his head and said. Li Chuang had lost both of his arms and was no doubt a cripple. Who could withstand such a blow to a half-step hierarch expert? No, it's impossible, Li Chuang let out a heart-wrenching roar. He couldn't believe that the terrifying cold qi had entered his body in an instant. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, he would probably be dead by now. But to him, living was more painful than death. Regrowing a severed arm would require him to become an Emperor Realm expert. Only then would he have the ability to do so. Sheng Bing felt a lingering fear and swallowed his saliva. He also sympathized with Li Chuang, but there was nothing he could do. Both of his arms had been completely corroded by the cold air. No matter how strong an expert was, there was nothing he could do. After crossing the iron chain bridge, there was no end in sight. It was still the same kind of mountain ridge with iron chains. No one knew how dangerous it was, but it was already extremely difficult for Li Chuang. You stay here. Wait for us to come back, then we'll go out together. Yang Shiquan said. To them, Li Chuang was a burden. Moreover, he might not be able to protect himself anymore. This was the best choice. All right. Li Chuang gritted his teeth and said. He knew that he had no other choice. Although he felt like he was being abandoned, he would be closer to death if he continued on. Jiang Chen silently looked at this scene. They just entered the great sovereign's tomb and such a thing happened. It was really depressing. At this moment, a sudden scream was heard. What followed was a black swarm of bats flying across the void. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Countless bats fluttered in the sky, and everyone's expression was ugly to the extreme. That scene made one's scalp tingle. Bloodthirsty ghost bats. Damn it. Why did we encounter these things? Chi Haifei said in a trembling voice. These bloodthirsty ghost bats weren't very big, they were only the size of a palm. They were similar to the snow domain demon spirits, they were social animals. Furthermore, every time they moved out, there would be tens of thousands of them. They only had one goal, and that was to suck blood. Once they clenched their fists, they would definitely suck all the blood. I'd rather meet 10 Hierarch Realms snow domain demon spirits than see this thing. Chapter 2993. Are these fellas really that terrifying? Shen Kuan asked. Let's retreat if we really can't do it. Chi Haifei actually had the intention to retreat. However, if they retreated now, it was very likely that they would have to face a situation that might not be better than the current situation. Fight with all you've got. These bloodthirsty ghost bats are not that powerful. The most powerful ones are only late divine kings at most. Yang Shiquan said while gritting his teeth. They had to fight with their lives on the line. Bloodthirsty ghost bats? Are they really that powerful? Jiang Qin frowned. However, even ants could bite an elephant to death. Hundreds of thousands of divine kings and god realm bloodthirsty ghost bats were also a terrifying force. No one dared to underestimate them. They're here. They're all here. Prepare to fight to the death. Yang Shiquan became more and more serious. At this moment, there was no way out, he could only face the difficulties head-on. There were actually so many bloodthirsty ghost bats in this damn place, these guys didn't move, but once they moved, there would be tens of thousands of them. Everywhere they passed, not even a blade of grass would grow, and all living things would be in misery and suffering. You must survive. Sheng Kuan glanced at Sheng Bing. Sheng Bing's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. She nodded heavily. No one cared about Li Chuang anymore. His expression was extremely terrible. Hundreds of thousands of bloodthirsty ghost bats. It was a terrifying force. Who dared to fight? In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of bloodthirsty ghost bats had already rushed over. The humming sounds caused one's hair to stand on end, making one's hair stand on end. Am I really going to die? Li Chuang knew that no one could protect him at this time. He could only rely on his own ability and leave his life to fate. Jiang Qin frowned. If there were only a few bloodthirsty ghost bats, it would still be manageable. However, there were hundreds of thousands of bloodthirsty ghost bats. They were so powerful that even he could not say that he could deal with them. All of them were instantly devoured by the bloodthirsty ghost bats. In such a desperate situation, none of them dared to be careless. This was especially true for Jiang Qin because apart from that, he could also sense another soul force. It's him? Jiang Qin's heart sank. Wherever his soul passed, he found heaven defying Huang. I'll let you have a taste of these bloodthirsty ghost bats. Unless you're a divine emperor expert, you won't be able to escape even if there are 10 hierarch experts. Duqian Huang coldly snorted, turned around and left. Those terrifying bloodthirsty ghost bats were caused by him, and he had purposely lured them to obstruct Yang Shiquan's group. His goal was naturally to capture all of them in one fell swoop. Back then, Do Tianhuang had never thought that a friendly invitation from the second palace master would lead to his success. He had never thought that this tomb of the great sovereign would have such a great background. If the second palace master knew about it, he would definitely risk his life to come here. Unfortunately, he didn't know about it and didn't put it in his heart. Now, as long as he could obtain the inheritance of the great sovereign, he would be able to achieve great things. Second palace master, I'm afraid that even you have never thought that this tomb of the great sovereign would belong to one of the top great sovereigns in the northern cold divine region. Otherwise, why would you be willing to give me this lamb that is already in your mouth? Duqian Huang sneered, turned around and left. Let them enjoy the bloodthirsty ghost bats. Damned fella. Jiang Qin's heart was incomparably solemn. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and the sword chi swept across the place. It was bloodthirsty and unstoppable. If it was an ordinary person, he would have already been defeated. However, Jiang Qin's sword was incomparably terrifying. Every strike of his sword could kill dozens of bloodthirsty ghost bats. Compared to the others, Jiang Qin was considered relatively calm. Even Yang Shiquan and Qi Haifei weren't as relaxed as he was right now. However, that was only relative. Jiang Qin unleashed his sword chi and charged forward with unstoppable momentum. His sword chi was shocking and deadly. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Jiang Qin had killed thousands of bloodthirsty ghost bats. On the other side, Xingbing and Li Chuang had finally reached the end. Xuanhuan's eyes were filled with tears, but he could not move an inch. Facing the endless number of bloodthirsty ghost bats, they could only barely protect themselves. The pungent smell of blood filled the surrounding space. Xingbing and Li Chuang had instead attracted more bloodthirsty ghost bats. At this moment there was a feeling of rain falling on a roof. With so many bloodthirsty ghost bats, even Qi Haifei and Yang Shiquan would find it hard to protect themselves. Second brother. Xuanhuan wanted to break through the surrounding bloodthirsty ghost bats to save Xingbing, but the surrounding bloodthirsty ghost bats did not give him the chance. Other than Jiang Qin, the three of them had also suffered some injuries. Hierarch realm experts were no exception. 5 elemental trigram fire formation, it's up to you now. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes and used the 5 elemental trigram fire to cast a large formation. It constantly expanded and forced back the surrounding bloodthirsty ghost bats. In the end, it enveloped Yang Shiquan, Qi Haifei and Xuanhuan. The three of them could finally breathe, but Jiang Qin's face was extremely ugly. Although the 5 elemental trigram fire formation was extremely oppressive to the bloodthirsty ghost bats, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven to repel hundreds of thousands of bloodthirsty ghost bats. You guys go first, I'll cover you guys. Jiang Qin controlled the 5 elemental trigram fire formation and kept moving forward. The bloodthirsty ghost bats' continuous attacks made Jiang Qin's 5 elemental trigram fire formation feel like it was about to collapse. But can you do it? Qi Haifei was in a difficult position. After all, Jiang Qin had once saved his life. Compared to Li Chuang and Xingbing, Qi Haifei and Yang Shiquan would not easily give up on Jiang Qin unless it was a matter of life and death. I'll try my best to stop them. After you guys leave, I'll think of a way to escape. The 5 elemental trigram fire formation will not be broken for the time being. My flames are the bane of the bloodthirsty ghost bats. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. He had also tried to save Xingbing and Li Chuang, but they were too weak. They could not even withstand the first wave of attacks from the bloodthirsty ghost bats. Instead, after being heavily injured by the bloodthirsty ghost bats, the smell of blood attracted more and more bloodthirsty ghost bats. Jiang Qin was powerless to save them. "All right. You must come back alive. We'll wait for you at the entrance of the cave," Yang Shiquan said in a low voice, his eyes solemnly looking at Jiang Qin. "All right," Jiang Qin said in a low voice. He continued to move the 5 elemental trigram fire formation, sending the 3 out. However, he still had to face the attacks of countless bloodthirsty ghost bats. "Karmic fire of the Red Lotus, burn for me." Jiang Qin's eyes turned cold. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus filled the air. The 100,000 bloodthirsty ghost bats were almost burnt to ashes by Jiang Qin in an instant. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus was so terrifying that Jiang Qin did not want to show it in front of these people. Moreover, he had used up almost half of his strength to burn the bloodthirsty ghost bats. He needed to recover as soon as possible. Jiang Qin's eyes moved. He looked at the cold pond underground. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. He seemed to have sensed something unusual. Jiang Qin's eyes fell on the bottom of the cold pond. It was even more terrifying than the cold air on the metal chains. However, there was an extremely terrifying demonic beast living in the cold pond. What a huge demonic beast. "Aren't you a little too anxious?" The fire Qilin's voice echoed in Jiang Qin's mind. However, he did not want to miss the opportunity. The thing in the beast's body must be something he wanted. "Despicable human. How dare you enter the great emperor's tomb and try to obtain the emperor's inheritance? Your sins are unforgivable." An extremely deep voice sounded in Jiang Qin's ears. Jiang Qin's body shook and he escaped from the cold lake. At that moment, the carp swung its tail and the cold lake water rose a few hundred zhang high. Water splashed everywhere. Jiang Qin quickly retreated as the terrifying wave almost injured him. After stabilizing his body, Jiang Qin looked at the giant carp beast with lingering fear. If it was an ordinary hierarch realm expert, he would have been killed. Even Jiang Qin was almost killed. What a frightening fellow. I didn't expect that before I could find fault with you, you would make things difficult for me and cause trouble for me first. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes and sneered. Entering the great emperor's tomb without permission. You want to obtain the great emperor's inheritance and become the northern cold divine region's peerless emperor. However, you're too weak. You're dreaming if you want to obtain the great emperor's inheritance. The giant carp beast spoke in human language. It spat out the cold lake water with cold air lingering around it. Jiang Qin's eyes were like fire as he dispelled the cold air. "You're just an ordinary carp. Do you really think you can strut around in front of me?" "Ah." Jiang Qin snorted disdainfully and looked at the giant carp with disdain. His eyes were filled with disdain. He just wanted to piss off this arrogant and self-righteous fellow. "Azure dragon, white tiger, so what? Vermilion bird, black tortoise, so what? I'm an ice cloud carp raised by the great sovereign. Every day, I listen to the great sovereign's voice and comprehend the Tao of the great sovereign. Gradually, I became a great cultivator. Even those divine beasts might not have the opportunity like me to listen to the Tao of the great sovereign. It's a great fortune. Even if you cultivate for thousands of years, you might not be able to have my Tao accumulation. Listening to the Tao accumulation of the great sovereign, my physique has changed a long time ago. Even if I was the most ordinary carp in the past, I'm now an existence that divine beasts worship." The ice cloud carp said proudly. Jiang Qin was secretly shocked. Even an ordinary carp by the side of a great sovereign could become so terrifying. Looks like this great sovereign is really terrifying. "So what? Aren't you still a rotten fish or a rotten shrimp? Haha, if the great emperor was really capable, he would have made you a great emperor long ago. I thought it was some great emperor. Defeating the northern cold ancient emperor in 3 years? Such." Jiang Qin sighed. "You're not allowed to insult the 9 prefectures' ancient emperor." The fins of the frozen cloud carp moved slightly, and the water of the frigid pond surged. Jiang Qin could also feel that the frozen cloud carp had completely locked onto him. The anger that filled the air had already caused his mind to tremble. 9 prefectures' ancient emperor? 9 prefectures' ancient emperor is the name of this ancient emperor? Chapter 2995. Don't even think about getting information out of me. The 9 states ancient emperor is the 9 states ancient emperor. What does it have to do with you? The frozen cloud carp was very smart. It did not reveal the name of the ancient emperor as Jiang Qin expected. This 9 states ancient emperor might be the ancestor that I've been searching for. Because I'm also from the 9 states immortal world. Jiangqin said solemnly. You're also from the 9 states immortal world? I can also say that I'm from the 9 states immortal world. I'm a carp of the 9 states immortal world. I followed the great emperor and rose rapidly. That's how I managed to gain a foothold in the divine world. How do you know if I'm telling the truth or not? The frozen cloud carp sneered. Jiangqin was dumbfounded. Did this fella have to be so smart? It could even do the opposite, listen to the great emperor's Tao essence and cultivate. It's too abnormal. Sai, you don't believe me in the end? Then I can only solve the problem with my fists. Jiangqin said with a sigh. He didn't want to fight this fella. According to the fire Qilin, his 5-elemental divine fire was completely suppressed by it. Even the karmic fire of the red lotus wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand against it. However, this ice cloud carp was too smart. No matter what he said, it wouldn't fall for it. You have to think this through, Jiangqin. This fella is a mid-hierarch. It's too dangerous to fight it. Moreover, this is its territory. Once it dives into the bottom of the cold pond, you won't be able to do anything to it. The fire Qilin did not forget to advise Jiangqin. However, at this moment, Jiangqin still decided to fight. At least, he had to understand this fella's background and how strong it was. Only by knowing oneself and the enemy could one win 100 battles. If I want the thing in its stomach, I have to fight. Jiangqin shrugged his shoulders fearlessly. In a situation where the 5 elemental divine fires were all suppressed, it would not be easy for him to defeat this fellow with his absolute strength. However, Jiangqin had the array formation. Once the array formation changed, he was confident that he could trap and kill this fellow. Despicable human, get out of here. Otherwise, I will eat you even though I am a vegetarian. The frozen cloud carp said in a low voice. Its incomparably large body ceaselessly slapped the water on the surface of the cold pond, as if it was declaring its sovereignty and dignity to Jiangqin, telling him to quickly retreat. Oh, you're actually a herbivorous carp. It seems that if I were to kill you, it would seem that I'm not benevolent. Jiangqin smiled. You want to kill me? What a joke. Little divine king, do you really think you're invincible? Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't blame me for being impolite. The frozen cloud carp obviously did not want to be enemies with Jiangqin, but Jiangqin wanted the thing on its body. There was no way out between the two of them. In the no beginning formation, there's a set of extremely strong beast trapping formation. Looks like I'll have to put it to good use today. Jiangqin squinted his eyes and was ready to fight at any time. Jiangqin did not hesitate at all. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and drew out the sword. The sword chi was terrifying. Rays of cold sword chi streaked across the scales of the frozen cloud carp. The sound of metal clashing could be heard. The frozen cloud carp jumped up and down like a fish leaping through the dragon's gate. A dreadful airwave rolled up and rippled endlessly like an ice sword, shooting towards Jiangqin. Jiangqin dared not to be careless. After all, it was a middle hierarch realm demonic beast. Even if he had used the dragon transformation, he still dared not underestimate it. How could a carp that had been listening to the Tao essence of a great emperor for thousands of years be ordinary? Fish dragon spitting water. The frozen cloud carp spurted out water from its mouth, and the water droplets turned into swords. Countless sword shadows surrounded Jiangqin's surroundings. Jiangqin retreated while fighting because he had something more important to do, and that was to set up a formation. This formation was similar to the Ghost Prison Ashura Sword formation, and it was extremely terrifying. It was evolved from the No Beginning formation, and it had a miraculous effect when dealing with demon beasts. 33 divine burying flags were continuously released by Jiangqin and intertwined with the frozen cloud carp. Jiangqin pretended to be weak and kept retreating. He continued to set up the formation as he fought. 33 divine burying flags landed in the air. All of them were origin divine weapons. In addition to the storm hammer and meteor hammer, together with the great Soul forming light, the formation was finally completed. Black tornadoes rolled up and the space around Jiangqin seemed to be frozen in place. Heavenly Dipper 8 trigrams demon sealing formation. In an instant, the space of 1,000 meters around the frozen cloud carp was completely sealed by Jiangqin. The Heavenly Dipper 8 trigrams demon sealing formation was completed. 33 divine burying flags and the formation Eye, the great Soul forming light were gathered together. It was extremely powerful and it was very effective in trapping demonic beasts. You can't stop me. The frozen cloud carp's deep voice reverberated. It attacked the Heavenly Dipper 8 trigrams demon sealing formation again and again. However, the result was the same. It was useless. No matter how hard it attacked, it still couldn't break through the formation. 36 chilling black winds pierced through the void, sweeping across the land. The ice cloud carp's situation within the Heavenly Dipper 8 trigrams demon ceiling formation was getting more and more difficult. It could barely move an inch and its gigantic body was stuck in a dilemma. Jiang Chen's Heavenly Dipper 8 trigrams demon ceiling formation had perfectly trapped it within. Damn human, you're too despicable. The frozen cloud carp's angry voice shook the cold pond. Jiang Chen stood proudly. The Heavenly Dipper 8 trigrams demon ceiling formation that was formed by 36 origin divine weapons couldn't trap it? What? You can't beat me, so you're saying that I'm despicable? If you can beat me, then beat me. If you can't beat me, then scold me. A demonic beast like you has a temperament. Ah. Jiang Chen laughed and said. The frozen cloud carp's vitality was constantly being suppressed while being trapped in the Heavenly Dipper 8 trigrams demon ceiling formation. The dark energy of the divine burying flag made it hard for it to breathe. Chapter 2996. The ice cloud carp clenched its teeth and said, but it was speechless. It understood the logic of the winner taking all. Now that it was in someone's hands, it was like a fish on the chopping block. It had no choice but to give in. You have to promise me one thing. Otherwise, I would rather die than give it to you. Speak. Jiang Chen said. Inside my body, my brother Bai is cultivating. At this crucial moment, I must not disturb his cultivation. Otherwise, everything will be for naught. I can give you the Dragon Ball, but you cannot touch my brother Bai. The ice cloud carp said in a deep voice. Dragon Ball? Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. No wonder he felt that the thing inside the ice cloud carp's body was so attractive to him. So it was the Dragon Ball. However, he didn't realize that there was someone cultivating inside the ice cloud carp's body. Are you telling the truth? Jiang Chen frowned. Of course. Of course, you can choose to kill me, but you won't know anything about the great emperor's tomb. The ice cloud carp raised its head and said. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. This fella sure knew how to threaten people. It knew that he was very concerned about the identity of the great emperor in the tomb, so it used this as a threat. How would I know that you're not waiting for your brother Bai to save you? Jiang Chen sneered. Even he didn't realize that there was someone cultivating inside the carp's body. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Jiang Chen wouldn't believe this fella so easily. To be able to listen to the great emperor's 1,000 years of Tao, how could it be an ordinary person? Why are you so unreasonable? I was just discussing with you, why are you so stubborn? Do you really think that I'll go back on my words? The ice cloud carp said anxiously. Trust yourself instead of others. Since you won't give me the Dragon Ball, then I can only do it myself. Jiang Chen said firmly. He was afraid that something might happen if he delayed. At this moment he could only use this method. Since you won't give me the Dragon Ball, then I can only burn your millions of years of cultivation. Jiang Chen said lung. Damn it. Damned human, I'll kill you. The ice cloud carp wanted to break through the formation, but every time it tried to do so, it would only worsen its current injuries. After so many attempts, Jiang Chen could sense the ice cloud carp's anxiety. Could it be that it really had some sort of trouble that it couldn't speak of? Buzz, 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 Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. There was actually a sound of swords ringing in the surroundings. A terrifying sword chi started to shoot out from the bottom of the cold pond. Rays of light blossomed, and the cold pond completely turned into a sky blue color. The blue sword images reverberated around the formation, constantly attacking Jiang Chen's Heavenly Dipper 8 trigrams demon ceiling formation. What terrifying sword chi! Jiang Chen's expression froze. Rays of sword chi flew out from the bottom of the cold pond with endless melodious sounds, as if it was going to break through the shackles. The surrounding stone walls were all cut by the sword chi. Stones rolled down, but the sword chi was still buzzing. Every time the sword image fell, there would be stones that would be smashed into powder. Dust flew everywhere and fell into the cold pond. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches. He held the heavenly dragon sword with both of his hands and supported himself with his feet. The sword chi rippled, and the water of the cold pond was constantly evaporated by the sword chi. However, Jiang Chen's Heavenly Dipper 8 trigrams demon ceiling formation was still as stable as a mountain. After all, it was made up of 36 primordial divine tools. Even the great soul-forming light could not be described as a primordial divine tool anymore. Its function was the core of the formation, and it controlled the overall situation of the demon ceiling formation. No matter how the sword rain fell from all directions, the demon ceiling formation was still as stable as a mountain. All of a sudden, 7 extremely terrifying sword lights flew out from the Heavenly Dipper 8 trigrams demon ceiling formation like a 7-colored rainbow. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. With a thought, he pointed his finger lightly and the sword chi flew out. The 7 unstoppable sword lights pierced through the demon ceiling formation and were resolved by Jiang Chen just like that. Sword come. A low voice was heard. A white-clothed figure flew out from the mouth of the icy cloud carp. The figure's clothes were whiter than snow, and his long hair was flowing in the wind. The figure's heart moved with the sword, and the sword chi was crisscrossing. The figure descended from the sky and pointed directly at Jiang Chen. Brother Bai. The icy cloud carp's eyes lit up, and it exclaimed in surprise. In its eyes, Brother Bai was the most powerful person in the world. He was no different from the ancient emperor of the Northern Liang in the past. Although the current him was far from the ancient emperor of the Northern Liang, it firmly believed that one day, Brother Bai would become the person that it looked up to above the ancient emperor of the Northern Liang. 7 sword lights once again shot out from the white-clothed youth's hands. His aura had already reached the peak. Early hierarch realm. The white-clothed youth's sword lights were very short, but they could pierce through the void. His sword chi was also very long, and it could kill without leaving a trace. Jiang Chen and the white-clothed youth exchanged blows again and again. Every time they brushed past each other, the sword shadows blurring. The icy cloud carp was dazzled. Jiang Chen was only a divine king. What did he have to fight Brother Bai so evenly? If it was not trapped in this formation, it would definitely be able to kill Brother Bai with the help of Brother Bai. The icy cloud carp gritted its teeth in anger, but it could do nothing. It could only silently cheer for Brother Bai. Brother Bai, you will definitely win. Brother Bai, defeat him. Brother Bai, you are the strongest person in the world. Again and again Jiang Chen and the white-clothed young man brushed past each other, pushing his sword energy to its peak. But in the end, the white-clothed young man still couldn't break through Jiang Chen's sword energy. His sword energy was melodious and firm, but Jiang Chen's sword energy was firm and soft, it was easy to deal with. Emotionless sword will. The white-clothed youth's sword swam like a swan. As his sword rose, the startling sword will appeared out of nowhere. At that moment, the white-clothed youth's pupils constricted. His sword aura surged violently as though he was in a life-and-death battle. 8 sword. 9th sword. Jiang Chen used 2 swords consecutively. The 8th sword rose but the 9th sword missed. The two crossed each other, their afterimages dissipating. The white-clothed youth's sword broke soundlessly. On his shoulder, a strand of hair had long been cut off. The icy cloud carp's breath stagnated. It did not expect Brother Bai to be defeated? Brother Bai was an early hierarch realm expert while that guy was only a peak late divine king realm expert. It was unbelievable. In its eyes, Brother Bai was invincible. Although it lost, it was because Jiang Chen's demon ceiling formation restrained it. But Brother Bai's swordsmanship was exquisite, and it even vaguely had the elegance of the Northern Liang Emperor. How could he lose? Although it was unwilling to admit it, Brother Bai still lost. It could even see the endless sorrow in Brother Bai's eyes. Brother Bai. Chapter 2997. I thought I could defeat you easily as an hierarch, but I was wrong. I'm not your match after all. The white-clothed youth said with a bitter smile. His face was filled with bitterness, but his heart was filled with endless loneliness and failure. Your sword is fast enough. Even a middle hierarch might not be able to defeat you. Jiang Chen said. But I still lost to you. The white-clothed youth shook his head and sighed. I'm just a divine king. I shouldn't be your target. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. If I don't surpass you, I won't be able to get rid of the pressure in my heart even if I become a great emperor. You're my lifelong friend but also my lifelong enemy. The white-clothed youth shrugged his shoulders helplessly. He was Jiang Chen's enemy and friend in the Linhe boundary, the white-clothed sword god Shuiliang. Don't kill Brother Bai. Otherwise I'll fight you to the death. The ice cloud carp roared and kept attacking the Heavenly Dipper 8 trigrams demon ceiling formation. It seemed like it was trying to break free as it was afraid that Jiang Chen would hurt its Brother Bai. It is. Jiang Chen smiled, a hint of playfulness could be seen in his eyes. It's quite a coincidence. When I entered this tomb by mistake, I was trapped here and was almost devoured by the bloodthirsty ghost bat. When my life was hanging by a thread, she saved me and opened up a path of cultivation for me. Although it was just a simple explanation, her understanding of sword skills was very beneficial. She listened to the Tao essence of the great ancient emperor for 1,000 years and benefited a lot. The legendary Northern Liang ancient emperor is peerless. I really admire him. Shuiliang looked back and saw the huge ice cloud carp trapped in the demon ceiling formation by Jiangqin. His eyes were filled with gratitude. Without the ice cloud carp he would have died long ago. Looks like you're quite lucky. The emotionless sword principle can't help me complete my transformation. When can the emotionless sword principle reach the profound realm? Maybe then I can compete with you. Shuiliang said sternly. If he wanted to defeat Jiangqin, he had to break through the emotionless sword principle. With a wave of his hand, Jiangqin dispelled the Heavenly Dipper 8 trigrams demon ceiling formation, and the ice cloud carp broke free in an instant, transforming into an icy blue phantom. Her long skirt fluttered in the wind, and her long black hair flowed down like a waterfall. Her eyes were like mirrors and her face was like a flower. Her figure was graceful and she was agile and ethereal, like a fairy of the 100 spirits. Jiangqin was also shocked. He took a glance at the ice cloud carp. He didn't expect this ice cloud carp to be so beautiful. Perhaps only Yin Qingqing could compete with it. Why do people cultivate? What was longevity for? What was the point of becoming stronger? The Tao of emotionlessness isn't suitable for you, nor is it suitable for anyone to cultivate. Being emotionless and heartless is already a beast, so how is it related to humans at all? From the moment she called you Big Brother Bai, your eyes were filled with emotions. Are you sure you can cultivate the emotionless sword way? Jiangqin said with a smile. The reason why we cultivate is to protect the people we want to protect, be it family members or lovers. The reason why humans are called humans is because there are emotions in the world. If you want to do the opposite, it's destined to be difficult to unify the world, and you might even go astray. When you wake up, perhaps your Tao of emotionlessness will be to kill the people you love the most. It's impossible to cut off your emotions and love. As a friend, I don't want to see you walking into the abyss step by step. Jiangqin finished his words. Shuiliang's expression became a little confused. Is it really impossible to walk the emotionless sword way? When he looked at Ice Cloud, she was running towards him like a lark. She stepped on the cold pond, her body was as light as a swallow, and her smile was as beautiful as a flower. Am I really wrong? Shuiliang kept asking himself in his heart. Jiangqin's words were like the morning bell and evening drum, reverberating in his heart over and over again, enlightening him. Brother Bai, do you know each other? Ice Cloud said in surprise. She was very smart. She could see the relationship between Jiangqin and her brother Bai at a glance. Perhaps they were not mortal enemies. He is my friend Jiangqin. Shuiliang said. Hello, my name is Ice Cloud. Ice Cloud's face turned slightly red. She stuck out her pink tongue and hid beside Shuiliang, as obedient as a little girl next door. Shuiliang knew that his emotionless sword way was full of danger and madness. This was destined to be a road of no return. Once he went on, he would definitely hurt others and himself. In the end, when he achieved the emotionless sword way, it might be beyond recognition. Would he still be himself? And would Ice Cloud still follow him as usual? He didn't like to be followed by others. He was used to being alone. But could he really let her stay here alone? He didn't know what to do. Perhaps this was the reason why he couldn't get rid of the emotionless sword way. His emotionless sword way couldn't cut off his emotions. He still couldn't compete with Jiangqin. Even if he was in the Divine King realm, he still wasn't a match for him. Shuiliang took a deep breath. Emotionless sword way, did he really have to give up? Turning around, he looked at Ice Cloud's hopeful and curious eyes. Shuiliang's heart could no longer cut off his emotions. Let me take you to the tomb of the great emperor. Ice Cloud's words made Jiangqin and Shuiliang's expressions change. Their faces were extremely solemn. Previously, Shuiliang wanted to go to the tomb of the great emperor, but Ice Cloud rejected him time and time again. She knew Shuiliang's desire for the tomb of the great emperor. He longed to become stronger and to become a peerless expert like the Northern Liang ancient emperor. However, the difficulties and dangers were not known to outsiders. Only she knew how terrifying the tomb of the great emperor was. Back then, Brother Bai wanted to enter more than once, but she stopped him every time. Otherwise, even with their strength, they couldn't overcome the dangers in the tomb of the great emperor. Even a divine emperor expert could perish in the tomb of the great emperor if he wasn't careful. Now that his old friend had reappeared, it must have stimulated the desire in the depths of his heart. Brother Bai was originally a star in the sky, he absolutely couldn't fail. However, after this battle, Ice Cloud could see that Brother Bai was even more uncomfortable. Because he had lost to Jiangqin. Although he didn't say it out loud, he must be feeling terrible. If Brother Bai wanted to become stronger, he had to take this step. Since both of them had the same intention, she could only do this. because she knew that she could no longer stop Brother Bai from searching for the inheritance of the Northern Liang ancient emperor. Do you know who left behind the great emperor's tomb? Could it be that he really came from the 9 regions immortal world? Jiang Qin looked at Ice Cloud and asked. Ice Cloud nodded silently. At that moment, Jiang Qin's heart became heavy again. The ancient great emperor, the peak of the Northern Liang ancient emperor, who defeated all his enemies in 3 years, was actually from the 9 regions immortal world. Chapter 2998. Can you find the remains of the great emperor in the tomb? Jiang Qin looked at Bing Yun and asked in surprise. Bing Yun shook her head and said, there are countless formations in the tomb. There are countless formations in the great emperor's tomb, and each of them is extremely dangerous. I'm just an ice-tailed carp in the lotus pond beside the great emperor. The great emperor thought that I was intelligent, so he allowed me to listen to the great emperor's Tao essence when I was cultivating. That's why I could cultivate and also known as the great emperor. Back then, in order to prevent others from destroying the location of his tomb, the 9 provinces' ancient emperor had spent a lot of effort on his tomb. The 9 provinces' ancient emperor seemed to know that he didn't have long to live and began to build a tomb for himself. The great emperor of ancient times lived as long as the heavens and earth. How could he face such a calamity? The Northern Liang ancient emperor was so powerful that he could even predict his own fate? Jiang Qin murmured. Even he was extremely shocked. It seemed like the legendary 9 regions ancient emperor was indeed a powerful figure. I don't know either. However, the tomb of the 9 prefectures ancient emperor isn't an easy place to barge into. All I know is that this is a place where dragons gather. The 9 prefectures ancient emperor used the dragon chi of this place to sustain his universal directional 8 desolation formation. That was the only way to ensure that the tomb of the 9 prefectures ancient emperor would never die. The universal octopus formation is set up outside the great emperor's tomb's core area. We're only at the periphery of the tomb, but it's already extremely dangerous. It's impossible for ordinary people below the hierarch realm to enter. Bing Yun continued to say and immediately looked at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin might be a miraculous accident. A peak divine king could actually defeat Brother Bai. It's really terrifying. Universal 8 directions formation? Using dragon chi to maintain the formation and never die. It's really a big deal. I can't bear it without seeing this formation. Jiang Qin murmured to himself. The universal 8 directions formation had never appeared in the no beginning formation. Obviously it was not a simple formation. As for me, I can only bring you to the periphery of the tomb of the great emperor. However, I hope that Brother Bai and the rest of you can guarantee your respect for the ancient emperor of the 9 provinces, and not destroy this place. The Jiuzhou ancient emperor is a good person. I can achieve what I have today because of the great emperor's Tao accumulation. Otherwise, I would just be an ice-tailed carp in a lotus pond. Bing Yun looked at Jiang Qin and her big brother Bai with a pleading expression. Don't worry. We just want to obtain the inheritance of the great emperor. If we can obtain a trace of the Taoist connotation of the 9 prefectures ancient emperor, we will be extremely lucky. Jiang Qin smiled. That's good. Brother Bai, you have to promise me that you won't barge into the tomb of the great sovereign. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Bing Yun reminded him again and again. The great emperor's tomb is comparable to a tiger's den or a dragon's pool. Jiang Qin thought in his heart. Although Bing Yun did not continue to speak, he understood that there was a hidden meaning in her words. She was telling them not to be impatient, because even she herself was not sure how dangerous it would be. Enter my stomach. I will transform into my original form and swim with you. It will save us a lot of trouble. Shui Liang and Jiang Qin entered Bing Yun's stomach. Bing Yun swam quickly in the cold pond. The entire underground cold pond was full of twists and turns. Jiang Qin and Shui Liang were shocked. How powerful was it to create such a terrifying underground tomb? Moreover, it was like a palace, extremely majestic. Standing above the cold pond, it had the meaning of thousands of palaces in the water. 9 white jade stone pillars soared into the sky and stood in the middle of the 2 sides. 9 stone paths appeared around the stone pillars, like dragons and tigers. In front of the tomb, it was simple and unadorned. The 2 bluestone doors were filled with ancient Tao. There was not a single word carved on it, but it showed the majesty of the heavens and earth. In front of the door there were no carvings or tomb keepers. There was only a stone platform. On the stone platform there was nothing special. There were sword marks on it. It was as if every sword mark was filled with killing intent. The tomb of the great sovereign, I finally found you. The 3rd elder said excitedly. His eyes were fixed on the huge bluestone door. The 9-dragon jade pillars spiraled in the air, exuding a majestic aura. What a terrifying sword platform. The third elder's face was solemn. He silently stared at the sword platform in front of the bluestone door. On the sword platform there was only the opening of a scabbard. However, it seemed as if countless swords had pierced through it. The remaining might of the sword platform was full of sword chi. Third elder, what's so special about this sword platform? Isn't it just a stone platform? Yeah, it looks ordinary. Third elder, could it be some kind of great weapon? The people behind the third elder also had a solemn expression. They looked at the third elder in puzzlement. What do you know? Just based on the might of this sword platform, even a divine emperor realm expert wouldn't be able to have such a great weapon. Although it's not a peerless treasure, you can see how powerful and terrifying the owner of the sword platform is. The sword platform is born for the sword. Every time the sword platform and the sword are fused together, it's a tempering of the sword. Only a true expert would use the sword platform to nurture the sword. The third elder said solemnly. He was filled with fear and respect for the sword platform. Why use the sword platform to nurture the sword? Because the sword is too powerful. When the sword is unsheathed, there will be millions of corpses and blood flowing for thousands of miles. Or the sword chi is too strong. Therefore, only the sword platform can restrain the tyrannical and terrifying power of the sword. This is the origin of the sword platform. Since ancient times, there have been many sword emperors who have cultivated the sword. To be able to have such a destructive sword, this Northern Liang ancient emperor must have been a leading figure in the immemorial era. However, even after searching through countless ancient books, I still couldn't find out which peerless ancient emperor he was. The third elder shook his head. When he raised his head again, there was only the sword platform in his eyes. Chapter 2999. Xuanhuan smiled as he looked at the third elder. It seemed like he was asking a question, but in reality he was already standing on the sword platform. However, the terrifying might still made Xuanhuan feel extremely uncomfortable. Even after billions of years, the sword chi on the sword platform still couldn't be underestimated. It even made Xuanhuan have no choice but to step down from the platform. Because when he stood on the sword platform, he felt as if thousands of arrows were piercing through his heart. In Xuanhuan's heart, he was even more fond of this sword platform. Such a treasure was only second to the natal divine sword of the ancient emperors. The third elder wanted to refuse, but he knew that if he were to fall out with Xuanhuan, the situation would be very dangerous. Moreover, he didn't know where the others were. Although the treasure was tempting, the third elder didn't want to stand on the opposite side of Xuanhuan. Since the second master had sent him, he naturally had to give him some face. Don't worry, third elder. I won't be greedy. Haha, I really like this sword platform. If I encounter something good, I won't compete with you. Xuanhuan said heartily. All right. Seeing that the third elder had agreed, Xuanhuan was overjoyed. He directly landed under the nameless sword platform and wanted to keep the sword platform. However, he could not lift the sword platform no matter what. Why can't I lift the sword platform? Xuanhuan frowned as he thought to himself. As a peak mid-hierarch realm expert, there were not many things in the world that could make him frown. He could even lift a tall mountain, but he could not do anything about this sword platform. This sword platform? Is it a suspended stone? Xuanhuan's expression changed again. The suspended stone was the heaviest thing in the world. A fist-sized suspended stone could make a divine emperor realm expert helpless. Could it be a suspended stone? The third elder was also surprised. The levitating stone was known as the Great Emperor Stone, which meant that only great emperors could lift it. The levitating stone was extremely rare, and it could be used to refine the best primordial origin treasures. It was a rare divine stone in the world. You know about the suspended stone? Xuanhuan looked at the third elder and said in surprise. The levitating stone fell from the sky, and there are only a few of them in the world. Even a great emperor would scramble for them. The Northern Liang ancient emperor is too extravagant to use such a large levitating stone as a sword platform. The third elder smiled bitterly. Not to mention such a large sword platform, even a small piece of levitating stone was enough to refine a primal origin treasure. Good stuff. I can see it and touch it, but I just can't take it away. Xuanhuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and he was extremely depressed. He tried many times to take away the sword platform, but the outcome was the same. The sword platform didn't budge at all. Damn it, I don't want it anymore, okay? Xuanhuan cursed. At this moment, the third elder shook his head. He did not step forward to give it a try because the result would be the same. If it really was the floating stone, he wouldn't be able to lift it up. The eyes of the inner palace disciples also lit up. The third elder and the expert from the Battle God clan couldn't move the sword platform. Although they were unwilling, they didn't try. The treasure was right in front of them, but they couldn't take it away. That feeling was so unbearable. If they weren't there, they wouldn't be able to understand it. Brother Do, take a look and see how we can enter the tomb of the great emperor. Although I'm not proficient in spirit arrays, I can see that there's a great array at the entrance. I'm afraid it won't be easy to enter. The third elder looked at Do Tianhuang and said, "There's indeed an extremely terrifying spirit array. It should be very difficult to break it by force." Do Tianhuang frowned, quietly watching the blue stone door. The 9-dragon jade pillar was also the essence of this formation. The foundation of the formation was located there. The 9 stone paths were also arranged in a strange way, which made people unable to find any clues in a short period of time. Even the Battle God clan, who was famous for their formations, had to do it step by step to break the formation. Third elder. At this moment, 3 figures appeared in front of the door. They were Yang Shiquan, Qi Haifei and xuanhuan. The 3 of them had experienced a lot of hardships and finally broke through the layers of barriers to reach this place. They couldn't help sighing in their hearts when they saw the third elder. "You guys are here too." Third elder's eyes lit up and he was naturally very cheerful. Yang Shiquan and Qi Haifei were both great helpers to him. With the 2 of them, even if he had to fall out with Heaven Huang, he was not afraid at all. Do Tianhuang sneered in his heart. He didn't expect them to be able to escape. He initially thought that the bloodthirsty ghost bats would suck their blood clean, but they still managed to escape. It's not easy to weaken the strength of the Tongshan mansion. As expected of one of the 4 great divine mansions of the northern cold divine region. It seems like I have underestimated the ability of the people of the Tongshan mansion. Apart from the 3 of us, Xingbing, Li Chuang and Jiang Qin, all of them are in danger. Qi Haifei couldn't help sighing. He blamed himself for the 3's deaths. They were his teachers after all, but they couldn't save the 3 of them in the face of death. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin sacrificing his life for the 3 of them, they would have most likely died. This isn't a game. Life and death are up to fate. Being able to survive is a testament to your ability. The third elder said quietly, as if he had already expected this to happen. Third elder. Qian Renji, Yu Zhangji, Huang Bai and Shangguan Yinyun had also rushed over. There were only 4 of them. The 4 of them were also in a miserable state. They weren't any better than Qi Haifei and the rest. It was obvious that they were in a dangerous situation. "You guys are here too. I'm relieved." Looking at Shangguan Yinyun, Qian Renji and the other 2 hierarch inner palace disciples, the third elder's smile became brighter. Unlike Qian Renji and the others, he was mentally prepared and knew that it would be a tough battle. To him, those disciples who had not reached the hierarch realm were just like cannon fodder. They were not qualified to enter the final stage. It was already very difficult for them to survive. "Jiang Qin, where's Jiang Qin?" Qian Renji's pupils shrunk as she looked at Qi Haifei. Jiang Qin might be dead. Qi Haifei felt extremely guilty. Jiang Qin had saved his life at the most crucial moment. However, he failed to give Jiang Qin peace at the most crucial moment. He felt extremely depressed because of the blame in his heart. What? Qian Renji looked at Qi Haifei in disbelief. She knew Jiang Qin's strength. Even if he wasn't as strong as Qi Haifei, he should be able to protect himself. Even Yu Zhangji survived. How could Jiang Qin die in the great emperor's tomb? Chapter 3000. How is this possible? Qian Renji murmured. She was extremely sad. She was sad that she could not make Zi Qingtian feel at ease and take good care of such a peerless genius. The #1 expert of the outer mansion, an invincible newcomer who became the new star with the most potential in the entire Tongshan mansion's outer mansion. However, he died here. Qian Renji blamed herself. We owe Jiang Qin a debt of gratitude. If we can save him, we will definitely not stand by and do nothing. However, the danger in the tomb of the great sovereign is truly unimaginable. It's already a narrow escape for us to come this far. Everyone could be eliminated, including you and me. Yang Shiquan said quietly. His worries were reasonable and unexpected. Jiang Qin had saved them but sacrificed himself. This was something that no one had expected to happen. Alright, since we are all here, we should think about how to enter the great emperor's tomb. We were just at the periphery before, but now we must enter the tomb. Brother Do, there are many people in Tongshan Mansion. If there's a need, just let us know. We will do our best to break the formation. The third elder said. All right. Do Tianhuang did not say anything else. After all, the current situation was not good. There were more than 5 mid-divine king realm experts and 3 early hierarch realm experts gathered in Tangshan Mansion. This force should not be underestimated. He could not be their enemy now. Dou Tianhuang had been observing around the Bluestone Door for 3 days and 3 nights. He knew the 9-dragon jade pillar like the back of his hand. However, he failed to break the formation 3 times. 9 dragons demon subduing formation. It is really terrifying. But where's the formation eye? Dou Tianhuang was extremely anxious. He was also eager to enter the great emperor's tomb. However, the result made him extremely annoyed. Although he did not know how to set up the 9 dragons demon subduing formation, he had seen it in the ancient books of the Battle God clan. To break it, he must find the formation eye. The 9 dragons demon subduing formation seemed simple, but it was actually a formation with 9 dragons. Even a formation master would not be able to break the 9 dragons demon subduing formation in a short time. Brother Dou, is this formation really that difficult to break? The 3rd elder seemed to be a little impatient. After all, the treasure mountain was right in front of them, but they could not enter it. This kind of torment made them incomparably depressed. However, the 3rd elder could not help at all. The Battle God clan had always been proficient in formations. Even if all of them joined forces, they would definitely not be able to compete with Heaven Huang. Now they could only place their hopes on Heaven Huang. If you have the ability, you can break the formation yourself. Dou Tianhuang said indifferently. He was slightly angry in his heart. Coupled with the fact that he could not break the formation for a while, he became even angrier out of humiliation. Haha, I'm just saying. If it really doesn't work, we'll just have to force our way through. The 3rd elder laughed dryly. This isn't an ordinary formation. Once the 9-dragon jade pillar collapses, the structure of the tomb will instantly change. Moreover, there are formations within formations. Once the 9-dragon devil subduing formation is destroyed, it's not certain that there won't be other formations appearing. Forcefully destroying it is the stupidest method and also the worst strategy. Do you think that the ancient emperor of Northern Liang back then was not as smart as you? His ability is far from what we can match. Therefore, we can only do it step by step. We can't break it by force. Dou Tianhuang frowned and said with a cold smile. After all, he was the only guarantee at this time. Once the formation was destroyed, it was likely that they would also be trapped here. Alright, Brother Dou. We'll just wait patiently. The 3rd elder had no choice but to silently nod. He knew in his heart that even a formation grandmaster wouldn't be able to break through such a complex and powerful formation in a short period of time. The main thing was that he was anxious about. It's good that you know. I'll do my best to break the formation. Dou Tianhuang said. He had the same thought as the 3rd elder and the others. He knew that if he entered the tomb, the danger would be even greater. The more people there were, the more power there was. It would not be too late to fight when it came to life and death. There are quite a lot of people. It seems that we are not too late. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly as he said with a smile. Shuiliang and Bing Yun followed him. The 3 of them appeared in front of the Bluestone Door. Jiang Chen? You're still alive? Chen Renji's expression changed and she was overjoyed. It was a great thing for her that Jiang Chen was still alive. At least she did not have to feel too guilty anymore. Jiang Chen was extremely talented. She did not believe that Jiang Chen would die in the tomb of a great emperor. It's really you, Jiang Chen? Qi Haifei and Yang Shiquan looked at each other and were overjoyed. It was great news that Jiang Chen was still alive. Who are the people beside you? However, at the same time, the 3rd elder's expression became extremely gloomy because he did not know an early hierarch and a mid-hierarch beside Jiang Chen. In other words, these 2 people must have been brought here by Jiang Chen. This trip to the hidden treasure was top secret. Except for a few people in Tangshan Mansion, no one else knew about it. Even Dou Tianhuang was only allowed to enter after negotiating with the 2nd mansion master. However, Jiang Chen, an outer mansion disciple, dared to bring people to the hidden treasure. How could the 3rd elder not be angry? This was his 10,000 years of effort and he coveted the great emperor's tomb. No one outside of Tangshan Mansion was qualified to enter. They are my friends. Jiang Chen frowned as he could see the 3rd elder's unfriendly expression. Friends? Did you arrange for them to come here? This trip to the hidden treasure is our Tangshan Mansion's top secret. Do you think everyone knows about it? How dare you bring someone in without permission? You're not putting the 3rd elder in your eyes, you're not putting the profound connection divine palace in your eyes. Yu Zhangji sneered. The 3rd elder did not have a good impression of Jiang Chen. Moreover, he was just an outer mansion disciple. How dare he collude with outsiders to enter this place? He was digging his own grave. Who do you think you are? Do you think I, Jiang Qin, need you to tell me what to do? Jiang Qin said coldly. Don't change the topic. Just tell me, did you bring these two people here? The third elder Lung Lung stared at Jiang Qin. So what if I did? So what if I didn't? Are you saying that you can come to the great emperor's tomb but no one else can? Jiang Qin said coldly. Do you know who you are talking to? The third elder's prestige is unparalleled. How can you disobey him? This kind of person is really hateful. Third elder, I suggest that we expel him from Tongshan Mansion. Not only did he bring people here without permission, but he also showed no respect for his elders. This kind of person is the scum of Tongshan Mansion. How can we tolerate him? Chapter 3001. Enough. Qian Renji harumphed coldly and looked at Yu Zhangji. Yu Zhangji remained silent and his face was unusually calm because the third elder was behind him. The third elder was already very angry. Jiang Qin's unruly behavior must have angered the third elder. Yu Zhangji was naturally happy to add fuel to the fire and kill him with a borrowed knife. Third elder, there might be some misunderstanding in this matter. Jiang Qin has always been with us. How could we send people here? Moreover, we were transported here by a formation. Even you couldn't reach the peak of the northern cold divine region in such a short period of time. How could they do it with their strength? Qian Renji's words calmed the third elder down a little. It was true. However, it was his fault that Jiang Qin brought people here. No matter who these two people were, they had disrupted his plan. Let's not talk about this matter for now. However, Tongshan Mansion will not let you off easily for bringing people into the great emperor's tomb. We will decide again if you are still alive after this trip. The third elder said in a deep voice. No matter what, Jiang Qin was the one who brought people into the great emperor's tomb. He must not be let off easily. However, they still needed manpower now. They couldn't even enter the bluestone door. How could they talk about finding the great emperor's legacy? Jiang Qin sneered and snorted. Shuiliang did not like to talk and he did not want to argue with the third elder. Bing Yun quietly stood behind Shuiliang without saying a word. No one dared to ignore a middle hierarch realm expert. Jiang Qin glanced at Yu Zhangji. This fella, sooner or later, will be killed in the great emperor's tomb. Dou Tianhuang squinted his eyes and looked at Jiang Qin. This fella is really lucky. A peak divine king realm expert could still survive until now. Currently, everyone in front of the bluestone door had reached the hierarch realm. Only a divine king realm expert like him could still be so confident. Why aren't you going in? Jiang Qin looked at Qian Renji and the others. There is a formation in front of the bluestone door. Currently, no one can break the formation. We can only wait for the experts of the Battle God clan to break the formation. Only then can we enter. Qian Renji said. 9 dragons demons subduing formation. Jiang Qin saw through the formation at a glance. Even Dou Tianhuang was shocked. Who was this guy? How could he see through the 9 dragon demons subduing formation at a glance? If it were not for the records in his family's ancient books, he would not have known what kind of formation this was. You also know about formations? Dou Tianhuang looked at Jiang Qin. I know a little. Jiang Qin said lightly. Then let's quickly join in and help Brother Dou break the formation. The sooner we break the formation, the sooner we can enter. Third elder's face lit up with joy. My strength is too low. I'm afraid I won't be able to break the formation. Third elder is probably expecting too much from me. Jiang Qin said faintly with a hint of disdain on his face. If you guys have the ability, why don't you break the formation yourself? Humph, you're too weak. You're just making things up. Even the experts of the Battle God clan couldn't break the formation. What can you do? Yu Zhangji said in a deep voice and looked at Jiang Qin with disdain. If this fella could break the formation, pigs would be able to climb trees. That's right. I don't deserve my reputation. How can I break this formation? It's better to let the experts of the Battle God clan do it. However, I hope that you won't ask me to do it. Otherwise it will be very embarrassing. Jiang Qin said with a smile. He wasn't angry at all. He crossed his arms and looked at Dou Tianhuang. 10 days had passed and Dou Tianhuang's face was getting uglier, because he couldn't find the eye of the 9 dragon demon array. He had no idea how to break it. Let alone 10 days, even if he had 10 years or 100 years, he might not be able to make any progress. Although he had some understanding of the 9 dragon demon array, he didn't know where the formation was. If he couldn't find the eye of the formation, all his efforts would be in vain. Finally, Dou Tianhuang shook his head and gave up. This wasn't a problem of wasting time. The 9 dragon demon array was completely different from the ancient formations that he had seen before. Right now he couldn't make heads or tails of it. Even if he was given time, he wouldn't be able to break the formation. I can't break this formation. Do Qianhuang's countenance became extremely ugly. To him these words were extremely ironic. The Battle God clan was known as a clan that specialized in formations, and he was one of the strongest experts of the Battle God clan. Even so, he was unable to break the formation. Is there really no other way? Third Elder's face was solemn and even a little disappointed. Now even Do Qianhuang couldn't break the formation. Didn't that mean that they would be trapped here, unable to enter? Can you break the formation? Do Qianhuang turned his head and looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression. It wasn't impossible for Jiang Chen to break the formation. But looking at him, he seemed to have a card up his sleeve. Could it be that this guy really has a special understanding of the 9-dragon demon array? To be able to recognize the 9-dragon demon array at first glance, it must be extraordinary. Breaking the formation depends on your mood. If you're in a good mood, you can naturally break the formation. If you're in a bad mood, I'm afraid you won't be able to break the formation. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Just say what you want. Do Qianhuang said in a deep voice. If you can break the formation, why don't you do it now? Do you really want me to do it? Third Elder's face was extremely ugly. He didn't expect that he, the elder of Tongshan Mansion, would be led by the nose by an outer palace disciple. It was really shameful. Third Elder, if you want to kill me, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape. But if you want to enter here and break the 9-dragon demon array, I guess it's also impossible. If I'm not wrong, this expert from the Battle God clan, you haven't even found the formation core yet, right? Jiang Chen's words made Do Qianhuang's face turn red. Indeed, this guy was really meticulous. If he could break the formation, it was not impossible. If you have any request, just say it. If I can satisfy you, I will definitely not neglect it. Third Elder said. Senior brother, you was rude just now and I'm very unhappy. Therefore, if senior brother you kneels down and admits his mistake, my mood might be a little better. Breaking the formation will naturally not be a problem. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Jiang Chen, don't even think about it. You want me to kneel down and admit my mistake? Why don't you go eat shit? Yu Zhangji roared with a gloomy face. Do Qianhuang looked at Third Elder and Third Elder looked at Yu Zhangji. Everyone's eyes were also focused on him. Jiang Chen was the only one who could break the formation. They could only pin their hopes on Jiang Chen. Yu Zhangji, I'm sorry. After returning to Tongshan Mansion, I will definitely reward you. Chapter 3002. Yu Zhangji's face was as red as a pig's liver. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to do this to him. This was forcing him to his death. Even in the face of the elders in the inner mansion or even the mansion master, there was no need to kneel down. That was because the strong had the dignity of the strong. Perhaps one day he would be able to rise to the 9 heavens. Therefore, kneeling down was no longer valued by others. Jiang Chen. Yu Zhangji gritted his teeth and his face became more and more livid. There is gold under a man's knees, Third Elder. A man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. What is this little grievance? The Third Elder said in a deep voice. Yu Zhangji knew that the Third Elder was on the verge of collapse. He and Jiang Chen weren't on good terms, but the Third Elder couldn't do anything to Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen was the only one who could break the formation, and he could only be sacrificed at this time. All right. Yu Zhangji knelt in front of Jiang Chen and said in a low voice, I've offended you before. I have offended you before. I hope Brother Jiang can be magnanimous and forgive me. Well, that's not bad. If you're in a good mood, the formation will be easier to break. Jiang Chen said calmly. Yu Zhangji was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His dignity had been greatly insulted. It made him even more angry and unwilling than if he was seriously injured. However, in the face of the oppression of the Third Elder and the others, Yu Zhangji could also show the side of a man who could yield and when to stand tall. Jiang Chen, I'll fight you to the death. Yu Zhangji's face was as gloomy as water, but Huang Bai pressed on his shoulder and shook his head slightly. Hurry up and break the formation. I hope you're not talking nonsense. Otherwise, I'll make you die a horrible death. Do Qianhuang said in a deep voice. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean that others can't do it. Jiang Chen said, turned around and walked towards the sword platform. What are you going to do? The Third Elder asked in confusion. Naturally, it's to break the formation. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen held the sword platform tightly with both of his hands. He lowered his shoulders and knees and calmed his mind. At this moment he actually moved the sword platform. Everyone's face was filled with astonishment, especially the third elder and Do Tianhuang. No one knew the terror of the levitating rock better than them. Even divine emperors might not be able to move it, but Jiang Qin did it. How did he do it? The sword platform was rotated 180 degrees by Jiang Qin. At that moment, the 9 dragon jade pillars started to move continuously, finally forming a line. The bluestone door also slowly opened at this moment. This sword platform is where the eye of the formation is. Turning the sword platform will open the bluestone door. This 9 dragons demon subduing formation is actually a bluff. Turning the sword platform will break the formation, Jiang Qin said solemnly. Although breaking the formation was enough to prove Jiang Qin's means and attainments in formations, the most shocking thing was that he could move the sword platform. Do Tianhuang tried several times but to no avail. However, Jiang Qin moved the sword platform without batting an eyelid. You can actually move the sword platform? Do Tianhuang stared at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin didn't think that there was anything strange about the sword platform. To him, the sword platform wasn't heavy, so why couldn't it be moved? Don't you know that this is the sword platform of the levitating rock? The third elder frowned and said, Levitating rock? A heaven stone? Jiang Qin's pupils suddenly shrank. He could see that the sword platform was extraordinary, but he didn't expect it to be a levitating rock. He had read in the ancient books of the craftsman god that the levitating rock was a heaven stone. It was said that it fell from the sky, and there were only a few of them in the entire divine world. Moreover, the levitating rock was as heavy as Mount Tai, and non-emperor experts couldn't move it. Therefore, it was also known as the Great Emperor Stone, an excellent material for refining primal origin treasures. It seems that this kid is not an ordinary person. We must be wary of him. The third elder thought in his heart. Now that Jiang Qin could break the formation, it was enough to show that this guy was extraordinary. His attainments in formations were also extremely high, even above Do Tianhuang. It was useful to keep him alive, but when it was time to leave he must not be left alive. Because the third elder had already seen through Jiang Qin's indifference. To him, Tongshan Mansion had no sense of belonging at all. This guy was definitely a classic example of a traitor. He dared to be so disrespectful to the Tongshan Mansion, and even made an enemy of the second mansion master. One could imagine how stubborn he was. This guy must be killed. The third elder and Do Tianhuang were somewhat unwilling, but they couldn't move the sword platform. Even if Jiang Qin obtained it, they could only look at it and sigh. They couldn't do anything. Levitating rock sword platform. Are they really so terrifying? Jiang Qin frowned. He didn't understand why he could pick up the levitating rock so easily. Even experts of the Emperor realm couldn't move it, but he could move it in his hands. What is that? Chen Renji looked at the huge bluestone door, and there were streams of cyan mist rising from it. It's the chi of the azure dragon. It has a bad temper for cultivation. It seems that the tomb of the great emperor is quite terrifying, Bingyun said. Bingyun said. Back then she had been affected by the chi of the azure dragon. The ancient emperor of the 9 provinces had once raised an azure dragon. The breath of the azure dragon was an extremely powerful attack. Moreover, the chi that it breathed was even more powerful than divine origin chi. With the spirit spring as the eye, the breath of the azure dragon. What a great move, what a great move. The third elder's face was solemn. Above the spirit spring there was a brilliant crystal sword. The sword body was flowing with light, like the surface of a mysterious ice mirror. The sword chi was oppressive and cold. What a terrifying sword. Everyone couldn't help but have such a thought. The sword chi was too terrifying, just like when Do Tianhuang stood on the sword platform and was almost injured by the sword chi. Therefore, at this moment, even Do Tianhuang didn't dare to make a move and snatch the crystal sword. After all, he had learned his lesson before. The sword platform was attractive enough, but he could only look at it without being able to get it. This primal origin treasure is actually used to shake the eye of the spirit spring. It's really shocking. Where did the ancient emperor of the northern Liang come from? It's so terrifying that it makes people's hearts palpitate. The third elder said quietly. Everyone stared at the crystal sword above the eye of the spirit spring. Everyone wanted to get their hands on this primal origin treasure with sword chi. It's actually a primal origin treasure. With this primal origin treasure, won't I be invincible below the emperor realm? The third elder thought and was extremely excited. This crystal sword was too terrifying. The sword chi could disperse the chi of the dragon breath. It must have been a great weapon in the hands of the ancient emperor of the northern Liang. This sword, I want it. Chapter 3003. You want the crystal sword? Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? Do you think you deserve the crystal sword? Yu Zhangji sneered and looked at Shuai Yang. This guy was really full of himself. It was impossible for them to take anything away from here. The people brought in by Jiang Chen were totally different from the people of Tongshan Mansion. You can't take anything away from here unless you get the permission of Tongshan Mansion. Third Elder Lung Lung looked at Jiang Chen, Shuai Yang and Bing Yun. Why? Bing Yun said coldly. These guys were so overbearing that they didn't allow them to take anything away. Third Elder, have you forgotten who was the one who broke this formation? Jiang Chen Lung Lung said. This guy was really shameless. They had just broken the formation and entered the tomb of the great emperor, but he wanted to burn the bridge after crossing it. This was really shameless. I said no, so I said no. If the three of you can leave here alive, you must follow me back to Tongshan Mansion to receive your punishment. If you can get some treasures, you may be able to make up for your mistakes. But the things here don't belong to you, so you are not qualified to take them away. Third Elder said with a sneer. Even Qin Renji couldn't stand it anymore, but she was speechless. After all, the Third Elder was the leader, so no one dared to say anything. As a matter of fact, the Third Elder had displayed his shamelessness to the extreme. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin, perhaps they wouldn't have been able to enter the core of the great sovereign's tomb. However, as soon as they entered the tomb, the Third Elder ordered them to leave, forbidding them from taking anything away. Wasn't this the same as burning the bridge after crossing the river? If you say no, then no. Even if I take it, I will see who can stop me. Jiang Qin said with a gloomy face. Haha, I advise you not to make a mistake. Jiang Qin, do you think you are our opponent? If the Third Elder wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. There was no need for the Third Elder to do anything. If I wanted to kill you, it would also be as easy as lifting a finger. What qualifications do you have to resist us? Third Elder didn't kill you because you're still a member of Tongshan Mansion. If you don't repent now, you'll be killed by Tongshan Mansion after you leave this place. Yu Zhangji stared at Jiang Chen viciously. He had always liked to hit someone when they were down. Brother Jiang, it's not a good idea to go against Tongshan Mansion. I advise you to listen to the arrangement of the Third Elder and do your best in the tomb of the great sovereign. You'll be able to make up for your mistakes and be forgiven by Tongshan Mansion. Huang Bai said with a faint smile. What a great kindness. It seems that Tongshan Mansion has been very kind to me. What if I refuse? Jiang Chen said in an overbearing manner. No one had expected that Jiang Chen would go against Tongshan Mansion at this moment. They thought that he would compromise and go back to Tongshan Mansion to ask for forgiveness under the pressure of the Third Elder. However, the result was out of everyone's expectation. Because Jiang Chen, a mere divine king, dared to go against the Third Elder. Although she might not dare to go against Tongshan Mansion, this scene had already revealed the beginning of the rupture between Jiang Chen and Tongshan Mansion. If Jiang Chen insisted on going his own way, there would definitely be a gap between him and Tongshan Mansion. In the confrontation between Jiang Chen and the Third Elder, it was the Third Elder who had the absolute upper hand. Moreover, he was the one who had the truth. Jiang Chen had used the fact that he had dragged someone into the tomb of the great sovereign. Now Jiang Chen had no one to complain to. Jiang Chen, I think you'd better listen to the Third Elder. After all, where there's life, there's hope. Although your strength is not bad, no one can save you if you really go against the Third Elder. Xuanhuan said to Jiang Chen secretly. Jiang Chen knew that Xuanhuan must have good intentions. However, Jiang Chen couldn't bear the Third Elder anymore. The Third Elder wanted to kick Jiang Chen out as soon as the formation was broken. Jiang Chen's anger was extremely terrifying, but he didn't show it. He didn't know who would have the last laugh. The tomb of the great sovereign was full of dangers. The 9 dragons demon subduing formation was just an appetizer. Oh, then you can only accept my punishment. The Third Elder harumphed coldly and his facial expression changed. Chen Renji, Yang Shiquan and the others did not expect that the Third Elder, a late Hierarch realm expert, would attack Jiang Chen. His thunderous means were extremely terrifying. Except for Do Tianhuang and Bing Yun, no one else could react in time. Jiang Chen. Chen Renji, Yang Shiquan and the others could not bear to see Jiang Chen killed by the Third Elder. However, facing the Third Elder's strength, they could only choose to remain silent. Get lost. Bing Yun gave a low roar as 2 swords that emitted a chilling aura crazily shot out from her hands. They clashed against the Third Elder's palm wind. Bing Yun was forced to take a few steps back. However, she managed to dodge the Third Elder's terrifying killing intent. A middle hierarch realm cultivator actually managed to block one of my moves. It's really hard for you. The Third Elder harumphed coldly. At this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. It seemed like the third elder wanted to kill him. Then there was no need for him to show mercy. If there was a chance, he would definitely kill the third elder with his sword. "Three reckless fellas, I'll send all of you to hell together." The third elder's angry voice was like thunder. However, at this moment, no one had expected that the situation in the tomb would suddenly change. The azure dragon's breath came from the mouths of the 7 giant dragons. The entire space in the tomb was completely shrouded by the azure dragon's chi. One could not even see their own fingers. "It's the cyan cloud barrier. Be careful, this cyan cloud barrier is an illusory formation," Bing Yun shouted. The three of them held hands and continuously retreated. The third elder and the others had completely fallen into a state of confusion. The appearance of the cyan cloud barrier had caused them to lose their surrounding targets. The third elder could only give up on killing Jiang Chen. "This is an illusory formation. Quickly retreat and guard your mind. Otherwise you will definitely be bewitched by the illusory formation," the third elder shouted in a deep voice. Everyone's expression changed and they quickly retreated in an attempt to get away from the cyan cloud barrier. This cyan cloud barrier is really terrifying. It can actually corrode one's mind and invade one's soul. Jiang Chen was startled. At this moment, he felt that the cyan cloud barrier had begun to envelop his entire body. The corrosive power that was comparable to a prairie fire caused Jiang Chen's mind to shake. However, Jiang Chen's soul had already reached the Emperor realm. The corrosive and illusory power of the cyan cloud barrier was completely useless against Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen could not see with his eyes, his soul swept across the tomb and he could see everything. My sword, no one can take away my sword," Shuiliang shouted and shook off Jiang Chen's hand. He tried his best to rush out but was completely shaken off by Jiang Chen. Shuiliang was like a mad bull that had gone mad. He was like a wild beast that was charging recklessly. He has been controlled by the illusory formation of the cyan cloud barrier. With the Great Void technique, he crossed over and slashed Yu Zhangji's throat, instantly killing him. Yu Zhangji was killed. A smear of blood splashed on Huang Bai's body. Huang Bai's body also trembled and instantly broke free from the cyan cloud barrier. His heart shuddered. Looking at Yu Zhangji's decapitated body next to him, he gasped inwardly. "Brother Jiang, you actually killed Yu Zhangji?" Huang Bai said in shock. "Those who stand in my way will be killed without mercy." Jiang Chen was calm and composed. He killed people like the wind, coming and going as he pleased. At this moment, Shuiliang was also trapped in the cyan cloud barrier and became more and more crazy. However, Jiang Chen firmly believed that Shuiliang wouldn't fall so easily. Although Shuiliang's sword heart was inferior to his, he was definitely a true swordsman. In Shuiliang's heart, Jiang Chen had always been an insurmountable inner demon. If he didn't break through this barrier, then it was likely to be a great crisis for his future cultivation. Bing Yun was extremely anxious, but Jiang Chen didn't let her take action. Shuiliang's madness must be a great test in his heart. The illusory formation of the cyan cloud barrier, if the person was weak or had a weak mind, then he would be his biggest enemy. Shuiliang took one step at a time and finally stopped. With a roar, he spat out a mouthful of blood and suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment he defeated the cyan cloud barrier and himself. "Brother Bai." Bing Yun directly threw herself into Shuiliang's arms. Shuiliang looked calm and unruffled. Jiang Chen knew that at least at this moment, he had broken through the barrier in his heart. Otherwise he would definitely be trapped in the cyan cloud barrier. "Congratulations," Jiang Chen said with a smile. Shuiliang nodded at Jiang Chen. Although it wasn't a breakthrough in the realm, it was the release of his inner world. His sword heart would definitely be more stable because of this. Gradually, the cyan cloud barrier retreated. Only Yu Zhangji died here. Third Elder and Huang Bai hated Yu Zhangji even more. Among them, the only person Jiang Chen didn't see was Xuanhuan Yenyun. Where did he go? The cyan cloud barrier retreated. Where's the crystal sword? Where's the crystal sword? Chi Haifei exclaimed. Indeed, the crystal sword disappeared. At the same time, the person who disappeared was Xuanhuan Yenyun, who had been hiding in the dark. Damn it! Could it be that Xuanhuan Yenyun stole the crystal sword and left alone? Yang Shiquan said in a deep voice. It's highly possible. Xuanhuan nodded silently. Third Elder and the others looked unfriendly. At this moment, the best explanation was clear. Look, those 7 stone dragons are actually moving? Qian Renji said in surprise. Jiang Qin and the others had also escaped. However, Third Elder did not go to Jiangchen immediately. The crystal sword was stolen and xuanhuan had disappeared. Now that the danger was upon them again, Third Elder must stabilize the situation. Although Yu Zhangji was not a core member, the loss of a hierarch realm expert was a great loss to the Tongshan Mansion camp. They were all dead before entering the core of the tomb. The cannon fodder had been sacrificed. Who else would take the lead? The stone dragons are really moving. Bingyun's face became a little ugly at this moment. Chapter 3005. What's that? Jiang Qin could tell that the stone dragons were not ordinary, but he was not sure. They shouldn't be stone dragons. Bingyun frowned. They're true dragons. Obviously, the dragon breaths just now were spat out by them. Jiang Qin said faintly because he could feel a trace of dragon aura rising from those stone dragons. It was very similar to his own aura. If they were stone dragons, there would be no dragon aura. However, those stone dragons had already lost their life aura. True dragons? How could a true dragon die here? Moreover, there are 7 of them in a row. Such a large sum of money is truly shocking. Shuiliang was also slightly shocked, but he did not know the origin of those stone dragons. Even Bingyun was secretive about it. Be careful. Those stone dragons seem to be very aggressive. They're coming towards us. The Third Elder said quietly. 7 stone dragons appeared in front of everyone in a strange manner. Their terrifying aura was getting closer and closer. Every dragon's eyes were exuding a terrifying murderous aura that made people uncomfortable. Roar, roar. At this moment, the 7 stone dragons let out a deep roar. All 7 stone dragons shed their stone skin, revealing their green dragon scales. They raised their heads, but there was only endless killing intent in their eyes. There wasn't any true splendor in their eyes. The azure dragons soared into the sky. Their stone skin was shed and their aura had reached the peak. All of them had reached the middle hierarch realm. You've been dead for thousands of years. How big of a wave do you think you can make? Third Elder coldly snorted. He took the lead and rushed up to fight against the azure dragon. He fought against the azure dragon alone, and no one could escape from the azure dragon's pursuit, including Do Tianhuang. Damn it. A centipede dies but it doesn't fall down. Do Tianhuang shouted angrily. An azure dragon flew up and faced the enemy. As for the remaining 5 dragons, Yang Shiquan, Qi Haifei, Chen Renji, Bing Yun and the others fought against 1 dragon each. Jiang Qin, Shuiliang, Huang Bai and Sheng Kuan, who were weaker, fought against 1 dragon each. The terror of the azure dragon was completely out of their expectations. The terrifying dragon breath gushed out. It was even more terrifying than the sharp sword. The dragon's shape twisted and turned, fighting against the heaven and earth. Once the azure dragon appeared, who could contend against it? Except for the Third Elder and Do Tianhuang, almost everyone could not resist the azure dragon's aura. They retreated step by step. Jiang Qin and the others did not gain the upper hand against the azure dragon. Jiang Qin did not use his full strength. After all, the 4 of them were holding back. If they fought with their full strength and were killed by the azure dragon, the others might not be able to save them in time. At this moment, Jiang Qin was more concerned about the origin of these 7 azure dragons. If they were really from the dragon clan, then this 9 regions would be even more eye-catching. Back then in the Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace, Xianxia was a super terrifying existence. However, he was not guarded by 7 azure dragons, he was just 9 remnant souls that were struggling at death's door. However, these 7 azure dragons seemed to have sworn to protect him with their lives, as if there was a kind of obsession in the depths of their souls. A divine dragon swung its tail and swept across 1,000 autumns. Jiang Qin and the other 3 were pushed back. At this moment, the Third Elder and Do Tianhuang pushed back the 2 azure dragons and entered the core of the tomb. The 2 of them did not care about the rest of the people. At this moment, Chen Renji and the others saw how heartless the Third Elder was. They even felt a little hopeless. They were being suppressed more and more unbearably. However, at the critical moment, Jiang Chen's sword protected everyone. The 7 azure dragons seemed to be frozen at this moment. It's done? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a faint smile. Everyone stared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was too domineering. It shocked the 7 azure dragons. It was like a miracle. Hurry up. Leave this place as soon as possible. I don't know how long I can hold on. Jiang Chen said. All right. Everyone nodded their heads. They were reborn from a desperate situation. This was the credit of Jiang Chen. Hurry up. Jiang Chen urged. Everyone hurriedly entered the core area. At this moment, the 7 heavens azure dragons moved once again. This time, there were 7 men wearing golden armors appearing on the bodies of the 7 heavens azure dragons. A cold and sharp aura spread out at this moment. Jianghu also felt that his aura was completely sealed by the 7 men. I finally know who they are. Bingyun's pretty face was filled with despair. She murmured. Although they escaped from the core area, Jianghu was still there. That is the invincible divine weapon used by the great emperor to expand the territory, the Dragon Riders' Heavenly Guards. Chapter 3006. 7 golden-armored warriors stood on 7 azure dragons with golden helmets covering their faces, looking valiant and heroic. Their swords shone brightly, dragon aura rose up and dragon roars could be heard. Each of the golden-armored warriors had a domineering aura. Their aura had reached the peak, or it could be said that they were invincible. Jianghu knew that these 7 dragon knights could easily kill him. Each of them had reached the late hierarch realm. Moreover, this was only Jianghu's guess. He did not know their true strength. Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards. They really are Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards. Why would these fellows appear here? Bingyun's face was filled with shock. Those invincible divine weapons that had helped the great emperor expand his territory when he was still alive could be said to be invincible. The 7 dragon riders were incomparably mighty and unparalleled in the world. Golden light flashed and sword aura soared. Jianghu was trapped within. The 7 dragon rider heavenly guards stood on the azure dragons and pointed their swords at Jianghu. Jianghu did not dare to face them. Such domineering dragon knights. Jianghu's heart trembled, but he knew that he had no way out. Dragon rider heavenly guards, are they really so terrifying? Xianxia asked in a deep voice. Jianghu was trapped. The 7 azure dragons had already made them afraid. Now that there were 7 dragon knights standing on the azure dragons, they might not even be a match for one of them. Xianxia and the others were worried for Jianghu. Bingyun's words made them feel that it was extremely troublesome. You guys don't understand what kind of existence the great sovereign's dragon rider heavenly guards are. They had defeated countless geniuses and struck fear into the hearts of countless experts. They are invincible under the emperor realm. When the 7 of them fuse together, they are the absolute force of the northern cold divine continent. No one dares to face them head-on. To be more precise, they have fought for the great monarch for their entire lives and have almost never lost a battle. The 7 azure dragons fused into one with them. The true dragon rider heavenly guards even dare to compete with the great monarch. Bingyun's words shocked Xianxia and the others again. However, they also looked at Bingyun suspiciously. How could she know all these? It was truly puzzling. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not. What I said is the truth, Bingyun said lightly. Xueliang stared at the 7 dragon knights. At that moment, his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Brother Bai, you can't go, Bingyun said resolutely. The might of the Dragon Rider Celestial Guards is unmatched by anyone below the Great Emperor realm. Perhaps this is his good fortune. We can only take a step forward now. The chances of him surviving are very slim. Before Bingyun's voice faded away, Jianghu had already clashed with the Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards. The 7 dragon riders were riding on azure dragons. Their sword chi was terrifying. Jianghu was no match for them at all. He was instantly suppressed by the 7 dragon riders, pushing back wave after wave. Xueliang wanted to save Jianghu, but he was pulled away by Bingyun. At this moment, no one could save Jianghu. Xianxia and the others' eyes were filled with despair. Go! Jianghu shouted. Everyone looked at him with a tragic expression. Yang Shiquan and Qi Haifei did not even have the face to look at Jianghu. Jianghu had risked his life to save them for the 3rd time. Jianghu had already done too much for them. Their lives were completely given by Jianghu. Now that the 7 Dragon Rider Celestial Guards were here, it was impossible for them to turn the situation around. Even a divine emperor expert might not be able to kill the Dragon Rider Celestial Guards in a second. Jianghu swept across the void. The heavenly dragon sword slashed down. The mountain rocks cracked and the space between them was completely blocked. Jianghu's figure also disappeared from their sight. Jianghu, I hope you won't die. Even if you die, one day you will die in my hands. Xueliang stared at the layers of gravel in front of him and said in a low voice. For Xueliang, Jianghu was a friend of life and death as well as an enemy of life and death. His goal and belief was to surpass Jianghu. Although he had broken through his own realm in the Cyan Cloud Barrier not long ago, his friendship with Jianghu was still there. A friend of life and death, regardless of life or death, could not be changed. Now we can only move forward. Jiangchen was able to avoid the attack of the bloodthirsty ghost bat. This time he might be able to avoid the dragon rider celestial guards. Chi Haifei said in a low voice. Although their worries were useless, they still hoped that Jiangchen could come out alive. However, the strength of the dragon rider celestial guards was too terrifying. No one could compete with them. Even if it was Jiangchen, what could he do? I hope so. Yang Shiquan and the others fell silent and turned to leave. Qian Renji was unwilling, but the stone walls had completely blocked the way forward. She had no way to know how the battle between Jiangchen and the dragon rider celestial guards was going. In the end, she could only let it go. In her heart, there was still a trace of hope for Jiangchen. She hoped that he would not die here. Jiangchen squinted his eyes and advanced step by step. He wasn't a match for the heavenly dragon guards, but Qian Renji, Yang Shiquan and the others also didn't have the strength to defend themselves. That was why he didn't ask them to help him. If he was alone, he might be able to escape, but if there were more and more of them, he would lose his initiative and become timid. Jiangchen didn't want them to help him at all. The terror of the dragon rider celestial guards was beyond Jiangchen's expectation. Even after using the dragon transformation, it was still difficult to resist these terrifying guys. They were indeed puppets without consciousness, but their fighting style was not rigid at all. The 7 of them were like a whole. Jiangchen was completely suppressed and had no room to fight back. The heavenly dragon sword was unparalleled, but in the eyes of the 7 dragon riders, it was nothing. They simply ignored Jiangchen's existence. Even if Jiangchen wanted to use the soul-stealing divine technique, he did not know where to start. These 7 people did not have souls, but they seemed to have a strong will in their hearts, to protect the tomb. Jiangchen could completely avoid fighting the dragon rider celestial guards. If he escaped into the Zulong Tower, the dragon rider celestial guards would not be able to do anything. Chapter 3007. Even though Tianhuang and the 3rd elder might have been killed, Jiangchen used the Great Void technique to evade the attacks of the dragon rider's heavenly guards. However, the difference in strength was too great. Jiangchen had to be careful and even suffered some injuries. However, he was extremely excited as he had benefited a lot from the fierce battle. Most importantly, Jiangchen valued these 7 dragon riders. If he could subdue these 7 puppets, it would definitely make his trump card even more terrifying. He would be more confident when fighting against Tongxin Mansion and saving Longshisan. However, as time went by, Jiangchen realized that he was no match for the dragon rider's heavenly guards. Moreover, the chances of him being in a stalemate with them were getting lesser. Facing their terrifying attacks, Jiangchen felt a little hopeless. Even if he set up the ghost prison Ashura sword formation, he might not be able to take them down. It was such a pity. However, their strength was beyond Jiangchen's expectation. At this time they could only run away. Jiangchen performed the Great Void technique again and finally got rid of the dragon rider's heavenly guards, leaving them far behind. If these 7 puppets were conscious, Jiangchen would not be able to escape even if he had the strength of an hierarch. The white jade doors were simple and unadorned. Under each of the white jade doors, there was a person kneeling beside each door. Although they had been dead for tens of thousands of years, their corpses did not decompose. Their cultivation level and the terrifying cold air were closely related. It's a person. Do Tianhuang squinted his eyes and stared at the second door in front of them. On the door there was a person covered in cold air. His corpse had not decayed for hundreds of millions of years. He could even see the despair on the person's face. Even though he has been dead for so many years, he still has such a terrifying aura. It's unbelievable. The 3rd elder said quietly. That person was nailed to this door by a sword. Do Tianhuang looked at that person in confusion. Although he was already dead, that person's eyes were filled with endless fear and despair. His corpse was pinned to death by a sword. Silver white like frost, the sword chi was overbearing, untainted by dust, pure and holy like snow. However, on the contrary, the killing intent within the sword could not be concealed. That sword has such a murderous aura. The 3rd elder sighed as he stared at the sword without moving. Although this sword was filled with killing intent, it was undeniable that it was even more powerful than the crystal sword from before. This sword's killing intent is so heavy. I don't think 3rd elder is suitable for it. Eee. Heaven Do Huang said with a smile. I'm afraid you've also taken a fancy to this sword, right? That's a nice way to put it. It's true that I want this sword. The 3rd elder sneered. Let's see who gets it. Do Tianhuang and the third elder squinted their eyes and gathered together. Although Do Tianhuang's strength was at the peak middle hierarch realm, he was not afraid of the third elder at all. You are no match for me, the third elder said with an indifferent expression. How would you know if you don't try? Your men are already gone. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Do Tianhuang roared and went straight for the third elder. The two of them exchanged blows in an instant. Terrifying airwaves rolled out. The third elder's moves were ruthless and his punches were overbearing. Do Tianhuang was good at formations. If he were to fight with the third elder in close combat, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. The third elder's palm strike was swift and fierce. He was determined to kill Do Tianhuang. Only by killing Do Tianhuang would he be able to rest easy. Moreover, this sword was extremely terrifying. He would never allow Do Tianhuang to get it. Get lost. The third elder's palm hit Do Tianhuang. Do Tianhuang was forced to retreat. His footsteps flashed and he stabilized his body. However, he was tripped by the man who had been dead for tens of thousands of years. He snorted and cursed in his heart. However, his pupils shrunk when he saw the pale and stiff face of the man who had been dead for tens of thousands of years. Stop! Tianhuang shouted in a deep voice. The third elder was also slightly stunned. Could it be that this fellow wants to beg for mercy? I don't want the sword anymore, Do Tianhuang said. Are you serious? The third elder frowned. He knew that even if he wanted to obtain the sword and defeat Do Tianhuang, he would definitely suffer a great loss. This was not the result he wanted. If that was the case, it would be very difficult for him to progress further in his exploration. Now that Do Tianhuang had taken the initiative to withdraw, the third elder was naturally very happy. Because I saw something more useful than that sword, Do Tianhuang said. He recognized that man because he had seen his portrait in the ancestral hall of his clan. The sixth ancestor of the Battle God clan. He was known as the most terrifying being after Emperor Heaven Reverse, the most powerful ancestor of the Battle God clan. He was also the peerless genius who was most likely to surpass his ancestor. That period of history was engraved in the hearts of almost every member of the Battle God clan. They dominated the central region Divine Land and were in the limelight for a period of time. At that time, the sixth ancestor might not be the strongest existence in the world, but he was the most terrifying peerless genius. His strength had already reached the Emperor realm. It was him who brought the Battle God clan to glory. However, for some unknown reason, there was a period of history that seemed to have been cut off. The sixth ancestor disappeared from the world for no reason and there was no news of him. It was also from then on that the Battle God clan began to decline. From being one of the strongest clans in the world, it gradually fell into decline. Even in the northern cold divine region, the Battle God clan could not be ranked among the top 3. Is it really the sixth ancestor? Do Tianhuang said in a trembling voice. He squinted his eyes. If it really was the sixth ancestor, then he would be rewarded handsomely when he returned to the Battle God clan. The corpse of an Emperor Realm warrior was as precious as a primordial origin artifact. The sixth ancestor of the Battle God clan? Are you sure? The third elder's expression changed. He was well versed in the history of the past billions of years. How could he not know the most powerful sixth ancestor of the Battle God clan? It was a great emperor that had lived for thousands of years. Yes, he is the sixth ancestor of the Battle God clan, Do Shifang. Do Tianhuang felt an inexplicable bloodline energy. Could not be wrong. Even though his first ancestor had passed away billions of years ago, he could still feel the connection between their bloodlines. More importantly, the face that Do Tianhuang could not bear to look at was the most eye-catching place in the ancestral hall of the Battle God clan, just below the Heaven Reverse Emperor. Do Shifang, the most horrifying existence in the post-Emperor era of the Battle God clan. He was a true Emperor Realm warrior. However, he disappeared for no reason and disappeared in the long river of history. Because of this, the Battle God clan declined. I never thought that a hero of his generation would die in the tomb of an unknown ancient emperor. Chapter 3008. A renowned archenemy of the divine world was actually kneeling in front of the white jade door. At this moment, the third elder and Do Tianhuang were extremely shocked. Especially Do Tianhuang. His own ancestor was actually kneeling in someone else's tomb. Wasn't this a great humiliation to him? But on second thought, this terrifying great emperor must be extremely terrifying. Even the strongest genius great emperor of the Battle God clan was killed in this tomb. This coldness made Do Tianhuang speechless. Not to mention the nameless ancient emperor of the northern Liang, even a peerless great emperor like Dou Shifang was enough to shake an entire region. But in this tomb of the great emperor, Dou Shifang died tragically. Even if the third elder was a fool, he also knew how terrifying the master of this tomb was. He even had the urge to retreat. Once he obtained this sword, he would turn around and never look back. However, the curiosity in his heart drove him. He clearly knew how terrifying the tomb of the great emperor was. He could die at any time, but he still made up his mind. Whether it was the strange formation, the burial ground, the huge floating stone, or the real corpse of the great emperor, they all made him tremble and even despair. If he continued on, what else was hidden behind the door? The third elder also did not know, but he understood that the danger would only become more and more terrifying. Dou Tianhuang and the third elder exchanged a glance. Both of them looked at the person kneeling on the other side. Dou Tianhuang's face changed again. The eighth ancestor, Dou Tianhuang's face was full of despair. The eighth ancestor was at the peak of the divine emperor realm. He was already half a step into the emperor realm. How could he die here? Dou Tianhuang's heart was filled with fear. He knew that he could not continue to stay here. The two ancient ancestors of the Battle God clan had both bowed down here. He knew that he did not have half the strength of the ancestors. If he continued to walk in this tomb of the great emperor, there would only be one ending. What awaited him was death. He is also the ancestor of your Battle God clan? The third elder's breathing became sluggish. Two primogenitors, this was a great discovery for the Battle God clan. That's right. I did not expect that the two top experts of my Battle God clan would die here. Dou Xuanhuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know if this was good or bad, but he would definitely be heavily rewarded for bringing back the bodies of the two primogenitors. Great emperor throughout the ages, someone who ruled over past and present, died here, disappearing without a trace. The third elder was getting more and more curious. The identity of the northern Liang ancient emperor was also getting more and more suspicious. Dou Tianhuang kept the corpse of his primogenitor. However, both of them understood that the primogenitor's soul was no longer there. Moreover, the divine power in his body had been completely consumed by the sucking. It was just an empty corpse. It couldn't be considered a real treasure. However, it was of great significance to the Battle God clan. I don't plan on going any further. Third elder, you're on your own now. I'll leave now. Dou Tianhuang said in a deep voice. His words caused the third elder to be slightly stunned. This guy really knew how to retreat. He left just like that? Are you really going to give up on this great emperor tomb that is filled with treasures? Even if there are endless treasures in front of me, I have to give it up. I'm carrying the two great primogenitors of my Battle God clan. I have to bring their bodies back to the Battle God clan. Dou Tianhuang said in a deep voice. The third elder didn't say anything else. However, at this moment he had to think more deeply. Because if he continued on, the dangers he would face alone would be even more unimaginable. Dou Tianhuang left. The third elder faced the white jade door and still took the same step. When he held the white jade divine sword in his hand, he was forced back by another force. The third elder retreated with a gloomy face. He suddenly lifted his head and looked at the person behind him. Who is it? Ah, third elder, your contribution this time isn't small. When we return, I will definitely ask my second brother to reward you. The person who came was none other than the third residence master of Tongshan Mansion. Third residence master. The third elder's face changed slightly as he said with a smile. What? Am I not welcome here? Aha, I didn't want to come. But since I have nothing to do in Tongshan Mansion, I thought of following you. I didn't expect to get such a great reward. The third residence master said with a smile. What are you talking about, third residence master? I feel much more at ease now that third residence master is here. Ah. The third elder said with a fake smile. Now that the third mansion lord was here, even if he obtained something good, it would be impossible for him to keep it for himself. Alright. I like this white jade divine sword very much. Third elder, please take it for me to have a look. The third residence master said. Alright. The third elder was a little unwilling. However, the third residence master's strength had already reached the half-step divine emperor realm. He was not someone he could fight against. It would be a piece of cake for the third residence master to kill him. A half-step divine emperor and a late hierarch realm were completely different. Otherwise, the third elder would not be so respectful to the third residence master. The third elder took action again and took the white jade divine sword. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not pull the sword out. How could this be? The third elder's face fell, but that terrifying sword chi seemed to have burst forth, forcing him back. This white jade divine sword is definitely not simple. Even the third elder can't pull it out? Ah, interesting. The third residence master said with a smile. His eyes were shining brightly. The third palace master's eyes turned cold as he rapidly closed in. He clenched his hand tightly onto the hilt of the white jade divine sword. However, no matter how much strength he exerted, he was unable to shake the white jade divine sword. What kind of sword is this? The third residence master's face turned gloomy. His face was extremely ugly. His attempt ended in failure. It was inevitable for him to lose face. The first door has been broken. The second door is the most important. There are a total of 3 doors in this great emperor's tomb. The second door's formation is the universal octopus formation. The universal octopus formation was one of the most terrifying formations of the 9 regions' ancient emperor. Even after hundreds of millions of years, it is still not to be underestimated. I was already shocked when the Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards appeared in the first door. Even if one obtained a treasure in this great emperor's tomb, he would still need to go through the Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards to get out. Only a peak hierarch realm expert would be able to enter the second door. As long as the formation is broken, the white jade divine sword will not be that hard to pull out. Chapter 3009. Bing Yun looked at the third palace master and the third elder coldly. At this moment, not only the two of them but Chen Rinji, Yang Shiquan, Qi Haifei, Shenkuan and Huang Bai were also present. The third elder's eyes were sparkling with excitement and hesitation. Because he was the one who abandoned the people of the Profound Connection Divine Palace, but they managed to get out of their predicament. Undeniably, it was a great irony to him. "You've escaped?" the third elder asked. However, no one was willing to answer him. The third elder's face darkened. How could he not know the resentment in their hearts? When he received the news of the broken jade, he resolutely entered the tomb of the great emperor. He had already turned a blind eye to Chen Rinji, Yang Shiquan and the others. No one knew about this. After all, it was a life-and-death crisis. They had no way of knowing whether the third elder was really trapped and couldn't get out of it. However, when the third elder abandoned them for the second time, they finally knew that not only the students of Tongxian Mansion, but even they were also cannon fodder that could be sacrificed at any time in the eyes of the third elder. Third Mansion Master? Chen Rinji and the others were slightly shocked. The third Mansion Master looked at them coldly. The third Palace Master has actually rushed over. This time we have a pillar of support. Qi Haifei sneered. His words were obviously meant for the third elder. The third Mansion Master was naturally 1 level higher than the third elder. Whether in terms of status or strength, the third elder couldn't be compared to the third Mansion Master. The third Mansion Master had abandoned them, which had already made them resentful. Naturally, they wouldn't be too close to the third elder. Yeah, we should follow the third Mansion Master's footsteps. Don't you think so? Third elder he. The corners of Yang Shiquan's mouth curled up into a smile. Although they knew that the situation at that time could be said to be filled with danger, the third elder had fled without saying a word and abandoned them. Anyone who heard this would be bitterly disappointed. Furthermore, this wasn't the first time they had been abandoned by the third elder. The third Mansion Master is here. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can naturally complain to the third Mansion Master. The third elder snorted coldly. No need to say more. The most important thing is to unite. Who are you? How do you know so clearly? The third Manor Master narrowed his eyes and looked at Bing Yun. I saw it in an ancient book. Bing Yun said indifferently. She did not reveal her identity. The third Palace Lord and the third Elder were not easy to deal with. They were definitely not good people. If it wasn't for the fact that Brother Shirbai wanted to enter the tomb of the great sovereign, she would definitely not be in the same group as these people. A formation? Looks like I've underestimated this great emperor's tomb. The third prefecture master shook his head slightly and reached out his hand to push open the white jade door. However, he was repelled by an extremely strong rebounding force. Third Palace Master. Everyone shouted at the same time. The third prefecture master's cultivation realm had already reached the half-step divine emperor realm, but even he was repelled by the formation. The universal 8 desolation formation is a combination of the 6 elements. It gathers heaven, earth, human, divine, ghost, and demon. It's called the 6 harmonies. Unity leads to life, separation leads to destruction. The 6 harmonies fused with the laws of heaven and earth. To break the formation is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The 9 dragons demon subduing formation was just an appetizer. This universal 8 desolation formation is the true grand formation. Otherwise, do you think that it's really that easy to enter the tomb of the great sovereign? Bingyun said. Break it. The 3rd prefecture master's eyes were cold. He did not believe Bingyun's words at all. He exerted his full strength and bombarded the white jade door. However, he could not leave any mark on it. After a while, the white jade door was still standing. Everyone's face was filled with solemnity. If the universal 8 desolation formation was hard to break, then they would definitely not be able to enter. I don't believe it. 3rd elder, attack with me and break through this formation by force. The 3rd prefecture master glanced at the 3rd elder. No one dared to be negligent. Although they did not like the 3rd elder, they did not dare to disobey the 3rd prefecture master's orders. With the 3rd mansion master as the center, everyone began to attack the formation on the white jade door. Streams of terrifying energy struck at a single point, trying to break through the universal 8 desolation formation. Finally, the universal 8 desolation formation showed a slight tremor. The 3rd mansion master's face lit up with joy as he continued to attack the formation with more energy. However, there was no response at all. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. Their divine energy struck the white jade door, but it had no effect at all. Damn this broken formation. The 3rd palace lord grew angrier and angrier. Suddenly, his gaze shifted and landed on Bingyun. That was because she was too familiar with the universal 8 desolation formation and the tomb of the great emperor. If she said that there was nothing fishy going on, he wouldn't believe it. Now, he could only place his hopes on her. You break this formation. The 3rd prefecture master looked at Bingyun arrogantly. I can't break it. Bingyun shook her head. Indeed, she did not have the ability to break this formation. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people surrounding her. Can't break it? Humph, then die for me. The 3rd prefecture master sneered. The light in his eyes became colder and colder. It was even filled with bloodthirst and violence. You only have one choice now. I've already said that I can't break this formation. Forget it if you don't believe me. Then why are you so familiar with this formation? Trying to lie to me? Looks like you're not going to accept a toast only to drink a forfeit. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll still be so stubborn. After saying that, the 3rd prefecture master attacked forcefully, forcing Bingyun to submit. Bingyun's beautiful eyes flickered. Xueliang's face also turned gloomy. He and Bingyun were on the same side. Now that the 3rd prefecture master wanted to attack Bingyun, he would naturally use all his strength to stop the 3rd prefecture master, even though his strength was far from the 3rd prefecture master's. The 3rd prefecture master is too overbearing. This woman really doesn't know how to break a formation. The previous formation was also broken by Jiang Qin. Qianrenji said helplessly. The 3rd prefecture master's power was overwhelming. Who dared to disobey him? If they dared to disobey, they would probably die. The 3rd prefecture master's thunderous attack forced Bingyun to retreat. Even though she was a middle hierarch, Bingyun's strength was still far from the 3rd prefecture master's. After 10 consecutive attacks, Bingyun and Xueliang could not cause any damage to the 3rd prefecture master. You're courting death. Space-splitting palm. The 3rd palace lord blasted out a palm strike, causing the void to shatter. His palm was like the heavens as it pressed down. Bingyun was forcefully suppressed, but she still resolutely stood in front of Xueliang and was heavily injured. If not, Xueliang would have suffered even more pain. After all, his strength was still inferior to Bingyun. Puff. Chapter 30:10. Brother Bai, I'm sorry. I couldn't stop it. Bingyun murmured. The bitterness at the corner of her mouth made Xueliang's heart ache. As a man, Xueliang was filled with anger and regret. It didn't matter if he was sentimental or heartless, but at this moment he couldn't even protect his beloved woman. He didn't even have the courage to tell her. Xueliang felt that he was a failure and he was too angry. No one could understand the rage in Xueliang's heart at this moment. His sword essence became extremely violent and bloodthirsty at this moment. There was only one thought in his mind, that was to kill the 3rd mansion master and avenge Bingyun. At this moment, Xueliang's eyes were bloodshot and filled with rage. I don't want you to become like this. Brother Bai, you're so scary. Bingyun's expression slightly changed as she whispered. I want to become stronger. I must become stronger. I want to protect my beloved woman. Xueliang said in a deep voice. Bingyun's face blushed. She had been waiting for this sentence for a long time. Her heart was filled with joy when Brother Bai said it. Even if she was seriously injured, how could she resist his longing? You're just an early hierarch and you dare to look at me? If you're tired of living. The third prefecture master stared at Xueliang coldly. Xueliang also stared back at the third prefecture master fearlessly. Sword, my sword. Xueliang's eyes were cold as he stared at the third prefecture master. His strength was weak but domineering. At this moment, there was only the sword in Xueliang's heart and his eyes were filled with anger. Their gazes converged as one. Wung, a sword chime shook the heavens and earth, it was extremely ear-piercing. Everyone's expression changed slightly. At this moment, the sword that was nailed to the white jade stone door let out a buzzing sound and flew up to the sky. Xueliang's eyes flickered, but the third mansion master was faster than him and rushed up to snatch the sword. Skyfrost sword. It's the 9 regions' ancient emperor's Skyfrost sword. Bingyun cried out in alarm. However, the third palace master didn't succeed. Just as his hand was about to grasp the Skyfrost sword, it was corroded by a terrifying cold chi. His entire body felt like it was about to be frozen solid. The Skyfrost sword's cold chi forced him to retreat. The sword has a life of its own. What a spirit sword. The third palace master was forced to retreat by the frosty sword chi. He tried to snatch the sword 3 times, but he did not get what he wanted. That was because the terrifying sword chi made it impossible for him to attack. But at this moment Xueliang moved. Facing the terrifying frosty sword chi, Xueliang was fearless. The frosty sword chi penetrated his body. Although he was holding the Skyfrost sword, his body was almost completely frozen. The frosty sword chi engulfed Xueliang completely. Brother Bai. Bingyun's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She had never thought that Brother Bai would risk his life to seize the sword. He was practically throwing away his life, gambling with his entire family's life. Even the third palace master had retreated, but he still didn't give up and wanted to seize the Skyfrost sword. The Skyfrost sword was one of the most commonly used swords by the ancient emperors of the 9 regions. Bingyun knew this very well. The terror of the sword was enough to shock everyone. The frosty air of the Skyfrost sword was oppressive. The moment the sword was unsheathed, the frosty air had already filled the entire space. You're overestimating yourself. Even the third palace master could not get what he wanted. How dare you be so arrogant? You're destined to pay the price for your stupidity. The third elder sneered. There was even a hint of joy on his face. Xueliang thought too highly of himself. Even the third palace master flinched. Even a half-step divine emperor couldn't get it. What makes you think you can do it? In everyone's opinion, Xueliang had already gone mad. Bingyun did not expect Xueliang to be so crazy and obsessed with the sword. He even disregarded his own life for it. However, there was only one belief in Xueliang's heart. He must become stronger. He must obtain the sword. He must protect his beloved woman. For all these he would not hesitate. Chen Rinji and the others also sighed. After all, he was Jiang Chen's friend. However, this person was too reckless. Even the third palace master flinched. But he still faced the difficulty head-on. If this wasn't seeking his own death, then what was it? Bingyun stared at Xueliang, who was covered with frost, and felt as if a knife was twisting in her heart. Xueliang, who was standing with his sword, was completely frozen and covered with a thick layer of frost. Bingyun didn't expect that her beloved Brother Bai would leave her just like that. No, I don't believe it. I don't want you to die. Brother Bai, Bingyun screamed at the top of her lungs, her voice deafening. There was only one sword in Xueliang's heart. The sword intent was extraordinary. It had already surpassed his soul. The sword intent was the obsession in the deepest part of his heart. The obsession turned into a sword, the sword intent became a prophecy. His anger soared to the sky and his sword intent was boundless. Xueliang's sword intent was full of anger, bloodthirst, killing and slaughter. At the moment when Bingyun was in despair, the frost on Xueliang's body began to crack and eventually fell off. At this moment, Xueliang's hand, which was holding the Skyfrost sword tightly, was badly mutilated by the cold air of the sword. However, he still refused to let go of the sword. No, this isn't my Brother Bai, Bingyun cried. At this moment, there was only killing intent in Xueliang's eyes. He was like a god of death who had crawled out of hell. Endless fighting intent filled his heart. Kill. Xueliang pointed the sword at the third palace master. The third palace master's eyelids twitched. Even he did not expect that this guy could obtain the extremely terrifying Skyfrost sword. Especially when the sword was pointed at him, he felt an inexplicable pressure. How dare a grain of rice compete with the bright moon? So what if you have the divine sword? It's just a piece of scrap iron in your hands. The third palace master shouted in anger. At this moment Xueliang moved. The sky frost sword in his hand was unstoppable. He also seemed to have the help of God. Who would have thought that Xueliang, who was holding the sky frost sword, could fight back and forth with the third palace master? That kind of arrogance was terrifying. Could an early hierarch realm be this strong? The third palace master did not expect Xueliang to be like a wild beast. His strength was not that strong, but the sky frost sword was too terrifying. Every strike of the sword sent chills down one's spine. It was a feeling of despair. Fortunately, the third palace master had the strength to avoid Xueliang's attack. Even so, Xueliang's arrogance forced him to go all out. Xueliang fought back and forth with the third palace master. Moreover, Xueliang's aura seemed to be constantly rising. His eyes were getting redder and his aura was getting more violent. The sword in his hand was getting more and more murderous. However, it was still not enough to defeat the third palace master. After all, the third palace master was too strong. Both of them were equally matched. If the battle continued, the third palace master was not sure if Xueliang could defeat him. Chapter 30:11. Brother by. Bingyun shouted again and again. Xueliang's eyes became dazed for a moment. Wake up. In the dark, Jiang Chen's terrifying soul roar finally helped Xueliang to regain his consciousness. Just now when he was on a rampage he was able to stand up to the third mansion master. However, the sky frost sword was too terrifying. This sword was good at devouring people's minds and souls. That was why Xueliang was completely dominated by the sky frost sword. At that moment, the sword soul of the sky frost sword resisted Jiang Chen greatly. However, it was an emperor realm soul after all. Jiang Chen almost pulled Xueliang back from the gates of hell. Otherwise, if Xueliang's sword essence was completely controlled by the sky frost sword, the result would be unimaginable. Xueliang knelt on one knee, his face flushed. Fortunately, his eyes had become clear. The sky frost sword in his hand seemed to have lost its magic. Xueliang had adapted to the frosty sword chi. In his opinion, this sword was almost tailor-made for him. It was even a little too easy for him to wield. Sky frost sword, my sky frost sword? Xueliang silently stroked the sky frost sword and couldn't bear to put it down, even though he had almost hurt himself. The frosty sword's frosty sword was still frightening, but its frosty sword chi had been completely restrained. Xueliang knew that it was Jiang Chen and Bingyun who helped him regain his true self at the critical moment. Otherwise, if he had been controlled by the sky frost sword for a long time, he would have been doomed eternally. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Xueliang anymore. Although he had suffered a lot of injuries, no one could forget the domineering demon like Xueliang. Even the third mansion master didn't attack Xueliang and Bingyun again. Congratulations, Xueliang. When Jiang Chen appeared in front of everyone, everyone was slightly shocked, but it was replaced by ecstasy. Chen Renji and the others were the same. At least now, if the third elder wanted to attack Jiang Chen again, they would definitely not stand idly by. I was just lucky. Xueliang shook his head and said, but Jiang Chen could see how excited he was deep in his heart. After obtaining the Skyfrost sword, his strength would certainly improve a lot. There was no doubt that his strength would rise along with it. Xueliang knew that Jiang Chen's soul roar was the key to pulling him back from the gates of hell. Otherwise, Bingyun wouldn't have been able to do it. Xueliang felt how violent and bloodthirsty the Heaven Frost sword was. Even he couldn't fully control it. However, when he was furious, he was in perfect harmony with the Heaven Frost sword, even reaching a perfect integration. However, at that moment he couldn't fully control the Heaven Frost sword, so he was controlled by it. At that moment, his sword intent received the most perfect interpretation. Reality proved that he was completely qualified to control this sword. It was just that now was not the right time. The Sky Frost sword used to be the sword of the 9 regions' ancient emperors. It was imaginable how terrifying it was. Even Bingyun didn't want to talk about it. It was not difficult to imagine how many heads had been chopped off by the great ancient emperors and how many scorching lands had been dyed red. At this moment, even the third mansion master was extremely jealous. However, considering Xueliang's performance just now, he had to give up. Just now, Xueliang was like a mad dog. The demon god descended and was unstoppable. Whether it was the sword controlling the human or the human controlling the sword, the Sky Frost sword's dreadfulness made the third mansion master's heart palpitate. Jiang Chen, I told you that he wouldn't die so easily. Ah. Chi Haifei laughed and said. Jiang Qin nodded slightly to them. At this moment, the third mansion master also looked at Jiang Qin. When their eyes met, Jiang Qin frowned. He didn't know why, but the sudden appearance of this guy made Jiang Qin feel that this operation was not as simple as he had imagined. Intruder die. A deep voice rang out in everyone's ears. What made everyone's hair stand on end was that this voice seemed to have traveled through the ages. The chill that came from the bottom of their hearts caused everyone to raise their eyes and look over. The person that had been nailed to death by the Skyfrost sword was slowly standing up. His mechanical body, stiff footsteps, emotionless and skinny face, as well as his chest that had been pierced through, caused everyone's hair to stand on end. That's the disciple of the great ancient emperor who betrayed him, one of the 3 gods of slaughter of the northern cold divine region, Lei Duo. He's still alive. This is impossible. Bingyun said. The 3 gods of slaughter of the northern cold divine region? Lei Duo? Obviously, the third elder had studied the history of the northern cold divine region for billions of years. That's right. But that's already history. The cunning Lei Duo killed countless people, but he was still killed by the 9 regions' ancient emperor. Bingyun said. I've heard of that battle. All the reputable people of the northern cold divine region were there. An extremely mysterious great emperor took action. Lei Duo couldn't even fight back. The god of slaughter of the northern cold divine region fell just like that. That mysterious great emperor was the northern cold ancient emperor? The third elder felt guilty. However, he was also shocked by Lei Duo, whose eyes were hollow and lifeless. He could not be any more dead. He's been dead for tens of thousands of years. It's impossible for him to come back to life. He's just an immortal will. What's there to be afraid of? Third Mansion Master Lung Lung said. This guy's strength had reached the peak divine emperor realm when he was alive. Be careful. Bingyun transmitted her voice to Shuai Liang and Jiang Qin. Before Bingyun's voice faded, the figure shot up and approached the third mansion master and the others. If you're alive, I might have to respect you. Now that you're dead, why should I be afraid of you? The third mansion master sneered. He was not afraid of Lei Duo, who had been dead for tens of thousands of years. The two of them exchanged blows in an instant. His steel-like arms kept smashing down. The third mansion master could only retreat. His previous strong words became a joke at this moment. He couldn't fight back at all. It was all Lei Duo's strong attacks. They were not flashy, but they were so fast that it was dazzling. Everyone's expression changed drastically. What are you waiting for? If the third mansion master is in danger, we'll definitely die. The third elder shouted. Yang Shiquan and the others also joined the battle. A few Hierarch Realm experts joined the battle and finally stopped the third mansion master's declining momentum. However, it was still difficult for them to resist Lei Duo. His strong aura was terrifying. His body was like a diamond, invulnerable to swords and blades. Let's join in too. Otherwise this guy is too terrifying. If we don't join hands to kill him, we'll follow in their footsteps. Jiang Qin said. All right. Shuai Liang nodded. The 3 of them also joined the battle. Chapter 30:12. With the third prefecture master as the leader and the others as support, Lei Duo finally stopped his invincible momentum. The third elder and the others also showed their prowess at this moment. Although Lei Duo was terrifying, it was difficult for him to perform well under the siege of so many people. After all, he was just a wisp of his consciousness and it was difficult for him to achieve anything great. However, every time he attacked he was extremely ruthless. Ordinary Hierarch Realm experts could not withstand his attacks at all. Xuanhuan and Huang Bai were the most tragic ones. Both of them almost died when they were hit by Lei Duo's palm. They retreated with serious injuries and their faces looked extremely terrible. Master, I will not let anyone covet your tomb. Never. Lei Duo murmured. His strength could shake the heavens and shake all directions. However, it was not easy for the third prefecture master and the others to join hands. Both of them fought back and forth. The surrounding stone walls kept falling and the scene was extremely chaotic. However, Lei Duo did not have a soul and was only supported by a wisp of consciousness. He was destined to be a puppet. Moreover, his strength was no longer as terrifying as a peak divine emperor realm expert after his death. He did not have any skills or divine powers. He only relied on his remaining wisp of consciousness to attack with such shocking power. It was not easy at all. However, Lei Duo's strength was still quite fatal to ordinary Hierarch Realm experts. Even Jiang Qin would not be able to fight with such ease if the Heavenly Dragon Sword did not absorb most of the power. On the contrary, Shui Liang was out of Jiang Chen's expectation. The Skyfrost sword in his hand seemed to be used smoothly. It was not an exaggeration to say that the sword was tailor-made for him. Xuanhuan and Huang Bai were the first to retreat. Jiang Chen also retreated randomly. After all, his strength was too weak, so no one would say anything. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen was more concerned about the third prefecture master and the third elder. They were his biggest enemies at this moment. Even without the help of Jiang Chen and the others, they were still able to fight with ease. Gradually, Lei Duo was heavily injured by the third prefecture master and the third elder and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Jiang Chen had been paying attention to the third prefecture master's every move. His brows furrowed tightly. This guy was not simple. He made Jiang Chen feel extremely uneasy. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Perish for me. In the end, the third palace master launched a powerful attack, shattering Lei Duo's corpse with a single palm strike. Only then did the crowd finally heave a sigh of relief, as if they had been pardoned from death. The nervousness from before had caused them to feel the tightest tension in their lives. In the end, the third palace master did not disappoint them. After defeating Lei Duo, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, a crack slowly appeared on the white jade door. The Skyfrost sword had already been pulled out from the white jade door. Lei Duo was already dead, and the universal 8-directional formation had already collapsed by itself. Where are Xuanhuan and Huang Bai? Yang Shiquan's expression changed. Where did these two people run off to? They had actually disappeared without a trace. Even Jiang Chen was taken aback. The two of them had previously suffered heavy injuries, so he did not pay much attention to them. However, after hearing Yang Shiquan's words, everyone realized that the two of them seemed to have disappeared without a trace. This strange scene once again caused a layer of haze to cover everyone's hearts. The third elder stared at the now half-closed white jade door, while his footsteps became extremely heavy. Only he knew in his heart that behind this white jade door, there was a great danger waiting for them. The crystal sword, the suspended space stone, the battle god clan's primogenitor, the northern Liang god of slaughter. Everything was getting more and more bewildering, and the danger had never been absent. Could it be that the two of them were also afraid of the danger here and ran away? Said Chi Haifei. However, even he didn't believe his own words. That was because Shangguan Yenyun had also disappeared without a trace in the past. No one had even noticed it. Even Jiang Chen did not notice it at this moment. Although his Emperor Realm soul was concealed, it was extremely difficult for Jiang Chen not to notice if someone left his side. However, the disappearance of Shangguan Yenyun, Xuanhuan and the others had made him feel helpless. The Emperor Realm soul had made Jiang Chen feel helpless for the first time. It's fine if they're gone. They're just a burden even if they're still here. The third mansion lord said faintly. However, these words still made people feel sour in their hearts. After all, they were also the people of Tongshan Mansion. If they disappeared without a trace, perhaps the result would be the same, they would be completely forgotten by the people. Jiang Chen sighed. Tongshan Mansion was an emotionless divine mansion. How could he say that he did not have a sense of belonging? From the beginning he felt that this place was like an ice lung's cage. Third elder, let's go. I'd like to see what's hidden behind this white jade door. The third palace master took a step forward and was the first to rush in. With a wave of his palm, he pushed open the white jade door. At that moment, everyone was shocked and rooted to the ground. It was like a treasure mountain. Countless divine origin stones were piled up like a mountain. Divine weapons of various grades were everywhere. Spirit pearl grimoires, jade phoenix golden hairpins, and spiritual medicines that were sparkling with spiritual light were all swaying left and right in the pool. Even the third mansion lord's eyes gradually narrowed at this moment. This was truly a huge treasure trove. There were wealth everywhere, divine weapons and treasures everywhere. There were even more than 100 primal origin treasures and more than 10 primal origin treasures. However, without exception, all of them seemed to have lost their charm and were all damaged. Even so, Jiang Chen's heart was moved. Everyone stared at this scene without blinking. Behind the white jade door, the treasure mountain was revealed. Everyone's greed was magnified at this moment. Facing so many treasures, who wouldn't be moved? Jiang Chen roughly estimated that there were more than 10,000 divine weapons and treasures here. This was what moved him the most. There were more than a dozen damaged primal origin treasures, 100 primal origin treasures, and even heavenly divine weapons. There were thousands of them. There were countless divine weapons. His heart was burning with excitement. Jiang Qin discovered that these divine weapons and treasures were all swords without exception. They had different shapes and different powers. However, every sword seemed to have its own soul. With a glance, it was boundless. The swords and divine origin stones were the greatest treasures. However, when Jiang Qin thought about it, he felt an endless coldness in this place. There was not a shred of vitality. Even his vitality seemed to be flowing away. However, this feeling was very slow and subtle. Jiang Qin relied on his terrifying recovery ability to not care about it. However, to the others, this was a disguised weakening or even slaughter. This treasure mountain might be a prison of life and death. Chapter 30:13. The Bronze Throne. It was the Bronze Throne again. Jiang Qin's heart was incomparably shocked. This was an existence that no one knew about. He also didn't know how terrifying this Bronze Throne was. However, he knew that the man in the ice and even the destructive ice god were extremely secretive about the Bronze Throne. They were existences that stood at the top of the pyramid of the divine world. At least until now, Jiang Qin still didn't know who the man in the ice was, what kind of background he had, and what kind of expert the destructive ice god was. From this, it could be seen that his terror was self-evident. The man in the ice had always been a hurdle in Jiang Qin's heart. That person seemed to be one with the heavens and earth. Everything he did was natural. He didn't seem strong, but it seemed like even the heavens couldn't do anything to him. Moreover, he was extremely serious about the Bronze Throne. Jiang Qin had no choice but to be cautious. The Bronze Throne wasn't a divine weapon or treasure. In this treasure mountain, it wasn't even worth mentioning. Who would care about a rusty bronze throne? Even so many treasures couldn't be picked up, let alone a scrap of copper and iron. Jiang Qin discovered that at this moment, he felt that he had been enveloped in a formation. The universal 8-direction formation had been activated once again. Or it could be said that this formation had never been broken before. Could it be that the opening of the White Jade door was just an illusion? The Skyfrost sword being pulled out and Lei Duo being completely destroyed were all just a smokescreen? Jiang Qin felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. However, no one needed the Bronze Throne more than he did. Now that there were 3 bronze thrones, Jiang Qin was determined to obtain the 4th one. Although he still didn't know what this bronze throne was and what kind of background it had, if even the man in the ice was afraid of it, it definitely wasn't an ordinary item. It might be one of the most important items in this treasure mountain. Jiang Qin didn't have time to think too much. He went straight to the bronze throne because it was the only thing he valued. Although the remaining treasures were precious, they weren't enough to make him go crazy. However, besides Jiang Qin, everyone's eyes were blazing. The clearest one was Xuelyang. He only had eyes for the sword. Now that the Skyfrost sword was in his hand, there was no point in looking at the thousands of divine weapons anymore. Because there wasn't a sword that could be stronger than the Skyfrost sword. Jiang Qin didn't hesitate. He only had eyes for the bronze throne. At that moment, Jiang Qin's face trembled slightly as he held the bronze throne in his hand. He felt as though his soul was almost sucked out of his body. After a moment of absent-mindedness, he heard an incomparably shocking scream from behind him. Jiang Qin turned around abruptly, but it was already too late. The 3rd Mansion Master had actually killed Yang Xiquan and Qi Haifei in a thunderous manner. No one had expected that the 3rd Mansion Master would be so ruthless. He didn't care about his fellow disciples at all. The 2 mentors of Tongxian Mansion had actually died in the hands of the 3rd Mansion Master. 3rd Mansion Master Yu, Yang Xiquan's face was deathly pale. Even in death, he was unwilling to believe that he had served Tongxian Mansion for millions of years. How could he be killed in such a merciless manner? It was a great mockery. Qian Renji also quickly retreated with an ugly expression. She had already felt that something was wrong with the death of Yang Xiquan and Qi Haifei. The 3rd Mansion Master was too ruthless. He didn't show any mercy to his subordinates. If Qian Renji hadn't escaped in time, she wouldn't have been able to escape. However, the 3rd Mansion Master's target was Qian Renji. 3rd Mansion Master the 3rd Elder was also dumbfounded. It was completely unreasonable for the 3rd Mansion Master to be so ruthless. After all, they were all people of Tongxian Mansion. However, the 3rd Mansion Master's thunderous methods were too cruel and cruel. They know too much. They shouldn't continue to exist. The things that belong to Tongxian Mansion shouldn't be taken by others. They can only blame themselves for being greedy. I didn't see a trace of loyalty in their eyes. It's better to kill these people so that they won't cause me any trouble in the future. They might even want to betray me and leave. What do you think? 3rd Elder. Therefore I have to nip this crisis in the bud. The 3rd Palace Lord said with a smile. His words had a double meaning and were also meant for him to hear. The third palace lord was actually this cruel, to the point where he wouldn't even spare his own subordinates. To the third palace lord's value might be even higher. Their strength wasn't enough, and the only way was to kill them quickly. Only then would the third palace lord be incomparably clear of his intentions. Loyalty was only because the bargaining chips for betrayal were not enough. However, what happened in front of him was unavoidable. "I understand, third mansion master," the third elder said in a low voice. Although he didn't care about those teachers back then, it was only because he didn't have the power to reverse the situation. However, the third palace lord had truly crushed all of them. The meaning behind this was completely different. In his heart, was there still anyone he could trust? "I'm just a chess piece, isn't I?" The third elder couldn't help but raise his guard against the third palace master. Once the cunning hare was killed, the hound would be cooked. When the birds were gone, the fine bough would be hidden. He didn't want to follow in the footsteps of Qi Haifei and Yang Xiquan. If he tried to escape at a critical moment, the third palace master might not be able to kill him. Qianrenji's heart was beating faster. Qi Haifei and Yang Xiquan were her friends. They were mentors. However, they were killed by the third mansion master in an instant. Qianrenji felt sad. The Tongxian mansion couldn't accommodate anyone. Even a mid-hierarch realm expert like her was considered a burden. Now that countless treasures were right in front of him, the third mansion master had the intention to kill everyone. Only by killing them could he be at ease. The treasures here would not be taken away by outsiders. His despicable heart was colder than anyone else's. "Do you want to kill all of us?" Shuiliang looked at the third mansion master and Lung and said, "So what? The current you shouldn't be a match for me, unless you take another gamble and use your life as the price." The third mansion master could see that Shuiliang was able to achieve such terrifying power because of the Skyfrost sword in his hand. Shuiliang's strength was only at the early stage hierarch realm. It was impossible for Shuiliang to compete with him, unless he was willing to sacrifice his life. That would not only consume his body but also his potential. He would be controlled by the Skyfrost sword and become a sword slave. "No, brother Bai," Bingyun held Shuiliang's hand tightly. She was afraid that Shuiliang would become like that again. She would rather leave now. However, she knew that brother Bai would not give up so easily. "Get out of here or die." The third mansion master took a step forward. A strong force swept out. The reason why he did not attack Shuiliang was because he was afraid of Shuiliang. If Shuiliang fought with his life, the outcome would be uncertain. Therefore it would be best if he could force Shuiliang to retreat. If Shuiliang wanted to fight against him, he would have to pay with his life. "As for you, go and accompany them." The third mansion master sneered. He formed a seal with his hand and struck with his palm. The weather changed and Qianrenji's face darkened. This palm was not something that Qianrenji could withstand. Qianrenji had never thought that she would die here. She had given her all for the profound connection divine palace, but what she got in return was such a miserable ending. She even died in the hands of her own people. The ninth saber. Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. He struck with his sword and leaped into the air. The Great Void technique teleported in front of Qianrenji. Even the ninth saber could not resist the third mansion master's attack. Jiang Chen was sent flying backward. However, the heavenly dragon sword had helped him to reduce most of the force. Although Jiang Chen had tried his best, he did not let Qianrenji die. He saved her at the last moment. Chapter 30:14. Qianrenji was startled. Jiang Chen's mouth was already bleeding. Even she did not dare to block this attack, but Jiang Chen had blocked it. "If you want to kill her, you may have to ask the sword in my hand," Jiang Chen said faintly. Qianrenji had helped him in Tongxian Mansion. Most importantly, she had a relationship with Zi Qingtian. If he did not save her, how could he face Zi Qingtian? His father still needed Zi Qingtian's help in Linhe boundary. Jiang Chen had to save her. "Not bad. To be able to receive this palm of mine, you've really surprised me. But it's a pity that your strength is far too weak. Wanting to rescue someone from the hands of this palace master is simply a fantasy." The third lord looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. That sword strike just now was indeed shocking. But in his eyes, Jiang Chen's strength was too weak. It was hard for him to pay attention to Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, get out of the way. You are no match for him. It's better for you to leave," Qianrenji said in a low voice. "Want to leave? Could he leave?" Humph. The third mansion master's eyes were cold. He had made up his mind to kill those he wanted to kill. No one could leave alive. Jiangqin, let me help you. Shuiliang shouted in a deep voice without fear. Even in the face of death he did not give up on Jiangqin. Jiangqin was his only friend, his only enemy and confidant that he could respect. Only Jiangqin could understand Shuiliang's swordsmanship. Since you want to fight to the death with me, I will fulfill your wish. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Even if you have the Sky Frost sword, you are no match for me. The third mansion master seemed to have made up his mind. Since Shuiliang wanted to have a life and death battle with him, he would not retreat. He had to kill Jiangqin and Qianrenji. Otherwise, his position would be greatly threatened. He didn't like the feeling of losing control. He was the only one who could have the endless treasures. Third Elder, I'll leave the other three to you. Kill them all and leave none alive. All right. The third Elder said in a deep voice. Qianrenji, Bingyun and Jiangqin were middle hierarch realm experts. He could easily kill a guy who was not even at the hierarch realm. I'm sorry, Master Ji. It's hard for me to defy the orders of the third prefecture master. There's no point in talking anymore. Third Elder, this battle will only end when one of us falls. Qianrenji said faintly. Qianrenji was not afraid of death. She was afraid that she would never see Zi Qingtian again. If we both die here, will I never be able to see the sky again? I won't die and neither will you. Jiangqin shook his head and said. Xiaoxing, you're so confident. It's a pity that you think you can stir up a storm? Today I'll let you see how strong the elders of Tongshan Mansion are. The third elder snorted and said. He did not like Jiangqin's arrogance. Therefore the three of them must die in this battle. Jiangqin will brother by, Bingyun said worriedly. Don't worry. If he really falls, we won't be able to live either. Therefore he won't die. If he doesn't defeat the Skyfrost sword, he will never become the sword's owner. He will only be a sword slave. This is the only way for him to go. After saying that, Jiangqin pointed his sword at the third elder. The battle between the three of them and the third elder was not to be underestimated. This battle was related to their life and death. Jiangqin could not afford to be careless and he did not dare to be careless. Bingyun and Qianrenji couldn't die in his hands. This was his promise and also his mission as a man. Penetrating cloud palm. The third elder's attack was as fast as lightning. His chi was able to swallow the mountains and rivers. Bingyun and Qianrenji did not dare to underestimate him. The three of them were engaged in a fierce battle. The third elder had an overwhelming advantage, leaving no room for the two girls to attack. As Jiangqin had expected, the two girls were in a disadvantageous position. Jiangqin let out a dragon roar. Under the dragon transformation, his strength had reached the peak early hierarch realm. At least he was not weaker than the other two. On the other side, Shuiliang glanced at Jiangqin and felt relieved. Jiangqin had never disappointed him. He hoped that Jiangqin could defeat the third elder this time. Shuiliang could not figure out Jiangqin's strength, even at this moment. With the Skyfrost sword in his hand, it would be easy for him to defeat Jiangqin. However, he would definitely be controlled by the Skyfrost sword. Even if he defeated Jiangqin, it would be an unfair victory for Shuiliang. However, with the Skyfrost sword in his hand, Shuiliang's aura was no longer the same as before. It's all up to you to defeat this guy. Shuiliang glanced at the Skyfrost sword in his hand. The sword chi was buzzing. Although the Skyfrost sword was under Shuiliang's control, it was still too early to subdue it. If Shuiliang wanted to become the sword's master, he must start from being a sword slave. If he could not make the Skyfrost sword submit to him, he might become a slave forever. What? If you're afraid, you can choose to surrender now. I might spare your life. The third mansion master smiled and stared at Shuiliang. You're thinking too much. Ask the Skyfrost sword in my hand first. Shuiliang's eyes narrowed. The Skyfrost sword chi was oppressive as it shook the universe. He took the initiative to attack the third mansion master. The two of them were entangled with each other. A life and death battle was just around the corner. No one knew who would be the one laughing until the end. Although the third elder was strong and had reached the late hierarch realm, the three of them were no longer weaker than the third elder after Jiangqin intervened. Good. Kid, you've made me look at you in a different light. The third elder shouted in a low voice. His movement was not slow at all. A silver-white long spear was held tightly in his hand. The spear was emitting a dazzling light. In an instant, the third elder's chi rose by a huge margin. The divine spear rotated and became invincible. Under the suppression of the third elder's divine spear, Bingyun and Qianrenji were in a disadvantageous position once again. Jiangqin was the main attacker. His sword and spear collided with the third elder. Jiang Chen was like a sharp spear among the three of them. He dashed forward while the two ladies protected Jiang Chen from the left and right sides. However, the third elder was experienced. He was a late hierarch realm expert after all. He knew that Jiang Chen's spear was too fierce. He had to break through them one by one. Bing Yun and Chen Renji became the focus of his attack. The third elder had been avoiding Jiang Chen from beginning to end. Instead, he took the initiative to attack the other two. As expected, Bing Yun and Chen Renji could not withstand the third elder's mad dog aura. The silver-long spear, the red tassel, and the spear's radiance were unparalleled. Poisonous dragon cloud-piercing spear. Chapter 30:15. Bing Yun and Chen Renji were both forced back by him and suffered serious injuries. Only Jiang Chen was struggling. However, the third elder's overlord divine spear would not give Jiang Chen any chance. He must finish the battle quickly and kill the three of them as soon as possible to help the third mansion master. The third elder sneered. His attacks became more and more powerful. Wherever his spear passed, the void cracked. Bing Yun and Chen Renji could not withstand the third elder's ferocious aura. After all, he was a late hierarch realm expert. His strength should not be underestimated. At this moment, the third elder's aura was fully displayed. Although Jiang Chen did not show any weakness, the two people beside him were completely defeated and heavily injured. Toxic Dragon Divine Drill. The spear shadows changed again and swept across the sky and earth like a tornado. Bing Yun and Chen Renji could not withstand such an attack anymore. The spear shadows turned into the wind and turned into quicksand. Jiang Chen held his saber horizontally and horizontally. His heavenly dragon sword slashed horizontally and horizontally. The starlight was fearless and sharp, cutting through all the thistles and thorns to avoid the toxic dragon divine drill. However, he also staggered. As for Bing Yun and Chen Renji, they were not so lucky. The two of them were swept away again. Blood spurted out from their mouths as their injuries became more serious. Humph, you overestimate yourself. The third elder's spear aura rose again. Unfortunately, Bing Yun and Chen Renji did not have the strength to fight anymore. Only Jiang Chen dashed forward and fought with the third elder with his sword. Each of his moves was fatal. Jiang Chen advanced step by step, but he could not use his strength at all. After all, the third elder's strength was much stronger than his. More importantly, he had to protect the two people behind him. You guys retreat first. I will fight him. Jiang Chen shouted out angrily. The third elder even snorted disdainfully at Jiang Chen. The three of you can't do anything to me, so what can you do alone? But how can you fight him alone? Chen Renji was extremely worried. She was Jiang Chen's mentor and her strength was above Jiang Chen. Now, a man who was not even at the hierarch realm was standing in front of them. Chen Renji was extremely embarrassed. As a man, sometimes we have to stand up. Even if we can't win, we can't retreat. Moreover, what if there is a chance? Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. He looked at the third elder with a playful smile. Haha, this is the biggest joke in the world. Do you really think you are invincible? Do you really think that you are? Your strength has yet to reach the hierarch realm. You want to go against me? You're still weaker than me. If I don't teach you a lesson today, do you really think that you, the #1 outer mansion disciple, will dare to be arrogant in front of me? Traitors of Tongshan Mansion. Today, I'm going to clean up the house for Tongshan Mansion. The third elder spoke righteously and passionately, as if Jiang Chen and the others were heinous traitors, while he stood on the moral high ground. However, to Jiang Chen, the third elder was just a dog of Tongshan Mansion. He really didn't take him seriously. The only person who really moved him was the third mansion master. Jiang Chen, be careful. Chen Renji had already given up. After all, how could a late divine king and a late hierarch be compared? Perhaps it could be said that from the very beginning, they had been struggling on their deathbed. Wanting to defeat the third elder and the third palace master was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. No matter how talented he was, without room for growth, Jiang Chen was still no match for the third elder. Time was like a song and time could change everything. Jiang Chen's strength had greatly increased at this moment. With the help of the ancient soaring dragon technique, Jiang Chen was not weaker than the third elder. Even if his strength was still lacking, there was no difference in the battle between the two of them. Jiang Chen's sword shadows were crisscrossing. The sword of solitude. Each sword was stronger than the previous one, sharper than the previous one. Jiang Chen's sword essence was lonely. As he moved forward with his sword, the 10 miles horizon protruded loftily. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches and his gaze was like a sword. As he fought with the third elder, spear radiance flashed and sword shadows blurred. His strength was not any weaker than the third prefecture master's. The stronger the opponent, the stronger the opponent. This was also the embodiment of Jiang Chen's strength. Facing a strong opponent, Jiang Chen would only face it head-on. Jiang Chen's sword energy shook the sky, causing the void to be hundreds of meters wide. Jiang Chen's energy covered the heavens and earth as he slashed through the heavens. As the third elder fought with Jiang Chen, he could feel how frightening Jiang Chen was. Every strike of Jiang Chen's sword seemed like it was stabbing into his chest. Although the outcome of the battle had yet to be determined, the difference between the two of them was clear. The Sword of Solitude finally launched a crazy attack on the third elder. Chapter 30:16. Jiang Chen's expression was cold. His sword was like a ray of light, shining like the stars in the sky. The dreadful sword chi was sweeping across the sky, and the spear light was cut into many afterimages. Jiang Chen's expression was emotionless and calm. The Sword of Solitude had formed an unstoppable sword aura, completely oppressing the third elder, making it hard for him to resist. Jiang Chen's aura was getting stronger and stronger. The Sword of Solitude seemed to have the help of God. Jiang Chen's aura had also reached its limit. The third elder was overwhelmed and fell into a passive position. Every move and spear radiance had lost its initial elegance. What a terrifying fella. This fella is too strong. The third elder felt even more shocked. At such a young age, Jiang Chen's strength had not reached the hierarch realm yet, but he could be so terrifying. It was really frightening. However, the third elder could see that Jiang Chen was forcefully increasing his strength. He thought that Jiang Chen's current fighting condition would not last long. As long as he could drag this period of time, Jiang Chen's attack would definitely weaken. That would be his chance. However, the third elder did not know how fast Jiang Chen could recover. Although the ancient soaring dragon technique consumed a lot of his strength, Jiang Chen did not need to worry too much. At least, he did not need to worry about it as long as he could defeat the third elder. Starlight. The Sword of Solitude stirred up waves again. A sword shadow crossed the void and destroyed the third elder in an instant, causing him to lose his ability to fight. Firmament Divine Shadow. The third elder's spear pierced through the void and collided with Jiang Chen's Sword of Solitude. Jiang Chen did not expect that the Sword of Solitude could completely destroy the third elder. The starlight had completely suppressed the third elder's aura. No, the third elder roared in a low voice. His face was ferocious and terrifying, but Jiang Chen's sword intent had already reached his throat. The third elder's bloodthirsty silver spear was completely shattered by Jiang Chen's sword. Above the void, there were spear shadows, but it had already lost its body. The third elder was forced back by Jiang Chen's sword, but his chest had already been completely pierced. If he was not strong enough to protect his heart meridian, he would definitely be killed by Jiang Chen's sword. The Sword of Slicing Throat was defeated with a single strike. The battle between Jiang Chen and the third elder was completely under Jiang Chen's control. The ancient soaring dragon technique had raised Jiang Chen's strength to a terrifying level. No one had expected that his strength could rival a late hierarch realm expert. Jiang Chen had completely surpassed the third elder in this battle. Puff. Blood kept spurting out from the third elder's mouth as he kept retreating. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen let out a long sigh of relief. He had used almost all of his strength in that sword attack. After all, his opponent was a late hierarch realm expert while his strength was only at the peak divine king realm. Not only did Jiang Chen deplete his physical strength, but his mental strength was also depleted as well. Third elder, I'm afraid that your strength is only so-so, Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. Although his pale face was a little overloaded, the battle had given him a good understanding of his own strength. At least, Jiang Chen was not afraid of a late hierarch realm expert. The third elder's expression was getting uglier and uglier. Although he knew that Jiang Chen was probably an arrow at the end of its flight, he was still forced back by Jiang Chen and was heavily injured. His situation had become extremely dangerous. Bing Yun and Chen Renji also let out a long sigh of relief. Although Jiang Chen's strength had not reached the hierarch realm, he was able to defeat a late hierarch realm expert. They had all underestimated Jiang Chen. His figure had become extremely huge in this battle. From Chen Renji's point of view, the number one genius of the outer mansion, no one could defeat him even in the inner mansion. He was not inferior to Tongshan Mansion. Although the third elder was not the strongest, he was still one of the top 10 in Tongxin Mansion. Among the elders, the great elder and the second elder could suppress him. Lin Yukong and the two guest elders could suppress him. The rest were almost invincible. A late hierarch realm expert of Tongxin Mansion was defeated by Jiang Qin. It made the third elder feel extremely embarrassed. He had lost the face of Tongxin Mansion. On the other side, danger was everywhere. The third mansion master's strength had completely suppressed Xueliang. Although he had the Skyfrost sword, it was still difficult for him to fight against the third mansion master. It was not easy for Xueliang to use the Skyfrost sword. However, he needed to at least reach the late hierarch realm or a half-step divine emperor in order to fully display the Skyfrost sword's power. Little bastard, you're still too young to fight against me. Humph. The third mansion master harumphed. At this moment, his face became extremely cold. Xueliang's strength was still a notch lower than his. If it was not for the Skyfrost sword, Xueliang would have been defeated in the crazy battle between the two. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Xueliang harumphed coldly. He advanced step by step, but he had already fallen into the third mansion master's absolute suppression. Xueliang's situation could be said to be very difficult. He was completely holding on against the third mansion master. He was indeed a little arrogant with the Skyfrost sword in his hand. This battle made Xueliang truly understand the importance of strength. Jiang Qin had endless tricks up his sleeves. He needed to suppress Jiang Qin with his strength. Although the Skyfrost sword was very strong, he would fall into a passive position if he relied on external forces. Triple Yuan Qi. The third mansion master's eyes were filled with killing intent. Between his hands, the aura rose and the divine origin Qi continued to gather into two. Between his palms, the aura was unstoppable. The third mansion master turned around and attacked. The triple Yuan Qi swept across the sky, causing the surrounding void to become chaotic. Xueliang's strength was enough to split Mount Hua and slash the heavens. However, he was still not weaker than the third mansion master. Once again he was sent flying by the third mansion master. Xueliang's aura had also weakened a lot. Even though he had a treasured sword, it was difficult for him to display the heavenly might. A mere early-stage hierarch dares to fight against me? Ah, you're overestimating yourself. The third mansion master's face was gloomy and he sneered continuously. The corner of his mouth was overflowing with killing intent. He wanted to kill everyone here, including Jiang Qin. Brother Bai, watch out! Bingyun exclaimed. The third mansion master was already approaching Xueliang. His ghostly movements were unstoppable. Sword Will of Solitude, worlds apart. Jiang Qin's sixth sword was also displayed at this moment. This sword had exhausted all of Jiang Qin's strength. The terrifying sword aura swept across all directions. At this moment, even the third mansion master was shocked by Jiang Qin's sword. The tip of the sword turned and the aura engulfed all directions, instantly blocking the third mansion master's path. However, the third mansion master was also forced to retreat by Jiang Qin. The terrifying aura under the sword Will of Solitude had reached a mysterious realm. Even Jiang Qin was in a trance for a moment. His sword intent had actually sublimated at this moment. Yes, it was sublimation. If Jiang Qin's sword Will of Solitude was just superficial, the current Jiang Qin's sword Will of Solitude had already caused people's hearts to tremble. This sword intent could change the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The aura of solitude filled the void. It was a kind of desolation. Jiang Qin could feel that the earth was withering and the Yangtze River was drying up. The sword intent of solitude made one feel despair. Wherever the sword intent passed, one's heart would be filled with sorrow. The sword aura was graceful and invincible. In an instant, the third mansion master's long hair was disheveled as he landed on the void. His back was like a black lotus. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. This sword strike had repelled the third mansion master, but it had also exhausted Jiang Qin's strength. Xueliang stood with his sword and looked at Jiang Qin. That sword strike was too overbearing. If it was the third elder, he might have died. At this moment he finally understood how big the gap between him and Jiang Qin was. His long hair was disheveled and his back was curved. At this moment, Jiang Qin felt an even more terrifying aura coming from the third elder. He finally understood where his doubts came from. You're not the third mansion master. Chapter 30:17. How could it be? Chen Renji looked at Jiang Qin in astonishment. That guy was the third mansion master, but Jiang Qin said that he wasn't. What was going on? The third mansion master sneered. His voice was coquettish and ghostly. When he turned around, everyone gasped. Jiangchen was right. He wasn't the third mansion master, but a ghostly woman. Her long hair danced in the wind. Her body was enchanting and charming. Her lips were as thin as a cicada's wings. Her beautiful eyes were bewitching and radiant. Her black hair was like an arrow, and her aura could conquer mountains and rivers. In her eyes, there was only an unparalleled domineering aura. There was only an arrogance of supremacy. It was so cold that it made people's hearts tremble. She was high and mighty like an empress. Her temperament was beyond the mortal world, as if she was isolated from the world. The black robe followed her like a shadow. Her gaze was like a sword that could pierce through people's hearts. Even when Jiangchen used the sixth move, separate the heavens, he still couldn't defeat her. Even when his sword essence was sublimated and dazzled, he was still on par with her. Jiangchen's eyes narrowed gradually. This person's identity had become a mystery. You've guessed correctly. I'm not the third mansion master. Who would have thought that my identity would be seen through by a brat like you? But it doesn't matter because all of you here are going to die. So, what's the difference between knowing or not knowing? Ah. The woman smiled like a flower. But who would have thought that this woman held the power of life and death in her hands? Xianxia was dumbfounded. The third elder was dumbfounded. They had helped her kill the people of Tongshan Mansion. But in the blink of an eye, she had changed. The third mansion master had disappeared. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be the third mansion master? The third elder said while gritting his teeth. He had been played like a monkey. How could he not be angry? Even though he knew that he couldn't defeat this woman, he still wanted to know why he died. You're not qualified to know who I am. I don't care about a mere Tongshan Mansion. Apart from your prefecture lord who has some ability, the rest are just a bunch of useless soldiers and crab generals. You are not worthy of touching the tomb of the 9 prefecture's ancient emperors. The woman said coldly. She seemed to be filled with hatred towards the third elder. Even the Tongshan Mansion was worthless in her eyes? Jiangchen was also shocked in his heart. It seemed that this woman's background was not simple. She didn't even care about Tongshan Mansion. How abnormal was she? You don't even care about the Tongshan Mansion, so why do you need to pretend to be the third mansion master? Jiangchen Lung looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and asked in a deep voice. She was like a delicate and beautiful black rose. Her blue pupils were mesmerizing. It seemed that ordinary people would fall into her charm with just a glance. She was a red beauty and a peerless enchantress. This woman was really terrifying. It's just for fun. Isn't it fun to watch you guys being played around by me? Ah. The woman said with a charming smile. She looked harmless. However, everyone knew that their lives were in the hands of this woman. This woman is too scary. Xianxia couldn't help but gasp. She didn't dare to imagine that the third mansion master was an imposter. Moreover, he had killed Qi Haifei and Yang Shiquan. Even the third elder had almost died because of his conspiracy. Now, everyone was seriously injured and he was the only one who could walk leisurely in the courtyard. It seems like this is my fate. Second mansion master, third mansion master, I have failed you. The third elder looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh. At this moment, his eyes were filled with disappointment. He had been used by someone else and now he was on the brink of death. How could he face the 2 mansion masters? Moreover, he was now an arrow at the end of its flight. It was a struggle before his death. Madman. Jiangchen furrowed his brows and said in a cold tone. Facing this beautiful enchantress, he was extremely cautious. A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. She was truly an unpredictable female devil. Madman? Ah, I like this title. Are you really not afraid of me? Lan Luo's beautiful eyes flickered. She stared at Jiangchen. This guy didn't show any signs of panic from the beginning. Even his eyes were as calm as a mountain. Doesn't he know that I can kill him with one move? His strength was almost depleted. What qualifications does he have to show off in front of me? Why should I be afraid of you? You won't be able to kill me. Jiangchen shook his head and said confidently. His confidence made Lan Luo extremely annoyed. Her pretty face became terrifyingly gloomy. Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. You should be afraid of me. You're too naive. Even if my strength is depleted and I'm at the end of my flight, you won't be able to kill me. The two of them confronted each other. Jiangchen's aura became calmer. Lan Luo could not believe it no matter what. She was furious. How could he ignore her? A mere divine king brat actually dared to strut around in front of him? Lan Luo was not afraid of Jiangchen. She just did not expect him to be so arrogant. Haha, Miss Luo, I never expected to see you here. It's fate. Everyone is fated to meet each other. Looks like our fate doesn't end here. A hearty laughter reverberated in the great emperor's tomb. A red-clothed young man appeared in the sky. His aura was extremely powerful as he had reached the peak late hierarch realm. He was on par with Lan Luo. Lan Luo's strength had not reached the half-step divine emperor realm. However, a peak hierarch realm was terrifying enough. With such strength, she could roam freely even in the northern cold divine region. Even in the central region divine land, she would be recruited by many great forces. Xuanhuan Qi, why are you here? Lan Luo's eyes squinted slightly, like the edge of a blade. The two of them clearly knew each other. However, even Xuanhuan Qi had never thought that Lan Luo would actually lose to a God King kid, which made him extremely excited. The 9 regions ancient emperor, the northern cold divine region. His sword came from the east and destroyed everything. Do you think that only your clan knows who the 9 prefectures ancient emperor is? Xuanhuan Qi said faintly. At this moment, Jiang Chen and the others were completely ignored by the two of them. After all, they were 2 peak late hierarch realm experts. They were nothing compared to them. The 9 regions ancient emperor. No matter who it is, those who stand in my way shall die. Lan Luo said faintly. His eyes swept across the crowd. Everyone was filled with killing intent. I admire your courage. Kid, why don't you go first and let me see how strong she is? We'll work together to deal with this crazy woman. What do you think? You can have the treasures. I only want Miss Luo to help me comb my hair. Ah. Xuanhuan Qi looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. I don't like people with the surname Xuanhuan. I don't want to provoke you and this crazy woman. So it's better not to involve me in your matters. As for who the 9 regions ancient emperor is, that's your concern. It has nothing to do with me. A stone that causes 1,000 ripples. Jiang Chen's words made Xuanhuan Qi's face turn red. This guy dares to disobey me? Do you know who I am? How dare you disobey me? Xuanhuan Qi looked at Jiang Chen coldly. Obviously, he had given the order to kill Jiang Chen. Xuanhuan Qi, I didn't expect you to be defeated like this. This is not your territory. The 9 regions ancient emperor is not someone anyone can touch. Little brother, your courage is commendable. You're the first person to make Xuanhuan Qi suffer like this. Lan Luo said with a smile. She looked at Jiang Chen with interest. However, Jiang Chen was not in the mood to join in their flirting. Are you going to kill yourself or should I do it? Chapter 30:18. Qiandao Master. Xuanhuan Qi's eyes were filled with intense killing intent. Jiang Chen's face was also filled with coldness. This guy's strength was just too strong. He was no different from Lan Luo. Moreover, both of them seemed to have some sort of relationship with each other. In this case, they would undoubtedly be pushed to the edge of life and death. However, Jiang Chen was not an easy opponent. The myriad Qi body had restored more than 70% of his strength. Even if he could not defeat Xuanhuan Qi, it would not be easy for Xuanhuan Qi to kill him. You are too arrogant and conceited. Jiang Chen Lung said. Lan Luo obviously wanted to see them fight against each other. Xuanhuan Qi only had killing intent in his eyes. He needed to show his power and let Jiang Chen know who was the real expert. The great emperor's tomb was not a place that anyone could touch. It seems that you are not aware of your situation at all. I never like others to stand on the opposite side of me. In that case, I will be very angry. Of course, the consequences will be very serious. Xuanhuan Qi smiled. The killing intent in his eyes did not diminish at all. Jiang Chen was just an ant in his eyes. The only one who could threaten him was Lan Luo. Therefore, he wanted to teach these people a lesson first. After cleaning up the trash, he would be able to compete with Lan Luo. You are indeed arrogant, but unfortunately you chose the wrong person. Jiang Chen said. If this guy wanted to take his life, then it would depend on how capable he was. Boasting shamelessly. Eat my palm. Xuanhuan Qi turned around. His palm covered everything in the world, destroying the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The power of a peak hierarch realm was unstoppable. Everyone's expression changed, but Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. He used the divine golden bell and his blade to block Xuanhuan Qi's attack. Jiang Chen was forced to take a few steps back. His expression was solemn and his breath was unstable. However, he did not fall down. A peak divine king took on a peak hierarch's attack head-on. Jiang Chen had already shocked everyone. Even Xuanhuan Qi and Lan Luo were in disbelief. This fella's defense was impregnable. The divine golden bell had also blocked Xianhuan's overbearing pressure. Interesting. Seems like I have underestimated you, Xianhuan said. However, he did not choose to attack again because he might expose himself if he continued to attack. At that time, if Lan Luo wanted to attack him, he might be attacked from all sides. Although this divine king guy was not a threat to him, he could still cause a lot of trouble for Xianhuan. The tripartite confrontation might be overestimating Jiang Chen and the others. However, even Xianhuan did not dare to attack aggressively to avoid being killed. This time, his biggest mission was to obtain the Great Emperor's sword in the Great Emperor's tomb. It was what he really cared about. I'll keep you alive for now. However, how far you can go will depend on your own luck, Xianhuan said. Lan Luo smiled disdainfully. This guy is afraid that I'll take advantage of him. That's why he said it in such a dignified manner. These treasures are just the tip of the iceberg. How could the real treasure be here? Lan Luo gave a faint smile that was filled with charm. However, a woman like her had a heart that was as poisonous as a scorpion. No one dared to look down on her. Even the third elder was fearful of her. When she killed someone, she did not hesitate at all. Jiang Chen, are you all right? Chen Rinji and the others also came over. Jiang Chen was hit by Xianhuan. None of them dared to take it head-on. It's not a big deal. Jiang Chen shook his head. He was getting more and more curious. What was the treasure in the tomb of the great sovereign? The great emperor's tomb. I'm late. Ah. The void trembled. Light and shadow rippled. A red-haired man holding a Buddhist staff appeared in the void. His strength had reached the peak hierarch realm. Another peak hierarch realm expert. Shuiliang's face became extremely solemn. Wasn't their situation even more dangerous now? The three of them might not be strong enough, but the appearance of this red-haired burly man had put them in danger. The great emperor's tomb is really unpredictable. There are several peak hierarch realm experts. We don't stand a chance anymore. Chen Rinji glanced at Jiang Chen. Obviously he was the strongest. Only he had the right to speak. Jiang Chen did not move. The best thing to do at this time was to stay calm. If he lost his footing, there would be no room for negotiation. Someone from the West Pole land? Lan Luo furrowed his brows. This fellow had once again reversed the situation. Perhaps the relationship between them would become even more subtle. Immortal Qi Yan of Swan Goose Temple is here, the red-haired man said with a laugh. His face was full of excitement. His rough face gave people a feeling of a jianghu bandit. However, his strength was not to be underestimated. Swan Goose Temple? It's one of the top 10 temples in the West Pole land. I wonder which Buddha from the West Heaven world is your abbot? Lan Luo squinted his eyes. He was so beautiful that even immortal Qi Yan coveted Lan Luo. Ah, you're right. There are many famous temples in the West Pole land. However, Swan Goose Temple is not to be underestimated. I wonder if Immortal can join hands with me to get rid of these people. They are an eyesore here. The Great Emperor's tomb is not a place where ordinary people can see its majesty. I'm Xianhuan from the Xuanhuan tribe of the Central Province Divine Land. Xianhuan pointed the spearhead at Jiang Chen and the others. The ordinary people, naturally referred to Jiang Chen and the others. Immortal Qi Yan looked at Xianhuan in surprise. The Xuanhuan tribe was a big tribe from antiquity times. Even in the post-emperor era there were many experts. His Swan Goose Temple was quite famous in the West Pole land. However, in the Central Province Divine Land, where all kinds of people were mixed up, it was not worth mentioning. The Xuanhuan tribe was well known even in the 9 states and 18 counties of the Divine Realm. The Xuanhuan tribe had produced one of the most terrifying experts of the Emperor Realm in antiquity times. Even now, with the passage of time, experts of the Emperor Realm were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The Xuanhuan tribe was still a force that could not be underestimated. It was extremely terrifying even in the Central Province Divine Land. Immortal Qi Yan could not help but look at Xianhuan in a higher light. It would be better to form an alliance with him and negotiate. The Great Emperor's tomb was full of dangers. It was not easy to get the inheritance of the Great Emperor. Oh, this group of trash wants to see the glory of the Great Emperor. Although Venerable Scarlet Flame did not stay idle, the two of them could not gain the upper hand against the 7 Dragon Cavalry Heavenly Guards. Firstly, they were holding back. Secondly, the Dragon Cavalry Heavenly Guards attacked and retreated at the same time. They were like puppets and did not know fatigue at all. The only thing supporting them seemed to be Jiang Chen's sword will. Not only Xuanhuan Qi but everyone also had doubts in their hearts. Jiang Chen was no exception. However, the sword will of solitude sublimation had a great impact on the dragon cavalry heavenly guards. Jiang Chen's heart once again became solemn and even excited. He was looking forward to finding out who the supreme ancient emperor in the great emperor's tomb was. Although the dragon cavalry heavenly guards were strong, they were like puppets after all. It was impossible for them to fight against a peak hierarch realm expert. Moreover, there were two experts joining hands. Xuanhuan Qi and Venerable Scarlet Flame had also displayed their best skills. After all, it would be too embarrassing if they were defeated by the dragon cavalry heavenly guards. However, the dragon cavalry heavenly guards' horrifying power had given Xuanhuan Qi and Venerable Scarlet Flame a great impact. Jiang Chen's sword of solitude was displayed at this moment. Wherever the sword Qi passed, the dragon cavalry heavenly guards would be crushed. Could it be that the sword of solitude was created by the 9 regions' ancient emperor? Jiang Chen thought in his mind. Apart from this, there was no other explanation. The sword of solitude could actually command the heavenly dragon riders. This was something that no one could believe. Heavenly Dragon Sword, slash. Jiang Chen held the Heavenly Dragon Sword in his hand and slashed in the void. The dragon cavalry heavenly guards rose into the sky and intertwined with Xuanhuan Qi and Venerable Scarlet Flame. 7 dragons hovered in the sky and the sword was terrifying. The great emperor's tomb seemed to tremble. Jiang Chen had won enough respect by commanding the dragon cavalry heavenly guards. At this moment, Xuanhuan Qi shouted and took the initiative to stop the battle. It's useless to continue fighting. Kid, you can enter the great emperor's tomb with me. Xuanhuan Qi gritted his teeth and said. Although he was extremely unwilling, Jiang Chen had the 7 dragon cavalry heavenly guards. Although he was relying on external objects, such a terrifying power made people not dare to act rashly. Xuanhuan Qi could only choose to take a step back. After all, the dragon cavalry heavenly guards were very strange. He might not be able to use them. When they enter the core area, the dragon cavalry heavenly guards might not be able to protect him. It might not be a bad thing to let him enter first. Most importantly, he had the dragon cavalry heavenly guards in his hands. His understanding of the great emperor's tomb was far beyond theirs. You want to bargain with me now? Too late. Jiang Chen said indifferently. He was dismissive of Xuanhuan Qi. At this time he did not want to let Xuanhuan Qi go. Kid, you're courting death. I gave you face but you don't want it. Xuanhuan Qi was furious. He did not expect Jiang Chen to be so unappreciative. Sword intent, cut for me. Jiang Chen knew that it was impossible to defeat Xuanhuan Qi with the dragon cavalry heavenly guards. At this time, in order to not let himself fall into a passive position, he must teach Xuanhuan Qi a lesson. Even if he could not kill him, he would not let him have an easy time. The dragon cavalry heavenly guards did not let Jiang Chen down. They charged forward and scrupulously, giving Xuanhuan Qi a huge headache. His so-called ally, Venerable Scarlet Flame, had already withdrawn from the battle at this moment. Jiang Chen relied on the dragon cavalry heavenly guards to put Xuanhuan Qi in a terrible situation. At this moment, the entire space of the tomb shook. The ground cracked. Countless treasures were buried in the ground. It was a great pity. In the space behind the bronze throne, a square blood-red stone platform rose from the ground at this moment. The trapezoidal stone platform was covered with blood-red inscriptions. It was stained with a terrible sword aura. It was just a stone platform, but it made everyone present feel incomparably oppressed. The third elder and Bingyun Qianren were shocked by the aura of the blood-red stone platform. This is the great emperor's divine weapon. Chapter 30-20. The crimson stone platform was demonic and agile, like an insurmountable mountain. It was so heavy that it was hard to breathe. The crimson light permeated the space of the tomb. The appearance of the crimson stone platform forced them to treat it seriously. At this moment, even the 7 heavenly guards of the dragon riders slowly knelt down, facing the crimson stone platform. This scene completely shocked Jiang Chen and the rest. This crimson stone platform is probably not an ordinary object. At this moment, Immortal Qi Yan and Xuanhuan Qi's eyes were shining. They did not know what this crimson stone platform was, but its mysteriousness was suffocating. This is the commander execution stage. Bingyun's body trembled slightly, her expression extremely solemn. Commander execution stage? Jiang Chen looked at Bingyun. That's right, this is the commander execution stage of the 9 prefectures' ancient emperors. Kill all 108 emperors as a blood sacrifice to the Eastern Royal Demon Lord. Bingyun's words caused everyone's expression to change greatly. Kill all 108 emperors? Was this a joke? 108 martial monarch realm experts. Wasn't this too unbelievable? Since ancient times, who could kill all 108 emperors? No one in the past, no one in the future. Kill all 108 emperors. No wonder. No wonder this commander execution stage is so terrifying. The blood of all 108 emperors is stained here. Its power is boundless. Lan Luo murmured, extremely shocked. 108 emperors. Isn't this 9 prefectures' ancient emperor too terrifying? Jiang Qin smiled bitterly in his heart, but he had to admit that this ancient emperor, who might have come from the 9 prefectures' immortal world, was actually this powerful. I've heard of the Eastern Royal Demon Lord. He was a great god from the ancient world. The mount of the Eastern Royal Tai was a Xuan, a close relative of the Xuan. Its strength was even more terrifying than the dragon tribe. Ever since the ancient Eastern Royal Tai disappeared, the Eastern Royal Demon Lord has never been heard of again. Was he actually suppressed by the 9 prefectures' ancient emperor? Then who is this 9 prefectures' ancient emperor? Third elder muttered. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight, clearly knowing that he was going to die, yet he still struggled at death's door until now. Jiang Qin didn't kill him. Instead, he kept him alive so that he could prepare for his return to Tongshan Mansion. At that time he would definitely fall out with Tongshan Mansion. When he entered the Heaven Dragon prison he would definitely have a fierce battle. The East Monstrous Demon Lord has been unstoppable for his entire life. East Monstrous Tai is a great god of the ancient world. No one can touch him. Even the Northern Liang ancient emperor is probably inferior to him. Daoish Qiyan said. The Eastern Emperor Tai was a great god of the ancient world. There wasn't a single person who didn't know of him. Those who could rival him were few and far between. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. So that Eastern Emperor Tai was actually so terrifying? It seemed that he had underestimated him previously. Even he himself couldn't believe that he still had the Eastern Emperor bell in his hands. However, the Eastern Emperor bell was already broken and didn't have a trace of spirituality left. To restore the Eastern Emperor bell would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If this blood-colored stone platform is really the general execution platform, it should have supreme power. Xuanhuan Qi's lips curled up slightly and his eyes became brighter. However, at that moment, the general execution platform changed again. The red light was like a rain of swords, crisscrossing thousands of times. Jiang Qin and the others hurriedly retreated. Rays of blood-colored light were emitted from the general execution platform like starlight rain of swords. It was extremely terrifying. Both of their palms whistled and sword shadows intertwined, setting off a terrifying storm in the tomb. Aren't you tempted? Lan Luo stood with her arms crossed, looking at Jiang Qin with her beautiful eyes. She was quite shocked that this guy could command the Dragon Knights. Moreover, he could withstand several of her attacks with his peak Divine King strength. He's definitely not the same as before. She had seen peerless geniuses before and she was even one of them. However, it was her first time seeing someone as monstrous as Jiang Qin. A hot potato. Since you want it, I'll give it to you. Jiang Qin said coldly. Lan Luo wanted to get him involved. Once he was tempted by the general execution platform, he would definitely be attacked by Xuanhuan Qi and Venerable Qi Yan again. Jiang Qin would not be the one to take the blame. Moreover, he had the heavenly dragon guards with him. As long as he did not take the initiative to attack, Xuanhuan Qi would not make things difficult for him. Haha, what an interesting little brother. I advise you to leave. Since you know you can't defeat them, what's the point of staying here? Lan Luo said as she waved her hand. Her slender fingers exuded a bewitching aura, and her demeanor was extremely enchanting. You're so pretty, can't you stay and watch? Bastard. Lan Luo clenched her teeth. Her expression was stern, and her pretty face was covered in frost. A furious expression also appeared on her peerlessly beautiful face. Jiang Qin quickly seized the general execution stage. Shuiliang shouted in a deep voice. Jiang Qin's eyes were cold. This was a rare opportunity. If he missed it, it would be hard for him to seize it again. Jiang Qin rushed towards the general execution stage. At this moment, Taoish Qi Yan and Xuanhuan Qi also saw this scene. Their eyes narrowed, and without any hesitation, they rushed towards the general execution stage as if they had a telepathic connection. Because the general execution stage was too tempting for them, none of them were willing to give it up. The two of them were evenly matched. After fighting for a long time, there was no clear winner. On the contrary, Lan Luo was the first to be defeated, and Jiang Qin, who was not in Xuanhuan Qi's eyes, actually dared to touch the general execution stage at this moment. Boy, how dare you! You're courting death. Xuanhuan Qi and Taoist Qi Yan attacked at the same time, but Jiang Qin ignored them and went straight for the general execution stage. At this moment, Shuiliang was the first to attack, trying to stop Xuanhuan Qi and Taoist Qi Yan. However, he was already seriously injured, and at this moment the two Peak God clan experts attacked at the same time, and he could not withstand it at all. With one move he was sent flying, directly smashing into the general execution stage. Shuiliang spurted out a mouthful of blood, directly onto the general execution stage. Immediately Jiang Qin helped Shuiliang up, but the general execution stage still could not be taken down. Xuanhuan Qi and Taoist Qi Yan had already arrived. Brother Bai, be careful. Bingyun's expression suddenly changed. Except for her, no one knew that when blood dripped onto the general execution stage, it would be sucked dry by the stage. Shuiliang felt as if his whole body was being burned by fire. The horrible burning sensation spread all over his body. Shuiliang's face became extremely red, and a heat wave of aura rose from his body. So painful, so hot, Shuiliang felt as if he was burning and his blood seemed to be boiling. The surrounding space became distorted. Brother Bai. Bingyun was extremely anxious and she wanted to hold Shuiliang's hand, but she was forced back by the terrifying heat wave. Shuiliang's entire body was like an incomparably huge fireball. What's going on? Jiang Qin looked at Bingyun in shock. Bingyun bit her red lips and her shoulders trembled as she murmured, "The general execution stage has the ability to devour blood. The general's execution platform has the ability to devour blood. It will devour all of Brother Bai's blood." The 108 generals were devoured by the general's execution platform and turned into nothingness. The demonic power of the general execution stage is incomparably terrifying. I don't know what's going on either. Bingyun's anxious expression was seen by Jiang Qin, and he was also extremely worried for Shuiliang. Jiang Qin stretched out his hand, and even though he could hold Shuiliang's arm, the extremely scorching aura was still attacking him. Jiang Qin was extremely shocked. This general execution stage was really too terrifying, and it actually possessed such a terrifying demonic power. Just the splattering of blood on the general execution stage had caused such a situation. The blood in Shuiliang's body was flowing out bit by bit, turning into streams of blood qi, and was absorbed into the general execution stage. Trying to gain an advantage only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. This is retribution. Chapter 30-22. Jiang Qin's expression became solemn. Shuiliang's blood was being devoured by the execution platform and he could no longer fight. Moreover, his life was in danger. Jiang Qin had to save him first. Otherwise Shuiliang might lose his life. Jiang Qin brought Bingyun and Chen Renji into the Zulong Tower instantly, leaving a dumbfounded Xuanhuan Qi. Xuanhuan Qi's attack landed on the spot where Jiang Qin was, but it did not stir up any dust because Jiang Qin had already disappeared. Spatial divine tool? Xuanhuan Qi was startled. His facial expression changed slightly, but he was getting more and more excited in his heart. A spatial divine tool was extremely rare. Most importantly, it was a spatial divine tool that could allow people to enter it. It was impossible for this guy to leave this place. Once Jiang Qin was discovered, Xuanhuan Qi would definitely kill Jiang Qin at all costs and seize the spatial divine tool. At the same time, Immortal Qi Yan was the same. Everyone knew how precious a spatial divine tool was. Even a divine emperor might not have one. How could this divine king kid be so lucky? What a great execution platform. It's so strange. Immortal Qi Yan liked the execution platform more and more. However, the only one who could compete with him now was Xuanhuan Qi. Brother Xuanhuan, why don't you give this general execution platform to me? I'll let you have it when we find another treasure. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we'll have to fight until the heavens turn dark, and there won't be any results. What's the point? Why don't you join hands with me? Hehe, why don't you let me have the execution platform? If so, I'll give it to you if we find another treasure. How about it? Xuanhuan Qi said with a smile. Sai, it seems like one of us will fall. If you don't believe me, we're destined to lose together. Immortal Qi Yin shook his head and said. Both of them did not believe each other. It was impossible for them to stop fighting. On the contrary, Lan Luo was severely injured by Jiang Qin. She had lost most of her fighting strength. It was almost impossible for her to fight for the execution platform. Lady Luo, why don't you give me a hand? As long as I defeat this fellow, I will give you this executioner stage as my betrothal gift? How about you marry into my Xuanhuan family? Xuanhuan Qi's eyes lit up as he looked at Lan Luo. Lan Luo's expression also became more and more serious. He was as still as a mountain. Silently looking at Xuanhuan Qi, Lung Lung said, I'm afraid that when you obtain the general execution platform, I won't be important anymore, right? Lan Luo's words caused Xuanhuan Qi to be startled. This woman was truly too intelligent. Indeed, even if he wanted her to marry him, she wouldn't be worth a single coin in front of the general execution stage. However, she had actually sensed it. It seems like you've always been suspicious of my love. All right, I will seize this general execution stage for you as a token of our love. Xuanhuan Qi laughed. If Lan Luo was willing to give in, he would be very happy to be with her. After all, if she was willing to marry him, his status in the Xuanhuan family would definitely rise. At that time, he would definitely be promoted to a true core disciple. However, it was a pity that it wasn't easy for someone as strong as him to gain a foothold in the Xuanhuan family. In the ancestral dragon pagoda, Bing Yun and Chen Renji were slightly startled. Their hearts were in turmoil. Jiang Chen's ancestral dragon pagoda had shown them the true horror. It showed how powerful Jiang Chen's foundation was. But even so, they had to find a way to save Shuiliang. Jiang Chen felt that Shuiliang's body was getting hotter and hotter. If it wasn't for the 5 elemental divine fire, Jiang Chen might not be able to hold Shuiliang's hand. His blood was almost burning and boiling. If this continues, Shuiliang will be devoured alive by that strange general execution stage. Bing Yun said anxiously. She was so anxious that she almost cried, but there was nothing she could do. Is this general execution stage really so terrifying? Jiang Chen wanted to fight poison with poison by injecting the 5 elemental divine fire into Shuiliang's body. However, he gave up in an instant because the moment the 5 elemental divine fire touched Shuiliang's body, the burning waves in his body became even more terrifying. I can't. I'm going to explode. Shuiliang's face was blood red and his body was stiff. He was as thin as a stick and his blood kept evaporating. The blood-red light on the general execution stage was getting more and more terrifying. Cold River Stone. Jiang Chen pressed the Cold River Stone on Shuiliang's body. At that moment, Shuiliang felt extremely comfortable and even his expression became more relaxed. So comfortable, Shuiliang murmured. However, his lips had completely cracked and the blood-red light in his eyes was gradually extinguished. However, Jiang Chen felt that something was wrong because an even more terrifying burning wave was coming again. Even the Cold River Stone seemed to be unable to suppress the terrifying burning wave brought by the general execution stage. It still doesn't work. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth. At this moment, no one could help Shuiliang recover. His face was completely emaciated and his blood was almost evaporated by the burning wave in his body. I can't accept this. Shuiliang's roar was deafening like thunder. Bing Yun's eyes were wide open. She did not expect Brother Bai to be swallowed by the general execution stage. Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head. Shuiliang's body could no longer withstand such pressure. The combination of ice and fire would only make him feel more pain. Shuiliang's body became distorted and was gradually being sucked away by an extremely terrifying force. Jiang Chen held Shuiliang tightly, but it was useless. The unknown force made Jiang Chen feel helpless. The power of the 9 dragons and 10 elephants was also unable to resist it. Shuiliang's body was completely sucked away by the strange energy in the general execution stage. He was sucked out of the Zulong Tower and under the despairing gaze of Jiang Chen and Bing Yun, he was sucked into the general execution stage. No, Bing Yun couldn't believe what had just happened in front of her. She fell limply onto the ground. Jiang Chen also fell into silence and took a deep breath. He was incomparably vexed and dejected. His confidant was actually devoured by the general execution stage at this moment, and he couldn't do anything about it. Human strength is limited sometimes. You don't have to blame yourself too much. Chen Renji looked at Jiang Chen and comforted him in a low voice. If I don't blame him, who should I blame? If he didn't forcefully snatch the general execution stage, Brother Bai wouldn't have been severely injured by those 2 bastards. How would he have died? How would he have left me? Bing Yun knelt on the ground and sobbed. She was extremely sad. Jiang Chen's heart was also touched. I will make them pay with their blood. Chapter 30-24. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry because the formation this time was not simple. 108 origin divine tools were also a test of Jiang Chen's energy consumption. Who dared to try to control so many origin divine tools in such a huge formation at the same time? It might be hard to control in an instant. Therefore Jiang Chen had to be careful. The Azura shock absorption this time was likely to drain all the divine origin power in his body. However, Jiang Chen believed that the attack that burst out at the same time would definitely surprise him. Fire Qilin, the 12 fire god guards and the dragon rider celestial guards almost used up all their power to resist the two people. However, the 12 fire god guards were already in a mess. Fire Qilin was heavily injured, but he did not say a word. Because he knew that if Jiang Chen was given enough time, he would definitely not let him down. It's done. The light in Jiang Chen's eyes changed slightly and he said in a deep voice, "Activate the formation." Jiang Chen shouted and the formation was activated instantly. 108 origin divine tools were formed together with the supreme grade divine origin stone in a moment. Xuanhuan Qi and Daoist Qi Yan's expressions changed. Although they did not believe that a divine king could be that capable, 108 origin soul artifacts were really frightening. So many origin divine tools? Xuanhuan Qi's mouth twitched slightly. Even he only had 2 origin divine tools. This guy was just a divine king, how could he be so terrifying? Moreover, it was a formation formed by 108 origin divine tools. Must be quite terrifying. Just looking at the formation, Xuanhuan Qi frowned a little. So what if there are so many origin divine tools? Can you really control it? Wishful thinking. So many origin divine tools will drain all the divine origin power in your body. By then, let's see how you can support the formation. The formation will collapse by itself. Taoist Qi Yan sneered. He was extremely disdainful of Jiang Chen. How terrifying were 108 origin divine tools? Could a divine king understand it? He couldn't imagine that even if it was them, it was practically impossible for them to control 108 origin divine tools. They couldn't even last for 10 breaths of time. I think you're here to deliver an essence divine artifact. Hehe. Daoist Qi Yan became more and more delighted. On Jiang Chen's body, there were 108 origin divine tools, which were more than the number of origin divine tools in this tomb. Moreover, there was also a spatial divine tool. This guy was a real moving treasure house. Daoist Qi Yan didn't expect that his harvest this time would be so big. Lan Luo frowned. She had always felt that this guy was like a bottomless pit. She had no idea where his bottom line was, nor did she know what his upper limit was. However, he was able to break free countless times and charge upwards constantly. Even she was completely shocked by Jiang Chen, yet he was only a peak god king. Will he really counterattack? Lan Luo couldn't believe it. 108 origin divine tools were too terrifying. Even she was shocked. These 108 origin divine tools could even be compared to the divine tools of a small force in the central region divine land, or even more terrifying. She had seen the elder in her clan controlling the formation formed by 30 origin divine tools. It was earth-shattering. As for that elder, his strength had already reached the divine emperor realm, which was still too far away from her. Although the peak of the hierarch realm was already extremely powerful, it was extremely difficult to step into the half-step divine emperor realm. It would depend on one's luck to reach the emperor realm. The emperor realm was the true peak in this era where only a few emperor realm experts had died. The strength of a half-step divine emperor was far beyond the peak of the hierarch realm. It could even be said that even 20 peak ultimate gods would not be able to defeat one half-step divine emperor. This showed how terrifying the emperor realm was. It was just a half-step divine emperor. Once one stepped into the divine emperor realm, one would be able to leap across the vast world. Lan Luo had reached the peak of the hierarch realm for 2 million years, but she still couldn't break through to the half-step divine emperor realm. This time she came to the northern cold divine land because of her clan's order. She wanted to obtain a trace of the great emperor's inheritance from the great emperor tomb. She might have the opportunity to enter the half-step divine emperor realm, but it was just an ideal idea. It was not easy to obtain the inheritance from the great emperor tomb. Xuanhuan Qi, spiritual master Qi Yan, and Jiang Chen were her biggest obstacles. Even if she couldn't obtain the Great Emperor's inheritance, she could still obtain some Great Emperor's items to improve her strength. By then she could obtain Tihu in the clan and perhaps even improve a little. Reaching the half-step Divine Emperor realm would mean that she had already surpassed the Hierarch realm experts. Her status would also rise. Whether it was in the clan or the Central Region Divine Land, she would have some fame. Lan Luo was shocked. Even a Divine Emperor realm expert might not have such a method, but Jiang Chen did it. However, could he really gather such a terrifying formation? This was still an unknown. As expected by spiritual master Qi Yan, as soon as the Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation was activated, Jiang Chen felt that the divine origin energy in his body was almost drained. Controlling the true Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation required a huge amount of divine origin energy. However, Jiang Chen's current strength was limited. Although he could continuously recover his strength with the myriad qi, the most terrifying thing was that he couldn't make ends meet. Jiang Chen's Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation could only last for 50 breaths of time. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, but he was shocked. Even he had never thought that this would happen. However, 50 breaths of time depended on whether he could kill the two of them. This is the true Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Xuanhuan Qi and spiritual master Qi Yan's facial expression suddenly changed. Endless sword rain was hovering above their heads. Most importantly, it was the sword rain emitted by the origin divine weapons. The sword rain was dazzling with golden light, constantly intertwining in the formation without any blind spots. "Break for me!" Jiang Chen roared and used all of his strength. 108 origin divine weapons were completely activated at this moment. The operation of the formation caused the divine origin energy in his body to be drained faster. He knew that his mental strength was also greatly consumed and it was difficult to continue. Chapter 30-25. What a terrifying sword formation! Daoist Qi Yan roared. Flaming silhouettes soared into the sky, but they were all slashed by the endless rain of swords. Wounds appeared on his body one after another. In just 10 breaths of time, the two of them were heavily injured and could only passively resist. The endless rain of swords pierced through their bodies. The might of the sword formation was like a tiger or a dragon, unstoppable. Xuanhuan Juiying. One sword against 1,000. Xuanhuan Qi unwillingly displayed his strongest sword technique, but he still could not resist the endless sword rain. His injuries were also getting more and more serious. "This is impossible." "No." Xuanhuan Qi repeatedly cried out, but he could not do anything. He was hit by the sword rain again and again. The dazzling sword aura was so powerful that Daoist Qi Yan and Xuanhuan Qi could not resist it at all. Invisible sword shadow, 10,000 holy light. Jiang Chen's face also became more and more pale, and even the light in his eyes became extremely turbid. Because the Ashura sword formation was too terrifying, it was almost devouring his divine origin energy, causing his myriad qi body to show stagnation in recovery. The terrifying consumption made Jiang Chen's face change. But there was no doubt that the horror made Xuanhuan Qi and Daoist Qi Yan instantly fall into despair. "Bastard! You can't kill me or the Xuanhuan clan will never let you go. I am the top genius of the Xuanhuan clan, you can't kill me, you can't." Xuanhuan Qi vowed to resist with his life, while blood was gushing out. His aura was extremely weak. He knew that he might not be able to hold on for more than 30 breaths of time. "Boy, I surrender. As long as you remove the formation, I am willing to be your slave forever." In Daoist Qi Yan's eyes, aside from fear, there was nothing else. The ridicule from before had become a slap to his face. He and Xuanhuan Qi were practically forced to kneel on the ground by the peerlessly powerful sacred light, with no room to turn the situation around. "In my eyes, the lives of the two of you are not as important as the life of my best friend. If I don't kill you, how can I comfort his soul in heaven?" Jiang Chen coldly said as he spat out a mouthful of blood. In this battle he had almost suffered a great loss. He had consumed all of his essence, qi and spirit, and his divine origin energy was almost completely depleted. However, it was imperative to kill them. "You lunatic, no!" Before Xuanhuan Qi's roar could stop, the rain of swords pierced through his heart. Daoist Qi Yan had no way to deal with it and could only be completely killed by Jiang Chen's Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation. Their souls were also scattered by Jiang Chen's endless rain of swords. Their souls were completely destroyed and there was no hope for them to be reborn. Jiang Chen looked at the figures of the two men who had lost all hope and fell to the ground. At this moment he couldn't hold on any longer. He knelt down on one knee and blood kept gushing out from his wound. Lan Luo was completely dumbfounded. No one could resist Jiang Chen's death sword formation. However, being devoured by the sword formation was also within her expectations. After all, it was almost impossible for Jiang Chen to control such a huge sword formation. It was already beyond Lan Luo's imagination to be able to hold on for more than 10 breaths of time. Jiang Chen's dreadfulness was completely indescribable. Even someone with peerless talent like her had to admit that she was not a match for Jiang Chen. Even if she pretended to be weak and deliberately lost to Jiang Chen, it could not change the outcome. In the end, it was still difficult for her to defeat Jiang Chen. This guy could even be said to be a real tiger. Xuanhuan Qi and Daoist Qi Yan were both defeated by Jiang Chen. He was able to dominate the younger generation of the Xuanhuan clan. He could almost enter the top 3 because even Xuanhuan Qi was defeated by him. She did not expect him to be Xuanhuan Kanglin. The most terrifying thing was that Jiang Chen had defeated Xuanhuan Kanglin twice. How strong was he? So what? I don't like to kill women. You better leave. Chapter 30-26. Lan Luo did not say anything because she was a smart woman. She knew that if she were to take action now, the situation would change instantly. Since he wanted to kill Jiang Chen, he wouldn't have to do it himself. Although I'm taking advantage of you, I'm afraid that I won't be able to defeat you after you recover. That's why it's best to kill him while he's still in the cradle. Xuanhuan Kanglin was not an extraordinary person. Although he was arrogant, he knew how to judge the situation. Jiang Chen was able to kill Qi Yendao Master and Xuanhuan Qi. It was already extremely terrifying to him. Now that Jiang Chen was unable to do anything, it was the best time for him to take action. You're indeed powerful, your talent is the best I've ever seen in my life. But you're too arrogant. In your eyes, no one is your opponent. But to me, I only need to become stronger. Xuanhuan clan is my backing. Xuanhuan Qi is already dead, he's just a pawn to me. So what if he's dead? You're strong but you're just a brainless bastard. Xuanhuan Kanglin continued. He was determined to kill Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to do so, Jiang Chen said coldly. At this moment, he retreated and his blood stained the stage. Lan Luo did not expect that Jiang Chen would take the initiative to drip his blood on the stage. He's courting death. However, Jiang Chen wanted to find out what this executioner stage was and how it devoured Xueliang. Otherwise, he would not be satisfied. You're still thinking of killing yourself? Lan Luo frowned. Jiang Chen's action made her confused. Could it be that this guy doesn't want to die in the hands of the opponent that he had defeated twice and feel ashamed? The general execution platform will devour you completely. You actually chose the path of death. Xuanhuan Kanglin's eyes were calm. Jiang Chen's action made him sigh. But death was death. No matter how he died, Jiang Chen, the demon in his heart, would disappear from his heart. All of a sudden, Jiang Chen felt the same heat that he felt on Xueliang's body. But this time it was much more real. A strong suction force was burning Jiang Chen's blood. His blood was boiling and his body was burning in pain. Jiang Chen frowned. However, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus was protecting Jiang Chen's heart meridian at this moment. However, his blood was boiling and Jiang Chen could not do anything about it. In the next moment, Jiang Chen felt his body being sucked into the execution platform uncontrollably. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn. The space of the commander execution stage was independent. He was also shocked. This commander execution stage was actually a spatial divine tool similar to the ancestral dragon pagoda. There were boundless blood pools and blood mountains around it. Around the blood mountains there were rays of blood red light burning. It was like fire but also like an invisible emptiness. What was burning was not only the fire, but also the karmic fire within one's heart. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. If it wasn't for the karmic fire of the Red Lotus protecting his heart, he might not be able to escape this fate. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus blocked the karmic fire from burning. Many spirits appeared in the surroundings. However, those spirits made Jiang Chen's heart tremble. They were all Emperor Realm spirits. However, these spirits did not have any consciousness. They were like wandering ghosts wandering around the space of the stage. Each of these spirits was extremely terrifying. They would collide with each other and every time they collided, there would be boundless karmic fire rising. In the distance, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. He saw Xueliang. At this moment, Xueliang was sitting cross-legged on the stone stage, bathing in the blood pool. The blood pool around him was gushing out continuously. The blood-red radiance and karmic fire attacked Xueliang again and again. Chapter 30:27. Jiang Qin could not help but worry. Xueliang had already turned into a devil. Jiang Qin wanted to use the Emperor Realm souls to help him get rid of the devil in his heart, but he did not expect that the unconscious Emperor Realm souls would rush towards him. This almost forced Jiang Qin into a desperate situation. Now he only had less than 20% of his strength left. The previous battle had almost consumed all the divine spirit in his body. Even if he had the myriad chi body, it was impossible for him to fully recover in such a short time. Jiang Qin wanted to escape into the Zulong Tower, but misfortunes never come. He found that the Zulong Tower could not be opened. It must be because of the general execution stage. Jiang Qin thought. The general execution stage was a space of its own, even the Zulong Tower could not be entered. Facing so many unconscious Emperor Realm souls, Jiang Qin was extremely anxious. Although those unconscious Emperor Realm souls could not attack him, under Xueliang's control, those Emperor Realm souls began to surge towards Jiang Qin in an orderly manner. Xueliang's blood-red eyes were filled with a cold killing intent towards Jiang Qin. It seemed that only by killing him could he calm the terrifying devil flame in his heart. Xueliang's bloodthirsty demon eye gave Jiang Qin a great deal of pressure. This guy's strength seemed to become more and more strange and terrifying, especially the Sky Frost sword in his hand, which seemed to be completely under his control. Jiang Qin deeply understood how terrifying the feeling of being one with the sword was. He and the Sky Dragon sword were in the realm of being one with the sword. Xueliang, do you still remember me? Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. The so-called Xueliang has left. From now on my name is Shadow Stream. Xueliang said faintly, the killing intent in his eyes did not diminish. He walked towards Jiang Qin step by step. You are not Xueliang. Jiang Qin's pupils shrank. This guy's voice was a little hoarse, but the coldness in it made people's hearts freeze. He invaded Xueliang's body and replaced him. Shadow Stream? Who are you? Jiang Qin shouted coldly. If it wasn't for that stubborn old man who trapped me here, I might have already become the strongest emperor in the world. Yinglu said faintly. His blood-red demonic eyes were full of resentment. The old guy he was talking about was obviously the ancient emperor of Jiuzhou. I can sense the aura on your body, the source energy of all things. I like it very much. If I devour you, I'll benefit greatly. Although this body is barely passable, it is still inferior to yours. Even that old thing doesn't have such a terrifying physique. If it were in the ancient times, it would definitely be a treasure that everyone would drool over. Shadow Stream suddenly grinned, completely regarding Jiang Qin as food in his mouth. You are indeed a ruthless person. No wonder the ancient emperor of Jiuzhou trapped you here. Jiang Qin frowned, not daring to underestimate him in the slightest. This guy's soul had also reached the Emperor realm, but Jiang Qin had never expected it. If I wasn't controlled by the forbidden soul seal back then, even if that old fellow wanted to kill me, it wouldn't have been an easy task. How many years has it been? I've been trapped in this dark general's execution platform by him. He killed 108 generals all for the sake of sealing me. One day I'll make that old bastard fall into the cycle of reincarnation forever. The ancient emperor of Jiuzhou is dead, Jiang Qin said. But he was shocked. The ancient emperor of Jiuzhou killed all 108 emperors just to suppress this guy? How strong was he when he was alive? Impossible, I don't believe it. Shadow Stream suddenly looked up and turned to look at Jiang Qin. Is he really dead? Aha, then who in this world can trap me? Aha. When I see the light of day again, I will dye the 9 heavens with blood. My name, Shadow Stream, will reign supreme for all eternity. Shadow Stream laughed wildly. Jiang Qin felt more and more that this guy was terrifying. It would not be easy to get out of here. The general execution platform was a space of its own. It was easy to enter but difficult to get out. Jiang Qin looked at Shadow Stream cautiously. His only chance now was the soul-snatching divine art. Only by catching him off guard could he seriously injure his soul power. Only then would he have a chance to turn the tables. Otherwise he would not be a match for him. The current Xueliang was not the same as before. Shadow Stream's methods, as well as his terrifying fusion with the Sky Frost sword, made it so that even Jiang Qin did not dare to fight him head-on. If he was at his peak he might be able to fight him, but now Jiang Qin had to be prepared. You are the capital that I need to break through the general execution platform. Shadow Stream approached Jiang Qin again. The terrifying demonic flame burned in his eyes, as if it could burn everything. That overbearing attitude of ignoring everything and being the only one in the world made people fearful. You are already an arrow at the end of its flight. Admit defeat, little guy. Ah. Shadow Stream rose with his sword was sweeping across, pressing towards Jiang Chen. An overbearing aura filled the air. Jiang Chen met the challenge head-on. At this moment he had no other choice. There was nothing but endless blood pools and mountains of blood around him. Worlds apart. Jiang Chen did not dare to be careless. The sixth move of the Sword of Solitude was displayed. The terrifying sword will actually force Shadow Stream to take a step back. Shadow Stream's expression was extremely cold. You actually know that old thing's Sword of Solitude? So this Sword of Solitude was really created by 9 provinces Solitude. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. If he could find the rest of the Sword of Solitude in this tomb of the great emperor, it would be his greatest gain. Are you also afraid of the Sword of Solitude? Jiang Chen sneered. Afraid? The world is vast. What is there that I, Shadow Stream, am afraid of? What a joke. Shadow Stream said disdainfully. He charged forward again. The Sky Frost sword raised the Sky Frost, and the cold air was oppressive. Ice and fire overlapped and each move was fatal. If Jiang Chen's attainments in swordsmanship were not so strong, he would have been defeated long ago. However, after that move, his aura once again fell into decline. If he could not win for a long time, he would definitely lose. Most importantly, those unconscious Emperor Realm souls had already surrounded him. What he had to face was no longer just Shadow Stream. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. The only thing he could rely on was the soul-snatching divine technique. This is the moment. Shadow Stream recklessly charged forward. Jiang Chen found an opportunity. At the moment when Shadow Stream's sword momentum reversed, he instantly displayed the departed soul's killing technique. A soundless flowing light spread out like ripples on water. In an instant, Shadow Stream's expression changed dramatically. He spat out blood and his figure became dim and lifeless. He staggered backward. This, you actually have an Emperor soul? Chapter 30-28. But Jiang Chen did it. He performed the soul-killing move in an instant. Shadow Stream couldn't predict it, and his soul was directly damaged. Jiang Chen was also gasping for breath. The aura of his soul and divine spirit power were almost exhausted. The soul-killing move was also not something he could fully control now because his strength was still too weak. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be extremely painful and sad if he couldn't use all his skills. So what? Jiang Chen sneered. This guy had been seriously injured by Jiang Chen because he had underestimated Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's soul was in more pain than Jiang Chen's. Jiang Chen had just consumed too much energy, and his body couldn't bear such a terrible load. But Jiang Chen had really suffered a huge blow. At this moment, Xueliang's eyes became extremely painful. Sometimes they were clear and sometimes they were full of blood. It's Xueliang. He's not dead yet. His soul is fighting back. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He had seriously injured Shadow Stream, so that Xueliang's soul began to regain the initiative. Xueliang desperately wanted to regain control of his body, but the constantly changing colors in his eyes made Jiang Chen worried. If Xueliang couldn't regain the initiative of his soul, he would definitely die. Jiang Chen couldn't help him at all. He could only rely on himself. He had seriously injured Shadow Stream's soul, which could be said to have bought enough time for Xueliang. Whether he lived or died or whether he succeeded or failed, it all depended on him. Don't let me down, Xueliang. Jiang Chen murmured. No one could understand Xueliang's pain at this time. His body and soul were both suppressed. If he hadn't taken the opportunity to fight back when Shadow Stream's soul was declining, it was estimated that when Shadow Stream's soul was completely integrated with his body, Xueliang would really no longer exist. Jiang Chen stared at this scene intently. Xueliang gained the upper hand again and began to crazily suppress Shadow Stream's soul. The clarity in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Jiang Chen knew that Xueliang was about to succeed. As time went by, Xueliang finally gained the upper hand in the soul struggle with Shadow Stream and completely suppressed it, because the clarity in his eyes was something Jiang Chen had never seen before. It's good to be alive. Xueliang murmured, looking at Jiang Chen in front of him. No one knew how much pain he had gone through in the soul struggle not long ago. At the moment when Shadow Stream occupied his body, he thought he would never see the light of day again, but now it seemed that he was lucky. Xueliang knew that Jiang Chen must have severely injured Shadow Stream's soul. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to fight against the soul of an Emperor Realm expert with his soul power. Jiang Qin had saved him again. Although it's a little tacky, I still have to say thank you. You don't have to thank me. The person who saved you is yourself. If you can't defeat Shadow Stream, no one can help you. Jiang Qin smiled. He's not dead yet. Xueliang said. What? Jiang Qin said in a low voice. It's already very painful to suppress him. It's almost impossible to kill him. His soul power is in my body. If I want to kill him, I have to kill myself. Moreover, the terror of an Emperor Realm soul is not something we can imagine. His soul is something I can't compare with. I can only suppress him temporarily. I don't even know how long it will take for him to make a comeback. Xueliang said with a wry smile. But he had survived the disaster and was not killed by Shadow Stream, which was a great fortune in misfortune. So, he may make a comeback at any time? Jiang Qin frowned. For Xueliang, he could fall into a passive position at any time, or even face a life-and-death situation again. Chapter 30-29. Both Jiang Qin and Xueliang did not expect the 108 Emperor Realm souls to be absorbed by the great Yu soul-forming light. It was unbelievable. It's too scary. I'm afraid that even an Emperor Realm expert would be afraid of this magical lamp, Xueliang said. No matter what, the 108 Emperor Realm souls were all absorbed by the great Yu soul-forming light. How could Xueliang not be shocked? Even though he knew that Jiang Qin had many tricks up his sleeves, it was still unbelievable. The changes in the great Yu soul-forming light made Jiang Qin value it even more. The great Yu soul-forming light had become a primordial treasure. To Jiang Qin it was a great surprise. Most importantly, he could feel that the great Yu soul-forming light had been strengthened by the 108 Emperor Realm souls. The 108 Emperor Realm souls were not completely absorbed by the great Yu soul-forming light. Instead, it was the Jianghu that could not be devoured completely. The great Yu soul-forming light had been suppressed by the 108 Emperor Realm souls. In fact, the great Yu soul-forming light had broken through because it had devoured the Emperor Realm souls of the Jianghu. Jiang Qin felt that the 108 Emperor Realm souls were extraordinary, but he could not figure it out. At this moment, a blue cocoon appeared on the wick of the lamp. The blue light was leisurely and the green light flickered. The cocoon was burning under the wick. The cocoon started to crack slowly and finally disappeared. There was a blue long-eared elf jumping around in the wick as if it was playing. Is this the soul of the great Yu soul-forming light? Xueliang was dumbfounded and looked at the scene silently. Not bad. I never expected the great Yu soul-forming light to have such a change. Jiang Qin was delighted. The great Yu soul-forming light had become so powerful. With the primordial treasure in his hands, he had nothing to worry about anymore. Moreover, the great Yu soul-forming light had given birth to a soul. The soul in the great Yu soul-forming light was only the size of a fingernail. However, it was extremely lively like a fairy in the sky. I can control the general execution stage now? Xueliang said in a deep voice. The general execution stage was not an ordinary item. It was a real primordial treasure, and it might not be weaker than the great Yu soul-forming light. This general execution platform was able to seal 108 Emperor-level souls and suppress the shadows. It definitely had its own terrifying aspects. Otherwise, why would the ancient emperor of the 9 provinces value it so highly? We can go out. Xueliang said happily. With a thought, Jiang Qin and Xueliang left the general execution stage. But at this moment, Lan Luo and Xuanhuan Kanglin were nowhere to be seen. You'd better let your little lover know that you're not dead yet. I bet she's worried sick. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Xueliang blushed. Just as Jiang Qin had expected, the ancestral dragon pagoda could be accessed freely after leaving the general execution stage. Qin Renji and Bing Yun were released by Jiang Qin. When Bing Yun saw Xueliang in front of her, she was completely stunned. She immediately threw herself into Xueliang's embrace. Brother Bai, I don't want you to leave me anymore. Bing Yun hugged Xueliang with tears in her eyes. Qin Renji smiled. Fortunately, Jiang Qin and Xueliang were safe. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin, I would have died long ago. Xueliang said sincerely. Bing Yun blushed. She felt that her words to Jiang Qin were inappropriate. She said embarrassedly. I'm sorry, Jiang Qin. I offended you. It's okay. Oh yes, do you know who Shadow Stream is? Jiang Qin shook his head. He did not take it to heart. Shadow Stream? Bing Yun was stunned and shook her head. I've heard of this name before, but I can't remember. This person should be weaker than the 9-region ancient emperor, but I really can't remember. Jiang Chen looked. There's a blood-red door. It's opened. Qianrenji's eyes lit up when she saw the blood-red stone door. Looks like Xuanhuan Kanglin and Lan Luo have entered. Jiang Chen said. This is the last door of the 9-region ancient emperor's tomb. The blood-red stone door was created by the great emperor himself. Bing Yun said. Looks like the 9-region ancient emperor's true face is finally going to be revealed. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed. Who was this 9-region ancient emperor? He was filled with anticipation. A god emperor of the 9-region immortal world? Moreover, the sword of solitude that he cultivated was created by this great emperor. In order to obtain the last 3 styles of the sword of solitude, Jiang Chen must pay a visit to the last tomb of an ancient great emperor of the 9 provinces. But your injuries? Qianrenji asked worriedly. It's all right. I'll be fine in half a day. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen entered the ancestral dragon pagoda. The 3 of them were already used to it, especially Shuiliang, who was able to control the execution stage after it had acknowledged him as its master. Naturally, he knew about Jiang Chen's unpredictable methods. Jiang Chen entered the Zulong Tower and started to heal his injuries. With the help of the myriad qi body, his strength would be restored to its peak in no time. Now that Xuanhuan Kanglin had reappeared, his strength must have increased by leaps and bounds. Moreover, he could ignore Xuanhuan qi, which meant that his strength was not any weaker than Xuanhuan qi. Lan Luo, on the other hand, was a woman with a heart like a snake and a scorpion. She was extremely ruthless, meticulous and cunning. Both of them were extremely difficult to deal with. Jiang Chen had to take precautions against them. He did not dare to take any risks before his strength was fully recovered. Moreover, he still had to deal with the dangers in the tomb. However, when Shuiliang tried to retrieve the platform, he realized that he couldn't do it at all. The platform was firmly embedded in the ground and he couldn't move it at all. No matter how many tricks Shuiliang used, it was of no use. Shuiliang tried to use his will to activate the general execution platform, wanting to keep it completely. Every attempt ended in failure. However, Shuiliang did not want to give up just like that. The power of the general execution platform was rather terrifying. If he gave up now, he would probably regret it for the rest of his life. Shuiliang persisted, but the execution platform was immovable. In the end, Shuiliang could only give up. If he could not keep the execution platform, his gains would be gone. Damn it. I don't believe it. Shuiliang tried to control the general execution stage with his will once again, but he still couldn't move it. At the critical moment, the general execution stage flew up in an instant, smashing a hole in the great emperor's tomb and soaring into the sky. Bing Yun and Qianrenji did not know whether to laugh or cry. They looked at each other, finding it hard to accept. This? Chapter 30. Half a day later, Jiang Chen woke up from his cultivation. When he heard Shuiliang's words, he was extremely shocked. The general execution platform flew away by itself. This was too strange. Even Shuiliang, who was in control of the general execution platform, could not do anything about it. However, there was no turning back now. Not only Jiang Chen, Shuiliang was also curious about the 9 regions' ancient emperor. Since the general execution platform has flown away by itself, let's go in and have a look. Although Shuiliang was unwilling, he could not change the current situation. All right, Jiang Chen said. The 4 of them quickly went through the blood-red stone door. The huge blood-red door gave off a chilling aura. It's Xuanhuan Kanglin. Shuiliang recognized Xuanhuan Kanglin at first glance and was shocked. Why is he here? That guy is everywhere. Compared to before, his strength is much stronger. If I hadn't seized the opportunity to enter the general execution platform, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been his match. Jiang Chen shook his head and said. However, if they were to fight again, Jiang Chen would be fearless. Looks like the tomb of the 9 regions' ancient emperor is getting more and more lively. Shuiliang said faintly. His eyes narrowed slightly. Xuanhuan Kanglin's participation had made this battle more difficult. That's an altar? Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the black square altar. There were 8 of them in the shape of the 8 trigrams. Each altar was surrounded and protected by a blood-red silhouette with a broken sword in his hand. He was sitting on the altar with his long hair fluttering in the wind. It was a strange scene. His silhouette was like a huge mountain, filled with a vigorous feeling, giving off a heavy pressure. His aura was completely above all things. That kind of attitude of looking up and sweeping through the world, even though he was just sitting there, was enough to make people yearn for it. Even Lan Luo and Xuanhuan Kanglin fell into deep thought. They looked at the blood-red silhouette silently. The ancient emperor of Jiuzhou? Bing Yun exclaimed. Her expression became extremely solemn. At this moment, everyone looked at Bing Yun, including Lan Luo and Xuanhuan Kanglin. They waved their hands and saw Jiang Chen and the others standing at the entrance. You're saying that he's the ancient emperor of the 9 states? Jiang Chen and the rest took a deep breath and their expressions became more and more solemn. Was that silhouette really the ancient emperor of Jiuzhou? Following Bing Yun's exclamation, everyone silently stared at the back of the seated figure. It was as though he was one with the heavens and earth. Even the sudden appearance of the broken sword gave people the feeling that it was one with the heavens and earth. However, Jiang Chen kept having the feeling that he had seen that sword somewhere before, but he wasn't sure. That silhouette was thought-provoking. It even made people fall into a state of confusion. The man who was in the middle of the 8 trigrams altar was the center of the altar. He sat there as though he was looking at something. It also seemed like he had a kind of determination to face death calmly. It was thought-provoking. Especially that sword. When Jiang Chen walked in, the heavenly dragon sword in his hand began to tremble continuously. It was a sense of crisis, a kind of resonance. Jiang Chen was extremely cautious. To be able to resonate with his heavenly dragon sword, how terrifying would that divine weapon be? The craftsman god had sealed his heavenly dragon sword, but it still reached the level of a primal origin treasure. Even he could not create a primal origin treasure. Even the Emperor Realm experts were shocked. Today it was the first time that Jiang Chen had seen such a terrifying divine weapon. Even the broken Eastern Emperor bell only caused the heavenly dragon sword to tremble slightly. On that broken sword, a terrifying evil aura caused Jiang Chen and the rest's expression to change. It was a kind of arrogance and overbearingness. A bloodthirsty sword intent was emitted from the inside out, suffocating everyone. That silhouette and that short sword attracted everyone's attention. The silhouette was like a mountain, the spine was like a hook, and the 8 trigrams altar was growing and multiplying endlessly. However, that person did not have a trace of vitality. All of his vitality was on that incomparably terrifying broken sword. When Bing Yun shouted out the name of Jiuzhou Ancient Emperor, everyone knew that person must be the Jiuzhou Ancient Emperor. I didn't expect you to still be alive. This is interesting. Xuanhuan Kanglin said Lung Lung while looking at Jiang Chen. You're really haunting me. This time I will not let you leave so easily. Shuiliang said. Really? Then let's see if you have the capability. If not, then all of you shall be buried together with the great emperor of Northern Liang. Xuanhuan Kanglin glanced at Shuiliang. Even though Shuiliang's strength was on par with him, Shuiliang seemed to be weaker than Jiang Chen. This time Xuanhuan Kanglin would take care of Shuiliang. Your arrogance is very annoying. Shuiliang and Xuanhuan Kanglin were also opposing each other. After all, both of them were no longer the monarchs of yesterday. When they meet again there would definitely be a more terrifying battle. Unfortunately, the sword is broken. Lan Luo's eyes were filled with disappointment. Obviously she came for the broken sword. Although the sword was still there, it was no longer as glorious as before. Even if it's a broken sword, I will not give up. Xuanhuan Kanglin squinted his eyes and flew up. Previously, he and Lan Luo had to break through layers of obstacles to get close to the altar. However, the altar and the forbidden formation gave them a headache, causing them to fall into a predicament. The day the broken sword is reforged, the day the night returns. Even though the sword is broken, it doesn't mean that it can't be reforged. Shuiliang murmured. This scene felt familiar to Shuiliang. In the past, his golden saint sword was crushed and devoured. He swore that if the broken sword is reforged, it would be the day the night returns. At the same time, in Linha Boundary, in the Forgotten Sword Tomb, countless broken swords were trembling and buzzing, as if they were awakened. The Forgotten Sword Tomb, which had been silent for millions of years, had countless divine weapons intertwining with each other. The broken swords danced in the sky, millions of broken swords. The broken swords were like broken souls, colliding with each other. The sound of metal colliding was ear-piercing. A gray-robed old man who had been guarding the ancient sword tomb for countless years suddenly stood up from the old chair made of ancient vines. He suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. It was as if he could not control his emotions. It's been 99,990,000 years. Master, are you really coming back? The old man's eyes were filled with tears, his heart was filled with excitement. The The supreme heavenly venerate of Northern Liang was finally coming back. It's not that easy to take back the broken sword. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.